Chapter 1451, Destruction of the Dimension. When the ancient tree of Tao verification swayed, the world roared. The countless illusory nets in the area started swaying as well, and if anyone looked down from the highest point in the sky, they would be able to see that the illusory nets had completely enveloped the tree of Tao verification. They were formed of laws, and were clearly seals that bound the tree. However, the parts on the nets that had been weakened previously were swiftly shattering, and the regions where the nets shattered started cracking. Booming sounds instantly shook the sky. When the tree of Tao verification shook, Lin Dongdong's expression changed swiftly. He sensed an indescribably mighty pressure that shook even him. As the tree crown swayed, that mighty pressure gathered on his body, and he felt as if he had been reduced to a mortal. He staggered and was forced to take a few steps back. The power of a great Tao paragon which he sent at Su Ming also disintegrated against his will. The expression of the second prince, who had stepped into the tree crown at that moment, also changed in an instant, and he moved back. "I want to go home." The child's voice echoed in the air and shook the sky and earth. The tree of Tao verification began to sway even more violently. When the world trembled, the illusory nets burst forth with a sealing power that they had never released before. The tree of Tao verification swaying affected the first and second princes, but for Su Ming, the effect was minuscule. The moment the tree of Tao verification swayed, he charged towards the phala. He instantly closed in on it, but just as he was about to take the smaller phala, the first prince let out a powerful roar. "I am Lin Dongdong. I inherited the Emperor of Ancient Zhang's art of Kismet, and I am a great Tao paragon. Today, with Ancient Zhang Tao Sect's Kismet and the legacy left behind by the Emperor of Ancient Zhang, I will change the laws again. Laws of this land, scatter." The eyes of Lin Dongdong, who had temporarily possessed the first prince, turned bloodshot at that moment. If the phala was taken by Su Ming right before his eyes, then it would be a great humiliation to him. Thus, even though the tree of Tao verification was swaying violently, Lin Dongdong was still roaring. And the entire world roared with him. The illusory nets were immediately weakened again, and the damaged areas shattered to pieces. Those cracks then connected together to form a gap. Lin Dongdong turned into a long arc, and while the laws changed, his cultivation base was no longer suppressed. Instead, it burst out while he charged at Su Ming. His face changed slightly while he was in the long arc, and he no longer looked like the first prince. Instead, he looked as if he was about to turn into Lin Dongdong. He had increased the power of possession without caring about destroying the first prince's foundation. When he rushed forward, he used the laws to chase away the power of the world that erupted when the tree of Tao verification swayed. In an instant, he closed in on Su Ming. But he was still too late. Su Ming had already plucked the smaller phala. And when he stretched his right hand out, he grabbed the larger phala too. "Get lost." Lin Dongdong instantly closed in. With a roar, he swung his arm, and a great power Su Ming could not fight against rammed into his body. It was an attack which contained a great Tao paragon's rage. Su Ming jolted and instantly fell back while coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. His body looked like it was about to break down at that moment. A feeling as if his body and soul were about to be destroyed submerged Su Ming like a tidal wave. There was blood at the corners of his lips when he was swept back. When Lin Dongdong made a grab for the bigger phala, the second prince narrowed his eyes and charged towards Su Ming with the headless figure. Su Ming lifted his right hand, then threw the phala in his hand into his mouth. He sucked in a breath, and the phala instantly withered and disappeared. There was a murderous glare in the second prince's eyes, but no anger. Instead, his gaze turned darker and more sinister. He instantly closed in on Su Ming, and his voice echoed in the air. "If you didn't swallow the Tao phala, then on behalf of us being connected by blood, I wouldn't have killed you, but since you ate the phala, then I might have to turn your entire body into the power of a phala." A brilliant glare shone in Su Ming's eyes, and he immediately cried out, "How?" The ancient tree of Tao verification swayed and rumbled again. The noise resounded through the air in every direction and shook the sky and earth. The tree of Tao verification did not just move its tree crown, but also shook its branches violently. Even the ground underneath it cracked. The tremors in the second layer became violent, and even the first layer was affected. When the tree of Tao verification swayed, the 100,000 trees on the 100,000 altars swayed as well. It brought about a destructive power which made it seem like the trees wanted to self-destruct. But at that moment, an illusory net that stretched endlessly appeared in the skies of the second and first layers. They enveloped the ground and completely suppressed the destructive presence. But this still shocked the cultivators in the first and second layers. Some of them immediately chose to leave. Numerous cultivators flew out of the black hole in the vortex in the sky above Ancient Zhang. The entire sky rumbled. The vortex looked as if it was about to collapse, but it was soon wrapped up by the illusory net. The middle-aged man dressed in the emperor's robe in the royal capital under the vortex was standing on an altar in the palace. There was a cauldron before him, and a black-green dragon sprawled under it. Its body surrounded the altar. The dragon opened its eyes at that moment and let out a shrill roar. Someone changed the laws, causing the Kismet to change. Our inexorable doom will descend upon us. Will the words spoken by the emperor in his chamber really come true? The middle-aged man dressed in the emperor's robes stared at the roaring dragon while mumbling under his breath. At the same time, long arcs flew out from the world in one Dao sect where the three ancient statues were. The three statues were shuddering. Plenty of dust fell from them, creating chaos. Stop changing the laws. Remold them into their original form. Lin Dong Dong, stop changing the laws. When the anxious voices echoed in the air, even Azura clan was in shock. The 9 old men on the statues watched everything reflected in the ancient mirror with their mouths hanging open. This is the tree of Dao verification wanting to break free from the laws the emperor set all those years ago. Damn it, one Dao sect. They should not have changed the laws like that. At that moment, the tree of Dao verification swayed violently again in the third layer. This time, it tore through the illusory nets, making everything fall into chaos as if the world had been overturned. Rumbles shot up into the air. Even the second layer started trembling at that moment. The 10,000 altars roared, and the illusory net could no longer envelope them. It was torn to shreds straight away. The trunk of the ancient tree of Dao verification stood tall in the desolate world. A powerful mighty pressure spread out from it, and in that instant, the cultivators who did not leave the second layer crumbled. Their blood charged towards the trunk to be swiftly absorbed into it. At the same time, the second layer shattered to pieces and completely collapsed. When it crumbled, all its connections to the third layer was cut off, and the first layer experienced a drastic change as well. The 100,000 altars roared. Countless figures flew out from within the vortex in the sky above ancient Zhang's royal capital in a panic. Among them was Gu Tai and the other elders. They had all rushed out of the second layer. The shock brought forth by a sense of life-threatening danger had caused them to fly out of the vortex without having the time to care about anything else. At the moment their bodies appeared in the sky above ancient Zhang, an astonishing boom resounded through all of ancient Zhang. The vortex in the sky had crumbled. The illusory net that enveloped it had shattered, which resulted in the loud bangs that shook the sky and earth. When the vortex immediately broke into pieces, even the first layer exploded. The dimension was destroyed when the 100,000 altars had exploded together. That destruction was similar to ancient Zhang cutting off all connections with the dimension where the tree of Dao verification was located. From then on, ancient Zhang would no longer have any new phalas ever again. This matter was akin to a disaster that came out of the blue sky. When the vortex in the sky slowly dissipated and the sky slowly returned to normal, the many people in the royal capital stared above them in a daze. Their minds were blank. There were quite a lot of cultivators who had managed to escape, but there were also plenty of those who had not managed to flee in time, and among those were Su Ming, the first prince, and the second prince. All of them were trapped in the third layer. Since the vortex crumbled, they no longer had any way of returning. Once the sky returned to normal, the black-green dragon in the royal capital roared, and its roars were especially loud at that moment. The world of one Dao sect swayed. 2 of the 3 statues of the emperor of ancient Zhang crumbled, and all of one Dao sect descended into chaos. There were 3 people standing on the only statue that did not crumble at that moment. One of them was Sun Mu, and the other 2 old men beside him were 2 of the 4 great Dao paragons of one Dao sect, Qi Yang and Bai Lu. It's not that they have a way to return, but it's better this way. The person who manages to walk out will be our future ruler. The 3 of them cast each other a glance, and they too saw the dark look in each other's eyes. While there was no chaos in Azura clan, what they saw in the third layer had already left them in shock. Most of the other sects and clans were in the same situation. They were stunned by the destruction of the dimension where the tree of Dao verification was, and their amazement only intensified when they remembered that the 3 princes were trapped inside. When we meet again, it should be outside the gate to the royal capital. An old figure with a straw hat in the royal capital lifted its head at that moment. The man stared at the sky, and after a long while, he sighed softly. At the same time, the sounds of wood being cut came to a stop in a small village located among the mountains in the southwestern region of ancient Zhang. The old man in the courtyard stared at the log of wood before his eyes. In silence, he lifted his head and looked at the distant sky. 1,000 years later, I will head to the royal capital, and the 3 of us will fight. Will you be able to return in time to attend the ceremony and watch us fight? Oh well, I will wait for you, the old man mumbled softly, then quietly lowered his head. Chapter 1452. Tear the Road to Heaven. The dimension connecting ancient Zhang and the formerly glorious world and serving as a barrier between the 2 worlds had incredibly tight seals done by the emperor of ancient Zhang. With the power of the seals, the most eye-catching and mysterious tree of Dao verification, which once belonged to the glorious world, had been bound within the dimension. From then on, it became an item that belonged to ancient Zhang, and, an enchanted vessel that allowed ancient Zong to keep its kismet firmly in the country. The royal family of ancient Zong practiced a cultivation method that required them to understand the will of kismet. The emperor of ancient Zong had also reached boundless Dao realm through the Dao of kismet. Because of it, the appearance of the tree of Dao verification made those with royal blood shine even brighter. However, the emperor of ancient Zong did not completely win the fight. No one else but he knew what exactly had happened. But the emperor of ancient Zhang's disappearance many years later and his life plate's subsequent destruction told everyone that he had paid a huge price for his victory. If he had not disappeared and his life plate had not shattered, then even if the drastic changes had appeared in the dimension, the tree would not be able to break free of its seals. But he had already died. Because of it, only the royal family's kismet was left to maintain the seals in the dimension. Yet kismet was not something solely possessed by the royal family. One Dao sect was the sect that the emperor of ancient Zong had personally created in the past, and it had inherited the country's kismet. Which was why Lin Dongdong's actions as a great Dao paragon and all of One Dao sect changing the laws had caused a drastic change to happen in the dimension. Su Ming also served a critical role. It was he who gave the spirit of the tree of Dao verification a sense of closeness. It was what caused the spirit to wake up, and the child was willing to help Su Ming, all for the sake of going home. When the first and second layers completely shattered and countless cultivators had their bodies shredded to pieces, their blood was absorbed by the tree of Dao verification. Its huge trunk contorted and exuded waves of destructive power that could destroy the world. That power swept outwards in every direction, spreading to the third layer, which had yet to be destroyed but was already trembling violently. When the power spread to the tree crown, a roar that came from the ancient tree of Dao verification rang out. "I want to go home." When that voice echoed in the air, it immediately shook the sky and earth. A huge wave of impact instantly tumbled outwards from the tree crown of the tree of Dao verification. Lin Dongdong bore the brunt of the attack. Once the impact crashed into him, blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth. He instantly fell back and shock appeared on his face. He had already noticed the destruction of the first and second layers and that the connection between the dimension they were in and ancient Zong had been severed. He also noticed that his connection to One Dao sect has been severed as well. In fact, he could not even leave the first prince's body. He was forced to stay. The realization made his face turn pale. When he fell back swiftly, his gaze when he looked at the ancient tree of Dao verification was filled with shock, but there was a hint of another emotion that he had not felt for many years in his Yes, too, fear. He was not the only one who felt it. The impact tumbled outwards in every direction. It flipped over the sky and overturned the earth. The second prince coughed up blood and let out a shrill scream of pain. If the headless figure had turned around to withstand the impact with his back while holding him, then, with his level of cultivation, the second prince would have suffered an instant death. Yet even so, the second prince coughed up blood continuously. The headless figure jolted, and it too was forced back tens of thousands of feet before finally regaining its footing. If they were already in such a state, then the situation was even more dire for the other disciples from One Dao sect and Azura clan in the third layer. The moment the tree of Dao verification shuddered, those cultivators were torn by the distortions formed by the ripples in the air. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed without any fight. The only one who was not affected by that impact was Su Ming. He stood on the tree crown, and his body swayed with the tree crown, but he did not sense any impact. The next moment, he sat down without any hesitation. His cultivation base was tumbling about within him. It was the effect of the Phala erupting in his body. The wondrous effect of the Phala was that it could allow a person to break through the limits of their level of cultivation and become a Dao paragon. Based on Gu Tai's descriptions, the powerful effect would be over in a few days, but at that moment, Su Ming noticed that a connection seemed to have formed between him and the Phala. This was definitely not something he could finish absorbing in a few days. Yet, in an instant, Su Ming absorbed about half of the Phala. At that moment, he could clearly sense the great power of the Phala. Its juice seemed to be raging in his body like a tidal wave that had been lit on fire. It roared continuously within him. In an instant, it filled all of his veins, and the third eye at the center of his brow opened to reveal a monstrous sea of fire. Su Ming's 4 complete Dao spirits sat meditating within it, but they were trembling. The 5th Dao spirit, still an illusion, started contorting violently. Loud rumbles and invisible waves of impact spread through Su Ming's body, and they grew stronger with each passing moment. In the end, it was as if Su Ming's body had turned into a big drum, and every time it was sound, it would send a loud rumble through him. The power of the Phala was so terrifying that Su Ming bled from his nose, ears, mouth, and eyes, but he still persevered through gritted teeth. However, the more he persevered, the more he felt a maddening sensation that every single part of his body was hurting. Su Ming wanted to kill, to attack, to vent, but it was not the time just then. He had a vague understanding that the power from the Phala could make a person become a Dao Paragon, and the main focus of the process was enduring the pain. The longer he could endure it, the more power he could bring forth later. Lin Dongdong and the second prince could see him clearly. Killing intent shone in Lin Dongdong's eyes, but there was also terror in them that he could not describe. Needless to say, what he was terrified of was not Su Ming, but the tree of Dao verification, the destruction of the dimension, and the lack of path to return to ancient Zong. But he still did not want to admit defeat. At that moment, he turned around swiftly, but he did not pay any attention to Su Ming. He turned into a long arc and left in search of anything that would allow him to rush out and go back to ancient Zong. As for the second prince, he felt indignant. His heart was filled with twisted feelings, and his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Su Ming. A crazed look appeared on his face. He could not accept that the Phala was taken by Su Ming, and even less so that Su Ming would absorb its power. He had a Jura clan helping him with all their strength. He had been taken in as progenitor Xiao Luo's disciple, and he was the second prince of ancient Zong, a person with royal blood coursing through his veins. How could he possibly accept it? It was why even though Lin Dongdong had left, he could not. He wanted to kill Su Ming, refine him, and then devour the power of the Phala. In truth, he was no longer even thinking about refinement. The expression on his face made it obvious that he wanted to eat the person before him alive. He wanted to eat Su Ming and then seize what he believed was the power of the Phala that belonged to him. However, with the tree of Dao verification around and the impact coming from it, the second prince's desires were something incredibly difficult to fulfill. Yet even so, his madness burned in him like a raging fire. Moments after Lin Dongdong left, the tree of Dao verification swayed even more violently. The trunk shook, the countless branches of the tree crown shuddered, and the world showed signs of crumbling. The sky shattered, the ground cracked, and it seemed like the apocalypse had arrived. I want to go home. When the child's voice roared again, the rumbles from the tree of Dao verification shook the sky and earth, and numerous branches immediately split up to form two hands on the tree of Dao verification. They seized the sky and pulled it in two directions. The world roared then. The destruction of the entire world became even more serious. However, while the sky could be torn and the air could be ripped apart, the dimension could not be torn apart. And if the hands could not tear apart the dimension, it would mean that they could not open the door leading to the once glorious world. The second prince let out a piercing cry, and as the tree spoke, he lifted his right hand, and a helmet immediately appeared in his hand. There was a pair of horns on the helmet, and they looked incredibly ferocious. Once he brought it up, the second prince immediately put the helmet over his head. In an instant, his roars grew to an astonishing degree. His body began to grow without stop. In the blink of an eye, he grew to be 100,000-something feet, and by the looks of it, he had yet to reach his limit. Azura Ghost Dao, with the blood of the royal family flowing in my body, I will nourish the ghosts in the world, and gather them, on myself. After he spoke, the second prince roared at the sky. He then lifted his right hand, and it seemed to have turned into a phantom's claw. His skin was green, and his nails were sharp. In fact, a ferocious bone spur had also appeared on his right arm. His left arm changed as well. His entire body had grown to be around 200 feet. His aura increased to a monstrous degree, and he was already infinitesimally close to a Dao Paragon. At that moment, his face contorted, and he let out a pained roar. Wu Gui, bring me up. At the instant the second prince said those words, the headless man grabbed him, and a tricolored screen of light instantly appeared around him. It surrounded him entirely, and as he rushed up, it withstood the astonishing power of the tree of Dao verification swaying. When he drew close to Su Ming, cracks appeared on the headless man's body. The tricolored screen of light around him distorted, as if it was about to crumble. When he was about 1,000 feet away from Su Ming, the tricolored screen of light shattered. A muffled groan came from the headless figure, and he grabbed the second prince to throw him towards Su Ming. The second prince roared while the headless man sat down cross-legged. His cultivation base spread out with a bang and enveloped the entire area. With his own power, he fought back against the tree of Dao verification, so that he could buy a small amount of time for the second prince to attack. The moment the second prince went to devour Su Ming with madness and killing intent, Su Ming lifted his head while remaining seated. His eyes flew open to reveal a dense blood-red light. We should end things between us now. Su Ming shuddered. The pain brought by the multiple rumbles in his body had already pushed him to his limit. The second prince's arrival would be met with an explosive power from Su Ming. Chapter 1453, Indestructible Will. The instant the second prince drew close, Su Ming opened his eyes and quickly stood up. Without any hesitation, he lifted his right hand and pointed at the incoming second prince. With it, a wave of impact immediately rose in the space between the two of them. When faced with it, madness appeared on the second prince's face. He instantly moved back, while Su Ming took a step forward. This time, he no longer used a finger to attack, but his palm instead. When his palm landed against the second prince's body, the pain formed by the rumbles in Su Ming's body spilled out of him in violent waves. They instantly hit the second prince's body, and an even more astonishing roar erupted. In the air, the second prince tumbled back again and coughed up a mouthful of blood before looking at Su Ming in shock. Su Ming shuddered, and blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth as well, but a brilliant light shone in his eyes. He could clearly sense that the intense pain in his body had lessened a little. Su Ming did not say another word. At the instant the second prince moved back, Su Ming rushed forth again. This time, he threw a punch. When it landed, the second prince let out a cry. He lifted his hands and pushed them swiftly forward. A shadow about 1,000 feet tall immediately appeared behind him. That shadow was green, and it looked like a malicious ghost. When it roared ferociously, it shot through the second prince and charged towards Su Ming. Azura Ghost Dao. When the second prince's voice echoed in the air, the 1,000 feet malicious ghost came into contact with Su Ming. Loud rumbles resounded through the air, and Su Ming coughed up a huge mouthful of blood while falling back. The originally illusory fifth overlapping Dao spirit in his third eye manifested completely at that moment, then turned into a complete Dao spirit, which made Su Ming's level of cultivation reach a breakthrough. And he truly reached the fifth level of Dao spirit realm. With just one more step, he could cross over Dao spirit realm and become a Dao paragon. This is impossible. It's impossible. Disbelief appeared on the second prince's face, and his face contorted slightly. His crazed look became even more pronounced. It's impossible. You can't possibly absorb the Phala so quickly. Since ancient times, even the person who managed to absorb the Phala in the shortest amount of time took 3 days to do so. It's impossible for you to use such a short amount of time to absorb it completely. While roaring, the second prince charged forth again. This time, when he drew close to Su Ming, his body grew again. His height increased from 200 feet to 300 feet, and more bone spurs appeared on his body. His power rose swiftly, and it grew to be infinitesimally close to that of a Dao paragon. Su Ming lifted his head swiftly and wiped off the blood at the corners of his mouth. Powerful fighting spirit shone in his eyes. At that moment, the pain in his body had already largely dissipated, but some of it still remained. Because of it, his fighting spirit only became stronger. The word impossible has never existed in this vast universe. When Su Ming said those words coldly, he jumped up and charged to the second prince. He did not use any divine abilities, only the simplest, most direct method to make the intense pain spill out from his body. The two of them instantly drew closer to each other on the tree crown. At the instant booming sounds surged into the sky, the child's voice from the tree of Dao verification echoed in the air again, and this time, it was filled with determination. When the voice reached a deafening degree, the two hands formed by the countless branches of the tree of Dao verification tore at the sky again. With it, the crumbling sky rumbled, and a huge crack was forcefully ripped open. Shattering with the sky were the numerous illusory nets, which created a dark line which looked like a scar within the crack. That scar was like the entrance to another world, something that had been sealed up a long time ago. The dark entrance was so big that it seemed boundless. Su Ming could only imagine what astonishing power had been necessary to seal up such a tear in the sky, though he could see a gigantic talisman floating in the air. The paper was crimson in color, and it had a big mark. Right then, it was flashing. If anyone took a closer look, they would be able to tell that the lines that seemed like the stitches which formed the seal on the entrance to the other world and kept it closed had spread out through the talisman. If the talisman was taken down, the sealed entrance would open, and then, the once glorious world could be seen again. While the world rumbled, the sky was torn, the edges of the crack continued collapsing, and the ground shattered completely. Su Ming and the second prince fell back while the rumbling sounds continued echoing in the air. Su Ming coughed up blood, then threw his head back and laughed loudly. An illusory figure appeared clearly around the 5 overlapping Dao spirits in his third eye. It was the embryo of his 6th Dao spirit. Once it formed and gained full corporeal form, Su Ming would have 6 overlapping Dao spirits, and when they merged together, he would reach Dao immortal realm. The second prince's expression had already changed, but the indignant look in his eyes showed that he no longer cared about anything else. As he shouted, he brought his right hand up, and with a swing, a chest plate immediately appeared on his body. Then in the blink of an eye, he was equipped in a full set of armor. At the same time, his body grew again. This time, he shot up to 500 feet, causing his cultivation base to grow at an explosive rate, and it allowed him to gain the power of a Dao paragon. Today, no matter what price I have to pay, I will seize the Phala that belongs to me. As the second prince roared, a vortex appeared in his right hand. That vortex was weakened quite considerably, as if there was a will that was about to break free from it. Azura disaster, Tao of reincarnation, die, the second prince growled. Black fog appeared around him, then surged into the sky and charged towards Su Ming. The black fog formed a huge vortex that rotated while rumbling as if it represented the cycles of life and death. And right then, the second prince's huge body was like a malicious ghost in the black fog. It was an art from Azura clan which verified the path of Azura using ghosts. The second prince knew that his time was limited. The headless figure helped him withstand the mighty Sure from the tree of Tao verification, but it could not do so for a long period of time. Once the headless man could no longer withstand the pressure, it would become difficult for the second prince to fight against Su Ming on the tree crown. That was why when he attacked next, he brought out his full power. Su Ming's eyes shone. The pain in his body had already lessened by quite a considerable amount and was now barely noticeable. A normal venting of his power was no longer sufficient for him to get rid of the rest of the pain. He lifted his right hand swiftly, and a huge axe appeared in his hand. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. At the instant the second prince drew close, the axe fell, and the last bit of pain in his body surged into his axe-wielding arm, then spilled out of him. The world rumbled, and loud bangs resounded in the air. The second prince let out a shrill scream of pain. His left arm was detached from his body, and when he fell back, the vortex in his right eye crumbled. Ditian, whom he had suppressed within it, then replaced his entire right eye at that moment. With just one glance, he saw Su Ming. Su Ming was tumbling back and coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood. His chest had sunk inwards, but despite his lungs being filled with blood, his laughter echoed in the air. His body was continuously recovering. The sixth Tao spirit in his third eye had manifested, and a mighty power belonging to his cultivation base rose into the air with a bang. 6 Tao spirits merged together and reached Tao mortal realm. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, and at the instant he spoke, the tree of Tao verification started trembling violently. Home. Where is my home? The tree jolted, and the vast power that it had gathered together instantly erupted from the two hands of the tree of Tao verification and charged towards the talisman covering the scar in an aim to tear it off. The entire world seemed to have fallen silent at that moment. When the hands grabbed the talisman, the tree of Tao verification's large body flew up a little, but when its hands touched the talisman and tried to tear it off, the mark on the talisman suddenly shone 9 times. Each time it shone, a black bolt of lightning would descend with a roar. Every one of them had an indescribable power, which was enough to destroy a great Tao paragon. The 9 black bolts of lightning all landed on the ancient tree of Tao verification, which made it show signs of falling apart, but it was nothing. Once the 9 bolts of lightning descended, the air in front of the talisman covering the scar distorted to show a blurry figure. That figure was dressed in a wide black robe. There was no emotion on its face, but it was staring coldly at the tree of Tao verification beneath it. Punishment, the man said flatly. He lifted his right hand and pushed downwards in the direction of the tree of Tao verification. With it, rumbling sounds came from the tree of Tao verification wit. How'd stop? The lifted hands broke to pieces and crumbled with a bang. It's you. You destroyed my homeland. It's you. There was a hitch in the child's voice then, suggesting that he was crying. There was also anger there too. When it echoed in the air, a figure appeared on the tree of Tao verification's crown. It was a boy of about 5 or 6 years old. Lin Dong, who was searching for the exit out of the third layer, jolted when he saw the black-robed man in the sky. Disbelief showed up on his face. The great emperor. This is not the emperor's real body. It is a small part of his indestructible will left behind in this place. It was his final method to suppress the tree of Tao verification. Even though it's just an indestructible will, it still has a part of the emperor's power. Excitement appeared on Lin Dong's face. He felt that he had seen the road to return to ancient Zong. As long as the tree of Tao verification was suppressed again, then with Lin Dong's level of cultivation, he might need to spend 10,000 years to do it. But he was still rather confident that he could open a crack in the dimension to go back to ancient Zong. Chapter 1454, I'll help you. At the instant the black-robed man looked at the ancient tree of Tao verification with an aloof expression while standing in the air right in front of the talisman sealing the scar in the sky. The boy who appeared on the tree crown lifted his right hand and pushed at the tree of Tao verification under him. With it, the boy's youthful voice echoed in the shattered world, and it contained a tone that seemed to have come from his very bones. Tao verification. At the instant he spoke, a great suction force that could not be described with words spread out from his body. That suction force was so powerful that it instantly enveloped the entire tree of Tao verification. During that instant, the shattering dimension around the tree instantly tumbled back, and when the fragments fell back, they distorted and turned into ripples that rushed to the boy. The sky looked to have been lifted. It shattered layer by layer, and the shattered parts distorted. They seemed to melt into ripples that disappeared as if they were sucked into the tree of Dao verification. When Su Ming looked over, the sky was no longer the sky. It had turned into a vast, empty space. At the same time, under the suction force, the ground, which was originally also crumbling, rumbled and shattered to powder. The mountains and rivers on all crumbled. The ground tuned into a dust storm that charged to the tree of Dao verification. Even the destroyed second layer and first layer fell back at that moment. The shattered parts joined the dust storm and were completely sucked into the huge tree of Dao verification, which was the only thing still standing tall in the dimension. The suction force had not only affected the world, but also the cultivators. The second prince was the Phi. RST-1 who could not withstand the force, and his body was instantly dragged into the tree of Dao verification. With a bang, he was stuck to the tree, and he could not move a single inch. When panic appeared on his face, the headless figure shuddered, unable to fight against the madness of the tree of Dao verification. His body was instantly surrounded by numerous branches as if he had become a part of the ancient tree. The great Dao paragon Lin Dongdong might have been slightly further away, but under the suction force, it did not matter how he tried to fight back. He could not stop his body from being yanked to the tree by the suction force, and just like the second prince, he became a part of the ancient tree. Only Su Ming alone was not affected by the astonishing suction force from the ancient tree of Dao verification despite being able to sense it. At that moment, the 6 Dao spirits in his third eye were swiftly merging together, causing Su Ming to have no time to care about anything else around him. He sat down cross-legged in the air to experience the process of turning into a Dao paragon and moving from Dao spirit realm to Dao immortal realm. At the same time, the boy on the tree of Dao verification's crown slowly lifted his right hand, and the tree of Dao verification immediately started trembling loudly and letting out astonishingly loud bangs. The tree of Dao verification looked like it was about to wither, like all of its power had been sucked away to fuse into the boy's right hand. The child glared at the shadow of the emperor in the sky when he lifted his head. Dao verification, open the sky. The boy's youthful voice had an indescribably firm tone at that moment. It held his desire to go home, and that desire had reached its burning point. He was letting out his feelings of being oppressed and sealed for countless years once they had reached a boiling point. At the moment he spoke, he flew up in a long arc and charged towards the illusory shadow of the emperor. The boy looked weak, but his strength was greater than that of anyone in the dimension. His voice was youthful, but the emotions contained in his voice towards his home pertained to determination that would cause other people's hearts to ache for him. He did not move quickly, but at that moment, he had the full power of the tree of Dao verification gathered on him. The power of the first and second prince's cultivation bases had also become a part of him at that moment, regardless of whether they were willing or not. With resolve and longing for home, the boy called Hao Hao appeared in front of the black-robed man, which was the indestructible will of the emperor of ancient Zhong. He lifted his right hand and tore at the air in the emperor's direction. The moment he did so, the black-robed man lifted his right hand as well. His expression remained calm, as if as a will, he had no emotions. With his right hand, he pushed towards the incoming Hao Hao. Punish. Meant. It was still just that one word, but when he said it, an astounding dark light erupted from his right palm. From within it, 9 bolts of black lightning instantly charged out at Hao Hao. They instantly crashed into him. The 9 bolts of lightning roared thunderously, and all of them landed on Hao Hao, but when they struck him, they crumbled and turned into electrical sparks that spread out in arcs around his body. From the distance, Hao Hao looked to have broken through the 9 bolts of lightning like a hot knife slicing into butter. He closed in on the black-robed man, but right when he collided against him, the dark light shining from the black-robed man's palm lines instantly reached an indescribable brightness. Each of his palm lines seemed to have turned into mountain ranges to suppress Hao Hao, the tree of Dao verification. Booming sounds rang nonstop when Hao Hao's right hand came into contact with the black-robed man's. The sound that came from that strike turned into a wave of impact that could tear through everything. When it swept outwards in all directions, Hao Hao let out a battle cry with determination in his voice, and the black-robed man's body instantly became even more faded away. The shadow became fainter with each passing moment, but the moment the black-robed man looked as if he was about to disappear, he shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he pushed his right hand forward almost violently. With it, the booming sounds in the air became much louder, and Hao Hao looked to have been blown away by a violent gust of wind. With an unwillingness to admit defeat and grief, the boy vanished. At the same time, the tree of Dao verification jolted. A large number of branches crumbled, and even the tree crown that could replace the sky shattered. Hao Hao's body then appeared again on the tree crown. This time, he was very blurry, and he looked to be crying as he stared at the sky and the scar in it as if he was looking at his home. When part of the ancient tree of Dao verification shattered, the second prince coughed up blood. He summoned the headless figure, and both of them turned into long arcs. They left as fast as they could manage while the second prince's heart was filled with fear. Lin Dongdong was the same. With a pale face, he immediately widened the distance between him and the tree of Dao verification at the instant the suction force disappeared. When he turned his head around, there was rarely seen terror in his eyes. It was also at that moment that Su Ming opened his eyes. When he did so, the 6 Dao spirits in his third eye completed the final fusion, and from Dao spirit realm, he reached Dao immortal realm. He became a Dao paragon. Su Ming's 6 overlapping Dao spirits could be seen exuding a golden light within his third eye. That light was incredibly strong and seemed capable of dyeing the whole world gold. A Dao paragon's power spread out continuously from Su Ming's body at that moment. It swept out in every direction, causing his hair to move without wind. Dao paragons were also known as Dao immortals, and they gained that status once they had 6 overlapping Dao spirits. With 7 overlapping Dao spirits, they would attain great completion of Dao immortal realm, and with 8 overlapping Dao spirits, they would become great Dao paragons. At that moment, Su Ming had already reached Dao immortal realm. In fact, he had a vague feeling that he seemed to have already arrived at the edge of attaining great completion. He could already see the path to become a great Dao paragon. Help me. Help me. You said before that you will come home with me. When Su Ming became a Dao paragon, Hao Hao's sorrowful voice reached his ears. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the boy watching him from the tree crown. He saw the boy's determination and sadness. No one else could understand that sadness, only Su Ming, because he was the same as Hao Hao. They had both lost their homes. I want to go home. I miss home. Help me, please. The boy stared at Su Ming while pleading with him quietly. Each of his words touched Su Ming's heart. There had been a time when he was the same as the boy. He had lost his home, all the familiar faces around him, and at that time, he could only remember all the faces in his memories in silence. How should I help you? Su Ming asked softly while looking at the boy. He had no reason to refuse him, and he did not want to either. If Hao Hao was not around, Su Ming would not have been able to obtain the Phala. If Hao Hao was not around, Su Ming might have already died or become lost when he was attacked by the first and second princes. Be it to repay his kindness or because Su Ming felt moved at that moment, he wanted to help Hao Hao. He wanted to send him home. I am the spirit of Dao verification. I cannot tear open that seal. The will of the Emperor of Ancient Zong is gathered on me, but it's not on you. You can tear open that seal. Once the seal is torn, we can go home. Hao Hao straightened on the tree crown while looking at Su Ming with resolve burning in his eyes. His gaze caused Su Ming to fall silent for a moment before resolution appeared in his eyes. He moved straight to the tree crown, showing up beside Hao Hao. He lowered his head to look at the boy, and the boy too lifted his head to look at him. The moment their gazes met, Su Ming saw the clarity in the boy's eyes as well as the purity of his soul. He also saw his longing to go home and the grief born from loneliness hidden in his heart. Similarly, the boy also saw Su Ming's world as well as Su Ming's mourning. Help me go home, and I will also help you go home. Let's do it together. The boy sensed the indescribable sense of cordiality with Su Ming once more. He brought his hand up and held Su Ming's hand. At the moment their hands touched, Su Ming's eyes suddenly focused. A mighty power surged into his body. The boy was sending his power straight into him as an inheritance. Chapter 1455, The Path Down South is Difficult. The power of the tree's cultivation base instantly swam through Su Ming's body, and his aura increased exponentially. Su Ming immediately noticed that the feeling of that power was practically the same as that of the Phala, barring the extreme pain it had brought to him. The intense pain he suffered after he swallowed the Phala was still fresh in Su Ming's mind, but when Hao Hao held his hand and sent his power into him, there was no pain. However, the explosive increase of his cultivation base was even greater. Su Ming looked at the boy before him and sighed softly. I can't go back home with the tree of Dao verification. Instead of having it stay here, it's better for me to give it to you, and only if I do so will you have the strength to tear through the seal. Then, we can go home. The boy looked at Su Ming, and his eyes were clear. They shone brightly with firm resolve. Su Ming was silent. His power was increasing exponentially with loud bangs at that moment. The power surging into him was so strong that it instantly caused his aura to become stronger, and it filled the world. Due to the vast amount of cultivation base surging into him, Su Ming could not immediately absorb it, which was why the number of Dao paragons in his third eye did not increase, but the power of the cultivation base accumulating in his body immediately surpassed what a Dao paragon would possess. Su Ming did not need to deduce just what level of cultivation he had reached. He could sense that as his power grew, the boy gradually grew weaker, but the clarity and resolve in his eyes did not weaken. Instead, they only become stronger. At the same time, the tree of Dao verification that had partially shattered started withering from its roots. It seemed to be sending all of its life force and power into Su Ming through Hao Hao's hand. It was Hao Hao's gift. A gift from the tree of Dao verification. As the gift was sent his way, a wave of determination was also given to him. Su Ming stared at the young boy, and after a long while, he said softly, "I promise you that, no matter what price I have to pay, I will send you home." The boy smiled. His smile was pure, and he held tight on Su Ming's hand. A dependent look appeared on his face, as if only by holding Su Ming's hand could he feel safe. Su Ming's promise seemed to be everything to him. The tree of Dao Verification's withering became faster, and its roots gradually turned into ashes. When Lin Dong saw it, shock appeared in his eyes. It was soon replaced by wonder, and then an unprecedented jealousy. This is the tree of Dao Verification giving all its life force and everything else to the third prince. Damn it. Damn it. How could he obtain such a serendipity? Once he absorbs all the tree of Dao Verification's power and completely fuses with it, just what level of cultivation will he reach? This is a serendipity the world has never seen before. Blood capillaries appeared in Lin Dong's eyes as he glared at Su Ming, but he did not dare to do anything reckless. The jealousy simply grew stronger in his heart, and in the end, it turned into a powerful killing intent towards Su Ming. If he was overcome by killing intent, then it was even more so for the second prince. At that moment, he stared at Su Ming without moving his gaze. He had also seen the serendipity Su Ming was receiving at that moment. The crazed jealousy in his heart replaced all other emotions in his heart. This should have belonged to me. You snatched away my Fela and even my serendipity. If you weren't here, that Fela would have belonged to me, and that serendipity would have also been mine. In his madness, Di Tian's figure in his right eye grew clearer. When he looked at Su Ming, a complicated look appeared in his eyes. But jealousy and killing intent could not affect Su Ming in the slightest. Under the vast power sent away, the tree of Dao Verification's withering slowly spread up the tree. 1/10, 2/10, 3/10. When 8/10 of the tree had withered, from the distance, most the tree of Dao Verification looked to have withered, and the only parts left untouched was the tree crown. Su Ming's cultivation base had become so strong that it was already difficult for him to describe it with words. The face of the boy next to him had grown pale, and his body started to fade away, but the clarity in his eyes and the smile on his face remained the same as before. He was still as determined as ever, and there was a mournful look on his face that made Su Ming's heart ache in pain for him. Beside him was a child who could give up on everything to go home. When Su Ming sighed softly in his heart, the tree crown withered. It was the last part of the tree of Dao Verification, which was a towering tree that had stood tall for countless years. Its glory had begun in its world, and the remnants of its glory were brought to ancient Zong. Right then, it gathered on Su Ming and became the boy's hope to go home. As the tree of Dao Verification disappeared, the boy slowly lost his strength. He was about to let go of Su Ming's hand, but right when he wanted to do it, Su Ming held on tight, and a gentle aura as well as soothing wave of cultivation base was delivered into the boy's body from Su Ming. Don't sleep. You have to watch me bring you home. Su Ming crouched down and looked at the boy before him, who had now turned into a mere illusion. He stroked his head. The boy looked at Su Ming, and after a long time had passed, he nodded seriously. I won't sleep. I'll look at the road back home. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face. That smile was very gentle. He stroked the boy's head again and stood up. When he lifted his head, the first thing he saw was the figure formed by the Emperor's indestructible will contained in the talisman covering the scar in the sky. At the moment he looked over, the black-robed man also cast his gaze on him. Su Ming looked at the man, and the face he would never forget. It was Xianzang's face. This was something Su Ming had already noticed before, but he had never expected that he would get to look at Xianzang like that once more. May you be Xianzong, or the Emperor of Ancient Zong, we meet again. Su Ming's devotion to possess Xianzong was contained in his voice. At the instant he spoke, he turned into a long arc and charged into the sky. He drew closer. Right when Su Ming got close to the sky, he lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the sky. The black-robed man also brought his right hand up, then did the exact same action and spoke in the exact same voice as he did when he dealt with the tree of Dao Verification. Booming sounds echoed in the air. 9 bolts of black lightning instantly drew close to Su Ming. When they struck him, Su Ming flung his right arm swiftly, and his will erupted from his body. The terrifying power of the tree of Dao Verification that had accumulated in his body spilled out from him at that instant. When Su Ming flung his right hand, his will crashed into the 9 bolts of lightning. Loud, booming sounds rang out nonstop. Every time a bolt of lightning struck Su Ming, it would cause him to jolt, but he did not stop him moving. When all bolts of lightning shattered, the palm lines that were like mountains on the black-robed man's right hand, and which had caused the tree of Dao Verification to fail previously went to suppress Su Ming. The feeling of being suppressed was incredibly great. It was a suppressive force formed by 9 layers of overlapping power, and each layer was stronger than the former. Once they overlapped with each other, they formed a powerful seal that felt as great as the world itself. A loud bang shot up then, and blood trickled out of the corners of Su Ming's mouth. It was due to the first layer of suppression, which was followed by the second layer of suppression. It caused Su Ming's footsteps to come to a stop, and at the same time, he coughed up blood again. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he let out a low growl. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward, and his right hand touched the black-robed man's right hand. At that moment, the third suppressive layer descended on him. It caused the black-robed man to become slightly blurry, and Su Ming immediately felt an intense pain that made him feel as if his body was about to crumble. He did not cough up blood then. Instead, he stirred up his 4 great wills to fight against the powerful third suppressive layer. During the loud bangs that stirred up, all 4 of Su Ming's wills crumbled, but he withstood the third suppressive layer, and with the power of his cultivation base, he went to fight against the 4th layer. When booming sounds spread out from between Su Ming and the black-robed man's right hands, Su Ming used the power he had accumulated from the tree of Dao verification to withstand the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th layers of suppression. Most of the black-robed man's body was reduced to an illusion, but fresh blood dyed Su Ming's robes. Then, a loud bang shot up from Su Ming's right hand. Under the 7th suppressive layer, it had shattered. Su Ming roared, and when he lifted his right hand, he shouted 4 words from his mouth. It was the first time Su Ming executed the god of Berserker's transformation after he woke up in the strange new world. His body instantly grew, but soon, all the parts that grew were reduced to blood rain, because Su Ming's growing body had broken down and blood gushed out of it. Yet once he paid this price, he remained standing in the air and withstood the 8th suppressive layer. I refuse to believe that I can't tear open your seal. Su Ming threw his head back and left. As he did so, a bloody stench spread out from his body, which was surrounded by an air of madness that seemed to have come from within his bones themselves. If my right arm is broken, I can still use my left hand. If my left hand is broken, I can still use my head. Booming sounds echoed in the air. When the 9th suppressive layer descended, the black-robed man's body turned into a complete illusion. Only his right palm remained. When the talisman behind the palm could be seen, Su Ming's left arm shattered. Once he lost both his arms, he used his head to ram it against the black-robed man's right hand without any hesitation. A loud bang shot up. Su Ming no longer had the 4 wills with him, and he had also released all his cultivation base. The god of Berserker's transformation had shattered, but he had his determination with him, as well as his belief and promise. He believed that he could resurrect all the people who had died, and he had also made a promise. He had promised how that no matter the price he had to pay, he would send him back home. Those words were Su Ming's promise, and he would not give up on fulfilling it. When he crashed into the right palm of the Emperor's will, he was also crashing against fate while backed by his unwillingness to admit defeat, his desire to see his homeland, and resolve to resurrect all the familiar faces in his memories. Many years ago, when the bald crane was dying, Su Ming had also rushed against the then death-shrouded Xianzong while fueled by madness. Many years later, on that day, he still chose to crash against Xianzong with the same madness. He would continue heading south and not turn back until he ran into a wall, and even when he ran into the wall, he would crush it and rush to the vast expanse. It was a resolve that was easily declared, but difficult to follow through, because the path south was difficult. The solemn and tragic scene in the air shocked Lin Dongdong and the second prince, but after they overcame it, they were filled with delight and started raining down malicious curses on Su Ming. They hoped that he would have his body and soul destroyed by the emperor's indestructible will. However, their curses were destined to not be fulfilled. While booming sounds shook the sky and earth, the 3rd layer completely shattered to pieces, blood flowed down from Su Ming's forehead, and the black-robed man's right hand shattered. When it shattered, Su Ming used his mouth to bite down on the talisman covering the scar in the sky and yanked it to the side. The seal shattered. Chapter 1456, I Don't Have Tears. His blood poured down in red drops from the sky. At that moment, Su Ming no longer had any arms, so he had used his mouth to yank off the talisman. That action was fueled by his determination, his promise, and an impulse that seldom appeared over the years. The last time he had this sort of impulse was when he was young and still in Dark Mountain Tribe. At that moment, he had been bound by his elder in the house and was not allowed to join the battle for Dark Mountain. Back then, Su Ming had also descended into madness while his eyes filled with red. So many years later, the same thing had happened to him again. It was something that should not have happened, because many years had passed since then, and Su Ming was no longer the child in the past. His intelligence was enough to help him suppress all such impulses. However, humans could not gain complete understanding of every single thing. There were times when they simply had to act according to their hearts. If Su Ming had calmly accessed the battle of the Tree of Dao Verification tearing at the sky, he would not have gone all out for Hao Hao. After all, every single person had their own selfish desires, even if someone had once helped them. The price Su Ming had to pay was too great even if the boy had helped him. Besides, Su Ming had to face a life-threatening risk, and someone who was determined to resurrect all the familiar faces in their life, perhaps, should not have done something like that. Tearing the talisman from the scar was very dangerous. If Su Ming died, then all of his previous actions would have been in vain. From a logical standpoint, no matter how one looked at it, what Su Ming had done right then was incredibly unwise. However, there were times when rationality was not everything, calmness could not decide what's right, and what a person needed to do was to ask themselves whether they would come out of a situation without feeling any regret. They should not feel regret for their choices. It was easy to say that, but how many people were able to put it into practice? When Su Ming asked his heart, it had told him to act according to how he felt. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to repay those who showed kindness to him, and Hao Hao's words of wanting to go home also touched him deeply. If you help me, then I will help you, or rather, I will help you, so please help me were very simple words, but all forms of logic had been screaming at Su Ming that it was difficult for him to repay that kindness. The price for it was simply too huge, but Su Ming still chose to do it. At that moment, he did not think about whether his actions were right or wrong, and neither did he think about what he would lose in the process. From the depths of his heart, he simply wanted to help the boy. He wanted to help him go home. The air roared right then. As Su Ming's body fell and the talisman was ripped off the scar, the stitches over the scar were instantly torn, and a gap was revealed. The next moment, the dimension of the third layer began to crumble with a bang. The shattering air brought with it a destructive power that could bury all forms of life. When it swept out in every direction, Su Ming's body plunged downwards, but a figure appeared in a flash beside him. It was Hao Hao. Even though he could see his road back home, he did not immediately step into it. Instead, he appeared beside Su Ming and hugged him. You helped me, so I'll help you. When the youthful voice reached his ears, a smile blossomed on Su Ming's lips. Hao Hao took hold of his body and flew to the gap in the sky. Let's go home. When Hao Hao said those words softly, his desire to return home shone in his eyes. Su Ming mumbled and closed his eyes. His limp body was held tightly by Hao Hao, who turned into a long arc that charged into the gap in the sky like a shooting star. Right after, the dimension of the third layer shattered to pieces. The destructive power started rampaging through the place, and Lin Dong Dong, the second prince, and the headless figure were all forced to turn into long arcs that charged to the gap in the sky. Their only chance of survival was in that place. If they stayed, then even with Lin Dong Dong's power, they could only be buried along with the third layer. They instantly rushed into the gap. The moment they disappeared, an astonishing rumble shot up in the third layer. While it echoed in the air, the third layer shattered completely, and from then on, disappeared from space. When the third layer was destroyed, it vanished from sight as if someone had slowly shut their eyes to block it from their view. Once they completely closed their eyes, their world would turn black. Everything in the world would be gone as if it was no longer around. Su Ming did not know how much time had passed, but a ray of sunlight fell on his eyelids and seeped into his eyes, causing him to think that the world was no longer black, but had turned pink. Then, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a blue sky and a gentle light from the sun that was not piercing to the eyes. The sunlight landed on him, and then Hao Hao's voice reached his ears. You're awake. There was joy in the boy's voice. When Su Ming slowly sat up, he saw Hao Hao sitting by his side. The 5-year-old boy was smiling happily at that moment. The smile on his face was very pure, and a light radiated from his face. It could be seen that he thought everything was good right then. When compared to the ruins around them, his happiness and joy seemed to be even more precious. The land around them was pure wasteland and covered in a layer of dust. It seemed to have been buried in the passages of time for an unknown number of years. Su Ming could vaguely see mountains and rivers that had once existed in that land and faintly hear the delighted laughter that once rang in the area. However, in the next breath, be it the vague sights or the faint sounds, all of them shattered into nothingness. What he saw right then seemed to only be remnants of a blazing flame. Aura of death filled the area. It might not have been brought by death, however. Because it had been too long since any living soul had appeared in the place, gradually, an air of familiarity filled the world. It became quiet, and the aura of death was born. Su Ming averted his gaze from the area. In his eyes were the reflection of all the wasteland after he swept his gaze across the world, bearing witness to the glory it had once enjoyed. This is my home, but it has already changed. I can't quite find the atmosphere it once had, but I remember the sunlight here. I remember the night sky, and I can also remember its presence. Hao Hao fell silent for a moment, as if he had become rather depressed, but soon, he lifted his head, and the faint but happy smile returned to his lips. He seemed to want to bury all the unhappiness he felt deep in his heart. He was clearly telling himself that he had to be happy, he had to be satisfied, because that was his home. When Su Ming saw Hao Hao's smile, he felt like he was seeing tears. In silence, he noticed that the arms he lost were back on his body. This sight caused him to sink into his thoughts. When he looked at Hao Hao again, he found that his body had become a little blurrier than when Su Ming had fallen unconscious. Su Ming sighed softly. He lifted his right hand and patted Hao Hao's head. The boy looked at him happily with a very deep-seated dependence in his eyes. You helped me, so I'll help you. The boy's smile became even more innocent. When he looked at Su Ming, the dependent look in his eyes became even stronger. He was a child who was afraid of loneliness. Su Ming was his only support, and he did not want to lose him. If that happened, he would return to the loneliness he once suffered. That loneliness was something he was afraid of. Su Ming was silent. After a long while, he nodded, and when he sat down to meditate, he slowly closed his eyes. Su Ming might not have sensed too much unfamiliarity in the air, but power was everything. The moment he circulated his cultivation base, he noticed that some of the power Hao Hao had sent surging into his body had already fused with him. Even if it was not much, the seventh overlapping shadow had appeared among his 6 Dao paragons in his third eye, and the cultivation base in Su Ming's body was so vast that he had a strong feeling that if he could completely refine it, he would be able to gather together his 8th overlapping Dao paragon and become a great Dao paragon. Time trickled by, and when dusk arrived, the world gradually grew dark. When stars shone in the night sky, Su Ming opened his eyes. He saw Hao Hao by his side, staring at the sky. There was a dazed look on his face, and Su Ming seemed to be able to see the tears at the corners of his eyes, despite the kid's dazed expression. But when he looked at the boy closely, he found no sign of tears. Days passed like that. Half a month later, Su Ming brought Hao Hao to walk past the wasteland, the world filled with the aura of death. They walked without a word, quietly. They went past abandoned cities that had no signs of life. Even the first and the second princes had scattered after they entered. It was hard to tell where they were. Hao Hao stopped at the edge of a pit that resembled a sinkhole and stared at it. After a long while, he said softly, "There was once a lake here." Hao Hao closed his eyes, and nostalgia surfaced in his voice. "I still remember this place." Su Ming stood next to him. He watched the sinkhole that was once a lake, the dust and cracks in it. He accompanied Hao Hao and remembered the past with him. A few days later, when they left, the sinkhole still remained in place. They walked past the wasteland, past the lands that were once mountains and rivers, and past beaches whose seas had already been reduced to deserts. The end of both the sea and desert could not be seen, but while one of them resembled life, the other resembled silence. One of them was the line connecting the sky and earth, and the other was the edge of sand. They were stretched far and wide as before, but the landscape had already changed drastically. Hao Hao lowered his head. He crouched down and grabbed a handful of sand. As he stared at it, his voice echoed in the air. 9 continents, 9 butterfly spirits. They once surrounded me, but now, none of them are here. Su Ming sighed softly. He could understand the anguish the boy felt at that moment. He patted the boy's head gently with his right hand, and continued doing so until Hao Hao stood up. He hugged Su Ming while crying. "I am the spirit of the tree of Dao verification. I don't have tears, but I want to cry. After coming back, my heart only hurts." After a long while, the boy lifted his head and looked at Su Ming. As he listened to that youthful voice, Su Ming's heart was touched again. He looked at the boy, then crouched down and picked him up into his arms. "Everything will be all right," Su Ming said while holding him and walked into the distance. His voice echoed in the air and lingered for a long time, refusing to disappear as if it was a beautiful promise. "Bring me to the center surrounded by the 9 continents, please." "That place is where I was born," the young boy pleaded softly while burying his head into Su Ming's shoulder. Chapter 1457. For what reason? They walked past mountains and rivers, wastelands, and saw dust as well as more of a desert. It was as if the prosperity of one breath had withered away in the next breath. Just whose face would remain young? Whose sigh would stay forever? Whose past was not be beautiful? Su Ming sat down in the wreckage and watched the sunset. They were beside a mountain and river, watching the evening arrive. The echo of laughter seemed to come through the passage of time and ring in their ears, causing them to be unable to tell just what sort of karma was contained in the beautiful moments of the past that brought forth the destruction around them. When they lowered their heads, they could not tell what sort of cycles of life and death were contained in the destruction, or else, why was it that when they closed their eyes and opened them after, everything in the world had changed, even though it was still the same world? Su Ming was at the edge of a desert with a boy in his arms. When the sun rose and he walked forward, his elongated shadow could be seen behind him as if it was following him for all eternity. It was something that seemed to live in the world as a guide for snow to arrive. Su Ming walked during noon and walked through the 4 seasons. He crossed deserts and walked past continents on his way towards the center of the world. He had no direction, but he did not want to fly. In the world around him that was once beautiful, he walked with the boy as if they were going down the path of questioning their own Tao. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and then 100 years passed. During those 100 years, Su Ming retained the same appearance. The boy also stayed in his arms. The two of them did not change in their appearance or their actions, just like how the world around them did not change. Everything was the same as before. When spring arrived, all manner of life was resurrected, but in the world around them, no sign of green could be seen, no flowers were blooming, and naturally, since there were no flowers in bloom, there was no one to pick them. During summer, heat filled the world. In Su Ming's and the boy's eyes, the entire world distorted because of the heat, and they seemed to be able to see some of the people which once existed in the past. However, those figures were distorted, and since they could not be straightened, all they could see were memories. When autumn arrived, nothing changed since there was no sign of green during spring and no red during autumn. Occasionally, some color would appear in the sky, as if the heavens could not bear seeing the singular color of the land, so they made some more high up above as if trying to give hope to those remaining in the world. During winter, snow fell. It connected the sky and earth while being blown by a winter breeze. If anyone cast their gazes over, they would find that the world had turned into an indistinct blur. No distances could not be seen. The only thing that could be seen were snowflakes that could not be counted. When they fell, they seemed to be trying to touch each other, but it was destined that 2 snowflakes could never reach one another. The only thing they could touch was the wind. However, no matter what the wind's intentions were, when the snowflakes fell on the ground, they would gradually touch, but those that met then might not be those who had fallen together from the sky. Su Ming carried the boy through the snow. As he walked, he moved through midwinter and welcomed the arrival of spring, sent away summer, witnessed the coming of the red of autumn, and then returned to wind and snow. When 200 years passed, they began to see shattered bodies, corpses reduced to ash, and even bodies who still retained their original looks before their owners' deaths in the once glorious world. Most of the corpses were dried up and withered. Most of them were in the ruins of cities, but some of them were scattered here and there on the land, the mountains and rivers and the deserts. There were countless corpses. Some of them were couples who held on to each other before their deaths. Some of them were mothers who instinctively protected their children. The outlines of their intertwined bodies could be seen when they quietly returned to dust. Su Ming and the boy buried the corpses, the cities, and the ruins. Then, during the summer of one particular year, in an afternoon with a drizzling rain, Su Ming stopped to look at an incredibly majestic city in the distance while carrying the sleeping boy. There was a headless figure sitting on the city. It was a huge city, and it was the third one built like that which Su Ming had noticed after walking through 3 continents. It was once the core of that continent and should have been known as the capital. It was just like the royal capital of ancient Zhong, though in that formerly glorious world, each continent was as great as all of ancient Zhong. When Su Ming looked at the figure sitting on the city, a hint of complicated emotions appeared in his eyes. He could recognize that the person who followed the second prince had the appearance of his eldest senior brother. He was not the first familiar figure Su Ming had seen in ancient Zhong, but even so, the soft sigh that came from the bottom of his heart still echoed in Su Ming's mind. It lingered there, refusing to fade away even after a long time had passed. The headless figure did not move. The man sat on the city while facing Su Ming. No hint of vitality could be detected from him, but neither was there any aura of death around him. It was as if he had been fixed in that place and had turned into a 2. The gate of the city suddenly opened on their own, and groups of soldiers in black armor walked out slowly. Their footsteps were uniform, and the ground trembled from them. Each of the soldiers was shrouded in a thick aura of death, and it was so thick that it instantly threw the sky into chaos. The sunlight at noon suddenly turned black. Those soldiers were people of the land. Years after their death, they had been refined into corpse puppets and turned into black armor. Their city became a city of the dead and a world of corpse puppets. I am happy to meet an old friend in a foreign land. Come in. At the instant the city gate was thrown open, a mighty voice traveled out from the palace. It spread in every direction and landed in Su Ming's ears. The speaker was the second prince. Su Ming was silent for a while before he walked past the black-armored corpse puppets and into the city with the boy in his arms. Inside, he saw countless people. Each of them was a corpse puppet, but at first glance, it seemed like the city was prosperous. Only when Su Ming took a closer look did he see that all of it was just an illusion. He walked past the crowd and arrived outside the palace whose gate were thrown open for him. Su Ming's gaze seemed to be able to see through the halls where a man was sitting on a throne right at the center of the palace. He was dressed in an emperor's robe and wore an emperor's crown. However, his figure was hidden in the darkness and could not be seen clearly. In silence, Su Ming walked along the asphalt paths and the stairs until he walked into the center of the palace. Then, he saw the man sitting on the throne. He had the exact same face as the second prince, but he gave Su Ming a feeling of familiarity. Di Tian, Su Ming said softly. It is I. The man in the emperor's robe smiled when he heard those words. He stood up swiftly, and when he walked out of the darkness, his appearance was different from the Di Tian in Su Ming's memories, but his presence belonged to him and no one else. There was still a vortex in Di Tian's right eye. That vortex was like a seal. However, right then, the vortex sealed a soul that was struggling and roaring. That soul belonged to the second prince. Su Ming did not know how Di Tian had managed to turn the tables and seize control. However, with the wealth of experience Di Tian had, the calculative mind which he once used to scheme against Su Xianyi for 10,000 years, and how he had managed to escape death by connecting with Su Ming's life matrix when Harmonious Morris Alba was destroyed, he was definitely not someone the miserable second prince could control. As long as a chance showed up, he could replace the second prince. Su Ming, the most gifted of all cultivators over the countless eons the seventh Harmonious Morris Alba lived through, who personally witnessed the death of Harmonious Morris Alba and who chose to possess Xianzong while standing before him. Su M. Ing. It has been a long time since we last met. When Di Tian spoke, his voice still echoed in the air. It spread through the entire palace, and the world outside became even more chaotic. Because of you, I managed to escape death. Because of you, I also stepped into this illusory world. Over the years, I was suppressed by that ludicrous second prince, but I have always known that I am Di Tian, not some second prince, because he is only a prince, while I am the emperor of immortals. Di Tian took a step forward again. With it, he arrived right in front of Su Ming and looked him in the eye. Didn't you notice that the world we stand in currently is different from Ancient Zong? Ancient Zong is fake, but this is real. Di Tian swung his arm, and wisps of black smoke immediately filled the place. In an instant, they turned into a huge table set between him and Su Ming. There were numerous pots of wine on it, and there were also some corpse puppets around it, surrounding them while dancing and singing, even though no sound came from their throats, and their movements were stiff. The aura of death filled them, and the dim light gave the entire scene a bizarre air. When we meet a friend in foreign lands, we should treat them with a feast. Su Ming, do you dare drink this wine? Di Tian asked while smiling softly. The prideful look on his face was the same as before. Su Ming was silent. While holding the boy, he stared at the Di Tian before him, and sadness gradually appeared on his face. He was sad, because the great Di Tian of Harmonious Morris Alba had already lost himself in the strange new world. Or perhaps he was willing to get lost. Otherwise, with how firm Di Tian was in his beliefs, it would have been difficult for him to get lost if he did not want it. For what reason did you do this? Su Ming sighed softly. To him, be they enemies or old friends, the connection between their life matrices had been cut when Su Ming let out his ninth Dao spirit voice. Yet no matter what, Di Tian was the second person who possessed the power of wills, the first being Bei Qiong. Right then, when Su Ming looked at him being lost, the emotions that rose in his heart only caused him to sigh. He looked at Di Tian, then his gaze finally landed on the area around the throne behind Di Tian. He obtained his answer there. Su Ming, do you dare drink the wine? Di Tian did not answer Su Ming's question. Instead, he asked the same one as before with a smile and his eyes sparkling brilliantly. Su Ming cast Di Tian a deep look, then turned around and walked out of the palace. Di Tian's laughter echoed behind Su Ming, sending him off. Only when Su Ming left the palace did that laughter gradually fade away. The singing and dancing continued in the palace, but grief slowly appeared on Di Tian's face. He turned around quietly and walked to the throne. There was a rune around it, and several corpses could be seen in the dim light. On each of the corpses was a runic symbol carved into them with blood. Di Tian stood in a daze while looking at the corpses. Gradually, the dispirited look on his face faded away, replaced by determination. I promised all of you before that I would resurrect you in this new world. It is my promise, Di Tian murmured and sat down slowly on his throne. His figure slowly faded into darkness again, and he could not be seen clearly anymore. Only if I believe that this place is real will you not suspect that this place is fake after you are resurrected. With just me losing my way, I can bring all of you back into existence. Even if I am wrong in this regard, I will accept it. Anguish appeared on Di Tian's face. When he looked at the mute corpse puppets dancing, he gradually heard a song, and the stiff corpse puppets before his eyes became spirited, as if they had become alive. However, while he watched them, his soft sighs echoed in the throne room, but his voice did not travel out of the palace. No one could hear him. Chapter 1458, A Wine Feast in This Life. The sun could not be seen in the sky. It was dark above, as if it was the night when ghosts roamed. If ghosts wanted to wander on the face of the earth, they required darkness, not daylight. Under that dark sky, Su Ming approached the city gate, but then, he turned his head around and cast a glance at the palace. He could still somewhat feel Di Tian's presence there. It spoke of a farewell to Su Ming and filled the surroundings to slowly fuse with the ancient city that had died an unknown number of years ago. Di Tian would live in his own world and lie to himself so that he would come to believe that all of it was real. Su Ming sighed softly. He understood Di Tian's resolve, which came from the resolve to resurrect the corpses he had placed in the rune beside the throne. Only when you believe that all of this is real will the resurrected people not think that this place is fake. Di Tian. Su Ming did not speak. He felt as if he had come to know the other again, after they had been entangled in hate for thousands of years in harmonious Morris Alba. For the people he wants to resurrect, he chose to get lost, to immerse himself in this place. Where is my path, I wonder? In silence, Su Ming walked out of the city. When he stepped through the gates, he turned his head around the second time and looked at the headless man who was sitting above and meditating like a statue. Eldest senior brother, Su Ming stared at the man for a time. After a long while, the boy in his arms opened his eyes, and Su Ming turned around to walk into the distance. The boy lying in Su Ming's arms lifted his head and looked at the city before speaking softly. Big brother, do you know the person above the city? Su Ming did not turn his head around. He only answered quietly. He is my senior brother. The boy did not continue speaking. He just stared at the headless figure above the city. Su Ming did not erupt his eldest senior brother's training because his choice was different from Di Tian's. He wanted to take another path and no longer be lost. Instead, he would shatter all veils of illusion and open his eyes to search for the real world. If he chose to willingly lose his way, then was sure that he would see the headless figure open its eyes. He would see his eldest senior brother from his memories. Su Ming was even sure that he would have a way to find all the familiar faces in the world around him. He would get to see all of them before him. However, all of those things would still be fake, and Su Ming did not want to choose that path. He wanted to walk down a different path from Di Tian's. That road would be even more difficult and longer, which was maybe why Di Tian did not manage to finish walking it. He chose to lose his way. While walking into the distance under the dark sky, Su Ming was surrounded by a presence of determination within the desolate atmosphere that hung in the air. He would absolutely not give up on his path. Su Ming could understand why Di Tian did not continue to walk down this path, but he himself would definitely continue to the end of his road. In silence, Su Ming continued walking further and further away until he disappeared from the horizon. He left the area around the ancient city and went into the distance. I saw the tears at the corners of your senior brother's eyes, the boy lying on Su Ming's shoulder said softly. Su Ming's feet came to a swift halt. When he turned his head around, he stared in the direction of the city he could no longer see, then sighed softly. Time passed, and 10 years, 20 years went by. And then, 100 years were gone. Su Ming had already walked through 300 springs in the once glorious world. Year by year, day by day, he walked past the wasteland, the mountains and rivers, the deserts, and the continents. When he arrived at the 6th continent, Su Ming quietly stopped before a mountain. He closed his eyes. Beneath the night sky adorned by glittering stars, he chose to meditate. His meditation lasted for 10 years. When Su Ming opened his eyes from his 10-year-long meditation, the entire world seemed to have become different. He did not care to practice his cultivation, and neither did he attempt to check just what level of cultivation he had reached. It seemed as if they were no longer important to him. What he cared about was not his level of cultivation, but his epiphany. His cultivation and his combat abilities were just mere attachments in the process of gaining his epiphany. They were not his main focus. When Su Ming stood up, the boy tugged at his sleeves. Together, they walked into the distance. The passing of time would not change due to a person's will. Gradually, another 90 years went by them. It was the 400th year since Su Ming had come to the New World when he arrived at the 7th continent. Its soil was blah, CK, and no end to it could be seen. Yet there were no mountains, no rivers, nor plants around them. The only thing there was endless darkness, as if the continent had been cursed. From a distance, the black land with no mountains was like a black ocean. However, there were no waves on it, and it was just like the Dead Sea. Perhaps there was an old ship swimming for eternity in that ocean, and sitting on that ship was Old Man Extermination from Su Ming's memories. He's there. At the moment Su Ming stepped on the continent, he said those words softly. He did not intentionally try to search for the first prince's presence on the continent. Instead, he naturally sensed it, or rather, he detected Lin Dongdong's presence. That presence was jumbled up. It had Old Man Extermination's presence as well as that of Su Ming's childhood best friend, Su Shenyi's son, Lei Qin. Will we meet? The boy asked softly while tugging at Su Ming's sleeve. He will meet us. Su Ming lowered his head and patted the boy's hair, then walked into the distance. When their 14th winter on the 7th continent arrived, Su Ming did not stop moving while the snow fell from the sky. He just continued walking. Gradually, when the ground turned white, Su Ming saw the first mountain on that continent. It rose into the clouds while looking like a person's palm. It was the dark mountain of Su Ming's memories. It might have never existed there before, but someone had created it to stand tall in the world. Under that mountain, Su Ming saw a house, and outside it, a person was sitting. At first glance, that person appeared to be the first prince, but when Su Ming cast a second glance at him, he became Lei Chen. When Su Ming approached him, Lei Chen opened his eyes. "You're here." A smile appeared on Lei Chen's lips. Su Ming stood where he was. After a long while, a smile appeared on his face as well, and he went to sit down beside Lei Chen. "Where are they?" Su Ming asked. "After we came to this place, we were separated. I, too, have no idea where they went." Lei Chen swung his right arm, and a few pots of wine appeared between him and Su Ming. "It's been a long time since we last drank together, right? I still remember us stealing the elder's wine while we were in Dark Mountain Tribe and drinking at the foot of the mountain," Lei Chen said softly. There was a nostalgic look in his eyes. Su Ming was quiet. A moment later, he picked up a pot of wine and placed it beside his lips, but he did not say that the pots were empty, since for Lei Chen, they were clearly full. There was wine spilling from his lips had falling on the snow. This scene caused a hint of sadness to appear on Su Ming's face, and he slowly put down his pot of wine. "Why aren't you drinking? Do you know that for us to drink together like this again? I've waited for you for 400 years. Lei Chen looked at Su Ming with a smile, but a weary look slowly made its way onto his face. Su Ming looked at Lei Chen and asked softly, "Why?" "I'm tired. I'm exhausted from the bottom of my heart. It's been many years, and I'm tired, so tired." Anguish showed up on Lei Chen's face. Once he took a big swig from his pot, he let out a deep breath. "This place is good. I'm very satisfied with it. You're here, the elder is here, father is here, and all our people of Dark Mountain Tribe are here. This is my world." Lei Chen smiled with great satisfaction. "The only thing I regret is that it's been a long time since I drank with you. In our previous life, we were brothers. In this life, are you willing to accompany me and finish this pot of wine with me?" Lei Chen asked and looked at Su Ming. His eyes were clear while waiting for Su Ming's choice. Su Ming was silent, but the boy beside him had become nervous. He tugged Su Ming's sleeves as if his choice was incredibly important to him as well. "Big brother, don't do this." Haha was staring at Su Ming. When he spoke, Su Ming had already picked up his pot. While holding it, Su Ming slowly closed his eyes in silence. Time passed without any sign. Only the snow falling from the sky seemed to not bother with the coming and going of time. It continued falling to the ground. When Su Ming opened his eyes again, he saw the snow on the ground, the dark mountain, Lei Chen, and he could vaguely see the familiar tribe around the house. Not too far away from the tribe was their elder, who was staring in their direction. There was also Bei Ling, Chen Xian, and the faces of the past all staring at him. Su Ming then lowered his head. The pot of wine in his hand was no longer empty, but wine had appeared in it. However, the boy beside him was no longer around. He stared at Lei Chen, then drank the wine from his pot. A smile appeared on his face. It seemed to have taken away his fatigue and made his dispiritedness disappear when he drank with Lei Chen, his first friend, his brother, under Dark Mountain and in his tribe. From morning till night, Lei Chen and Su Ming continued drinking wine while laughter echoed in the air. They spoke of the past and the beautiful moments they had once shared together. "I still remember how you looked like when you first saw Bai Ling, haha. Speaking of which, if we hadn't gone to the square between the tribes, I reckon you wouldn't have run into Bai Ling." Lei Chen put down the pot of wine with a smile. "I still remember that you fell in love with a girl at that time, but I've never agreed to your tastes in women." Su Ming's smile was very beautiful. It was as pure as it had been in the past, untainted. When Lei Chen heard those words, he immediately laughed as well. When he shook his head, he appeared to be filled with sentiment. "At that time, I was still young. When I saw how close you were to Bai Ling, I thought that I should have someone close to me as well. For some reason, I thought she was good, but now, when I look back, I can no longer remember her name." Chapter 1459. Do you still not understand? This feast went from morning till night, then from night to morning. They finished pot after pot in big gulps. When dawn arrived, but the world was still engulfed in darkness, Lei Chen became drunk. He picked up his pot, drank a mouthful from it, and when he put it down, he closed his eyes. Su Ming also put down his pot of wine and looked at the Dark Mountain tribe around him. He watched the lights from the lamps, but there was a barrier between him and that place. However, Su Ming knew that if he tore through that barrier, he would be able to become one with the place. Yet, he sighed softly. At the instant Su Ming began tracing the rim of the pot, he closed his eyes. "Lei Chen, we were brothers in our previous life. In this life, I will finish drinking this pot of wine with you," he murmured. When he opened his eyes again, Lei Chen was still in front of him, and he seemed to be drunk. However, the tribe was nowhere to be seen. There was now a thick layer of snow on the ground. In the distance, Dark Mountain was a blurry sight. Hao Hao had showed up beside him, holding onto his sleeve. He was staring at him nervously. When he saw the clarity in Su Ming's eyes, he breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ming stared at Lei Chen. When he lowered his head, he found that his pot was still empty. After a long while, he stood up. He did not speak, but just simply picked up Hao Hao, and with the snow and wind blowing against his face walked into the distance. It was Lei Chen's choice. He chose the same path as Di Tian, to get lost. Di Tian wanted to resurrect the people beside him and willingly became lost so that they would believe that the place was real, while Lei Chen. It was just as he said. He was tired and exhausted. He did not want to continue down the path because he carried too much anguish on his shoulders. Su Ming's sigh echoed in the snow and wind. The howls of the wind seemed to turn into a ravine that formed a barrier, blocking him from Lei Chen, who was behind him. But it did not just block the path between the two of them. It also blocked off their two worlds. In Lei Chen's world, to satisfy his brother's desire to drink with him, Su Ming chose to temporarily lose himself. After drinking, Su Ming chose to leave, because he had his own path, which Di Tian did not manage to complete and on which Lei Chen did not choose to continue. But Su Ming would go on. As he left into the distance, the seemingly drunk Lei Chen slowly lifted his head while the snow blocked the path between the two of them. He stared at Su Ming leave into the distance, and a melancholic look appeared on his face. Our relationship as brothers in our previous life allowed us to drink in this life. Su Ming, I hope that you will be safe in your journey. When Lei Chen mumbled those words, laughter reached his ears from behind. Lei Chen, didn't you agree to drink with us, Todd? Come on, I didn't get to win against you last time, but this time, I will definitely outrank you. When Lei Chen turned his head around, he saw his version of Su Ming, and there was a girl standing beside him. She was Bai Ling. Lei Chen smiled. When he tried to sneak a glance at Su Ming who was retreating into the distance, he found that Su Ming had already disappeared into the wind and snow and could no longer to be found. What are you looking at? A woman asked. When Lei Chen turned his head in the direction of the voice, he saw the built woman who his past self had liked because she had a figure fit for a berserker. That woman, whose name he had forgotten, seemed to have become prettier when he looked at her at that moment. Haha, I'm not looking at anything. I just thought there was a figure over there which looked like Su Ming. Come on, let's drink. When Lei Chen said tossed words out, he smiled. Next to him was Su Ming, who was standing with Bai Ling. He was momentarily stunned, then he looked at the spot in the snow where Lei Chen had glanced over, but saw nothing. You won't be able to see him, because you are in the world that I see, not in the world that he sees. Lei Chen shook his head. While speaking, he picked his pot and took a big swig from it. The wind blew harder, more snow fell, and the world became blurry. It turned the Dark Mountain tribe as well as all the people around Lei Chen indistinct. However, it was just as he said, the world in his eyes. The boy next to Su Ming, who was already very far away in the distance, turned his head around at that moment. At the very end of what he could see in the wind and snow, he could vaguely see Lei Chen's desolate figure sitting alone. Time gradually passed with each step Su Ming took. Another century went by. And Su Ming left the Black Continent and arrived at the 8th continent. He walked through the endless sea of a desert. During the 700th year, he remembered a promise while he was in an ancient city at the center of the 8th continent. It was a promise between the 3 9th-level Dao gods in ancient Zhong, a promise that they would fight in the royal capital after one of them had entered isolated training for 1,000 years. I can't see it anymore, Su Ming mumbled softly. He walked past the city, and in the west of the land, he saw a tower. There was a person meditating in it. The man's face was unfamiliar, and he looked like a corpse that would no longer rot. The moment Su Ming looked over, the corpse's eyes flew open to reveal a brilliant sparkle. I've calculated for 600 years, and I've finally managed to figure out that you would walk past this place on this day at the state. Third Prince, you're the reason why I fell to the state. It's because of you that I got sealed in this world, and I have waited for you for 100 years in this place. You will die now, the corpse said slowly. Its voice held indescribable resentment. When the world around them let out a bang, the color of the sky changed. The ground rose, and a large amount of fog filled the land. The fog twisted in the air, then rose to the sky. A huge mark made of fog formed above the figure. It was not a mark though, but a huge seal that covered a huge area. The runic symbol shone, and when its surface became uneven, a brilliant, dark light spread out from it to form a screen of light that instantly fell on the land as if it wanted to cover the sky. The corpse shouted then, and its voice spread through the entire continent in thunderous roars. Lin Dong Dong. He was the great Dao paragon of one Dao sect, a powerful warrior who had inherited the Dao of Kismet. Just as Lei Chen had said, in the formerly glorious world, The wills within the first prince had spread out to become Lei Qin, Lin Dongdong, and Old Man Extermination. The mysterious aspects of the world they were in right then had separated them. Lei Qin chose to get lost, Su Ming had yet to meet Old Man Extermination, and Lin Dongdong had clearly chosen to kill Su Ming. I will kill you and rob you of your kismet, and then, I might be able to take a step further in my level of cultivation and become a 9th level Dao God. If I'm able to do that, I will have a way to leave this accursed place. Murderous intent burned in Lin Dongdong's eyes. When he lifted his right hand, he pointed at Su Ming. The sky immediately roared. The huge fog seal started rotating swiftly and appeared above Su Ming to push down on him. It stirred up loud booms in the process. With it, the ground under Su Ming's feet began to tremble violently. Cracks instantly spread through it as if it was about to sink. The signs of its imminent destruction were clear. Su Ming's expression remained the same. He had not paid any attention to what level of cultivation he had reached during the 700 years he wandered through the land, but at that moment, when he looked at the fog seal descend from the sky, he did not sense much pressure from it. It was as if he could make it disappear with a swing of his hand. Su Ming did not sense much of a threat from Lin Dongdong either. Once he focused his attention on the situation at hand, he saw all that was going on. Lin Dongdong had been weakened, to the point that he was at the verge of being reduced from a great Dao Paragon to a Dao Paragon. It almost seemed like his existence was unwelcome in the world. And while he had weakened, Su Ming had become stronger. In silence, he brought his right hand up and pointed at the sky. With it, the huge fog seal that was descending let out an astonishing roar and stopped 1,000 feet above Su Ming as if there was a barrier that could not be seen beneath it. All manner of reality and falsehoods, all glory and destruction are just words spoken by the people after us, and they only exist in the passage of time. Do you understand? Su Ming asked softly. He swung his right arm, and immediately, the huge fog seal started trembling. It gradually became indistinct. In just a few breaths, it disappeared like the wind. Su Ming's composure caused Lin Dongdong's expression to change while he was on the tower. His pupils shrank, and he swiftly focused his attention on Su Ming, but he only discovered that he could not tell just what level of cultivation Su Ming possessed. That's impossible. With my level of cultivation, it's impossible for me to be unable to tell just how high anyone's level of cultivation is. When Lin Dongdong's pupils shrank, he quickly stood up from the tower. He took a step in Su Ming's direction and left behind an afterimage in his wake. Once he went forward, he appeared right in front of Su Ming and seized the air with his right hand. With it, the sky immediately roared. Its color changed, and a crimson sun appeared in the sky. The ground rumbled with Su Ming at the center, and cracks below him connected in the picture of a moon. The sun and moon will shine together, forming the brightest light in the world. Lin Dongdong's voice boomed in the air like thunder and covered the entire land. Immediately, the crimson sun in the sky exuded an indescribable wave of hot air. Then, as if it was plunging from the sky, it charged towards Su Ming with loud bangs. At the same time, the mark of the moon under Su Ming's feet started rotating as well. The whole ground seemed to be moving. Waves of silver light instantly rose into the air and enveloped Su Ming within them. Gather together the threads of Kismet in the world, and with the power of all lives, your Kismet shall leave you and descend on me. Lin Dongdong's eyes were bloodshot. At the instant he spoke his last word, the sun in the sky descended with a bang. The silver light on the ground turned into countless silver threads of law which charged at Su Ming to kill him. Each of those silver threads contained all of Lin Dongdong's Kismet. He turned his Kismet into a will containing his killing intent, and it was strong enough to even destroy the world. His entire fortune was gathered in the threads, and it was as if one Dao Sex Dao of Kismet had descended. You will die now. Lin Dongdong was incredibly confident in his attack. Even though he had been weakened considerably, it was his greatest killing move, and he was certain that Su Ming would definitely die, unless he possessed the power of a great Dao Paragon. While surrounded by the silver threads and the setting sun, Su Ming sighed softly. Do you still not understand? Chapter 1460, Some People. While his sigh was still echoing in the air, Su Ming lifted his right hand. Just like when he dissipated the fog seal, he flicked his wrist, and without a single sound, the silver threads around him instantly stopped moving. Then, they became blurry, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared one by one. It was as if they had never existed to begin with. When the Y returned to nothingness, even the sun plunging down from the sky gradually became transparent. It slowly took on the color of the sky, and then disappeared from above Su Ming. This sight immediately caused Lin Dongdong's pupils to shrink further. He took a few steps back without any hesitation but disbelief on his face. As H fixed his stare at Su Ming, his breathing quickened slightly. Lin Dongdong opened his mouth, but he did not know what to say. The shock he felt at that moment was indescribable. He had never thought that there would be someone who could so easily disperse his killing move right before him. It was as if his divine ability truly did not exist. This scene overturned his beliefs, causing the great Dao paragon Lin Dongdong to be unable to accept what he saw. It's been 700 years since we last met, and your cultivation base has far surpassed my expectations, but my desire to kill you will never diminish. Lin Dongdong sucked in a deep breath. His eyes sparkled, and raging killing intent appeared in them. He took a swift step forward and brought his right hand up. A black short sword immediately appeared in his hand. There were many runic symbols covering it, and with a swing, that short sword multiplied to 10. With another flick, the 10 short swords turned to 100, then to 1,000. When they covered the sky and earth, their numbers were too great to count. The world seemed to belong to the swords at that moment, and countless sword glints charged at Su Ming. It's useless. Time itself stands between us. You still don't understand. Su Ming shook his head. There was clarity in his eyes, and as he sighed, the sword glints pierced through him, but as if Su Ming's body was just an illusion, those sword glints only phased through him and did not deal an ounce of damage to him. This world is fake. Ancient Zong is just the battleground between me and Xianzong for my possession. This is an illusion. I am not lost in it, and you are just a speck of dust in it. Su Ming shook his head. With each step forward he took, Lin Dongdong took a step back with an incredibly dark face. After 5 steps, he made to speak, but Su Ming did so first. His voice traveled into the air, and it made his expression change again, because Su Ming's words had just given voice to the doubts Lin Dongdong was just about to say. You cannot see through my level of cultivation, but it isn't because my level of cultivation is unfathomable. It's because we are separated by time, and it is a wall you cannot see through clearly. When Su Ming said those words in a flat voice, he moved to stand in front of Li Dongdong. I refuse to believe it. Lin Dongdong's expression instantly became ferocious. He lifted his right hand and struck his chest. With it, his face instantly became purplish red, and a large amount of black smoke gushed out of his 7 orifices. That black smoke instantly gathered into a huge, fierce FAC. In midair. When it roared at Su Ming, the weather changed as if the laws in the world had changed at that instant. When the huge face opened its mouth wide and sucked in a sharp breath in Su Ming's direction, the power of the world in the area charged over with loud booms. Only Su Ming remained with his long hair unmoving. His robes did not even flutter. He just stood there calmly and watched Lin Dongdong. The moment Lin Dongdong saw that, the huge face into which he had turned filled with shock. His divine ability could absorb all the aura in the world, but it had been unable to affect Su Ming in the slightest. However, he still did not believe in Su Ming's words. Although, it was perhaps more accurate to say that he did not dare nor want to believe them. At that moment, his reason to kill Su Ming changed into wanting to prove that he was wrong and all that he said was just nonsense. The huge face closed its eyes, and Lin Dongdong instantly returned to his body beneath him. His power had increased by a large margin. Killing intent shone in his eyes, and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Su Ming. His fist went hurling towards him, but no sound could be heard. The only thing that happened was his fist phasing through Su Ming's body. Impossible. Lin Dongdong's eyes went bloodshot. He appeared around Su Ming continuously and threw punches at him nonstop. It lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Only then did Lin Dongdong take a few steps back with a pale face. He stared at Su Ming with a stunned expression, and despair appeared in his eyes. He had not despaired when he was trapped in the formerly glorious world, but instead persisted in his desire to kill Su Ming and rob him of his kismet, because he had his pride. He was a great Dao paragon. Yet then, when Su Ming had finally arrived, Lin Dongdong's persistence turned into despair. It would have been fine if he could not kill Su Ming, but it was simply impossible for him to even touch Su Ming's body. The man's words also echoed in Lin Dongdong's ears, making him stumble back, and then, his despair turned into grief and misery. Impossible. He could only murmur that word to tell himself that none of it was real, but the test that lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn told him that what Su Ming said was the answer, and there was no other explanation to it. Lin Dongdong lifted swiftly his head and stared at Su Ming. When his voice echoed in the air, it was like thunder. This must be a divine ability you learned in this accursed world. Right now, the one I see before me is not your real self, but a shadow of yours. Su Ming turned around and looked at Lin Dongdong. This is the answer, and also the reason why I can't kill you. It's not because time stands between us and it's because I'm fake, but because the version of you in front of me is just a shadow. I understand now, you're a cultivator FR. Seven Moon Sect, and Seven Moon Sect practices the Seven Lives art. That art of yours must have reached a certain level, which is why you could create an indestructible shadow, but while this shadow of yours cannot be killed, it has trouble killing even a mortal. The more Lin Dongdong spoke, the more convinced he became. Once he finished speaking, there was no longer despair in his eyes. Instead, a cold and fierce killing intent appeared in his eyes again. Third Prince, you bastard. Your words just now have indeed confused me for a moment, but once I find your real body, I will kill you. Lin Dongdong stared at Su Ming, then moved back slowly and turned on his heel. He swung his arm, intending to leave. Su Ming looked at Lin Dongdong, then lifted his right hand with a calm expression before he pointed at the sky. It immediately trembled with a bang, and stars appeared in it. The number of the stars could not be counted clearly. All those observing them could only see that they were arranged together into a huge whip. I have finally understood why the space whip always shows just an illusory power that is similar to a projection instead of its real form when it is shown before me. When Su Ming said those words softly, he swung his right arm, and the stars in the sky shone with a brilliant starlight. It instantly replaced the sky as well as all the light in the world, making it blindingly bright. The blinding light was the same as darkness. When it reached an extreme degree of brightness, it would appear as black when a person looked at it. When the light disappeared, Su Ming had already vanished with Hao Hao. The only person remaining in the place was the stunned Lin Dongdong. At that moment, his body slowly shattered, and only his nascent divinity was left floating in the place while staring around it in a daze. Su Ming did not kill Lin Dongdong, because at that moment, living for that man would be much more painful than dying. After a long while, Lin Dongdong's nascent divinity suddenly laughed. His voice echoed in the air, and there was great confidence in it. Third Prince, you bastard. What an art, but don't think that you can use it to deceive my eyes. Even if that shadow of yours has some power. As long as I can find your real body, I will definitely kill you. Third Prince, you'd best hide properly, because on the day I find you, I will destroy both your body and soul. I will definitely find your real body. Lin Dongdong's face was brimming with confidence. He even felt as if he had gained an epiphany, which had not happened since he had become a great Dao paragon. He let out a cold snort, and with his confidence as well as his epiphany, his nascent divinity left into the distance. With the remainder of his life, he would use all his power to search for Su Ming's real body, and it would last for an unknown number of years. But he was bound to be unable to find Su Ming's real body. He was just like a fish determined to find its own tears in the sea, but he was sure of himself and would persist in his actions with madness because he believed in them. Perhaps due to this belief, he would one day come to find the Su Ming his heart believed to be Su Ming, but that Su Ming may not be the real Su Ming. Di Tian seeks his beliefs, Lei Chen seeks for peace, and Lin Dongdong seeks madness. What do I seek? While murmuring that question to himself, Su Ming walked into the distance with the boy in his arms. Every single one of them pursued what they possessed in the world they believed to be real. They still had dreams, and even if they had already been fulfilled, they were still on their way to fulfill them. This sort of pursuit was a form of strength, since even if it was impossible to fulfill the dream, it would give them strength to deceive and even numb themselves. And since pursuing something in itself was a path for someone to take, the road was bound to be filled with hardships, trials, and miseries. Some people would stop on that path, wanting to rest, but once they rested, they might find that they had already reached the end of their road, just like the butterfly named Harmonious Morris alba. Some would give up on moving forward and draw a mark that signified the end of their path. They would live in that mark, and only they themselves would know whether they were happy or not. Yet some people would continue walking down that path, and even if they were faced with trials and hardships, burdened by desolation and misery, they would soldier on. Chapter 1461. Planting a Promise. Perhaps my master will tell me the answer when I return to ancient Zhang and go to the city gate in the royal capital, Su Ming mumbled softly. He remembered his promise with Tian Xiazi. I will wait for you outside the city gates at that time. At the moment you step inside the city gate, I will teach you your final lesson. Su Ming closed his eyes. In his ears, he heard Tian Xiazi's words. They accompanied him as he continued walking. He walked for 100 years, then 200 years. When he walked past all 9 continents, Su Ming saw the desert that once served as an ocean. The desert was huge, and there was no end to it, just like to the road under his feet. As long as he walked down it, then he had to persist in finishing the journey, even if he did not know where the end was nor the direction of his future. Even if his heart was filled with anxiety and fear, since he chose that path, he would not turn his head back. While Su Ming stared at the boundless desert, the boy next to him tugged his sleeve and said softly, "We're almost there. The center of this ocean is my home." Hao Hao's voice was still as youthful as ever. He had accompanied Su Ming for 900 years as they walked through the once glorious world. They had seen shattered mountains, dried-up rivers, corpses, broken skeletons, and right then, Su Ming saw a desert, but perhaps in Hao Hao's eyes it was an ocean. Su Ming lowered his head and cast Hao Hao a glance. He did not speak, but instead brought Hao Hao further into the desert. There was wind there. Its moans filled the air, and it sounded like the wind was sighing desolately. Gusts swept up the sand to lay a curtain on the world around them. It also hid away the majesty that was once possessed by the place. However, the image of the sand and wind covering the stretch of the sky was similar to the ocean, and if time insisted on it being this way, then sand would turn into an ocean, because it had no other choice. While holding Haohao's hand in the sand and wind, Su Ming walked until an old ship appeared in the sandstorm that resembled an ocean. That ship sailed through the ocean of sand, and sitting on it was a man. When Su Ming looked at him, his figure became a blur. Su Ming followed the ship leaving into the distance with his gaze and said softly, "It's about time that I met him here." "Who is he?" Haohao lifted his head and looked at Su Ming. "An old acquaintance." Su Ming smiled faintly and patted Haohao's head, then brought him further into the sandstorm. "What's wrong with him?" Haohao asked again. "He lost his way." Su Ming shook his head, and his gaze landed on the blurry figure of the ship. When he moved his gaze away, he continued on with Haohao. Once every few months, Su Ming would see the old ship swimming about the sea of sand as if it had lost its way and was continuously trying to find it. It gave off a feeling that it was trying to continue down its road, but he simply could not find it. "He's very pitiful," Haohao said softly, "because he doesn't want to be lost. If he lost his way willingly, he would at least have his happiness, but he is not willing to be lost. Yet on this road, he is lost, and he can't go back," Haohao said after pondering it for a while. "But he's so silly. How could he actually get lost?" Haohao laughed. His laughter was clear, like water drops falling on asphalt roads. Su Ming also laughed. He stared at the ship swimming past them in the distance with a myriad of emotions contained in his smile. He then sighed softly. Old Man Extermination had gotten lost on the path he had walked all his life. When he fought against Su Ming, there was no distinction between right or wrong between them. There was only one belief: I can walk this path, but you cannot walk before me. This was the thought that stirred up emotions in Su Ming's heart, and he had sighed because he did not know whether there would come a day when he would become like Old Man Extermination, lose his way while persisting down his path. Once he lost his way, he would lose his way in life. Perhaps there was another possibility. In silence, Su Ming crouched down and looked at Haohao. There should be another possibility. "Haohao, wait for me here," Su Ming said softly. Haohao looked at him, then nodded. "What? Other choice? Are you going to point him on his way?" "No one can point others to their paths." Su Ming shook his head. When he turned around, he walked to the place where the ship had disappeared. His figure gradually faded into the sandstorm until he could no longer be seen. With the sandstorm blowing at the ship, it moved forward through the sea of sand. Old Man Extermination was dressed in the same long robe as the one Su Ming remembered him wearing before. He sat quietly on his ship as if nothing had ever changed. Be it harmonious Morris Alba or the once glorious world, everything remained the same. When Su Ming appeared on the lone ship, Old Man Extermination's eyes instantly flew open. There was firm resolve in his eyes. When he looked at Su Ming, there was not a hint of surprise on his face, as if he knew a long time ago that one day, he would see Su Ming before him. "Your path is wrong," Su Ming said calmly. Old Man Extermination was quiet for a moment before he asked faintly, "How do you define wrong?" Su Ming smiled and did not continue speaking. "To me, my path is not wrong. The only thing that is wrong is the person walking on that path, and my mistake is that I lost to you in harmonious Morris Alba." Old Man Extermination spoke slowly, and when his words traveled languidly through the air, it was as if his memories had been stirred up. "That was my first mistake, and my second was losing to you a second time in Ancient Zhang's world." Old Man Extermination's expression was the same as before, but a hint of regret had appeared in his eyes. "I didn't win. Then why did you say that my path is wrong?" A brilliant sparkle appeared in Old Man Extermination's eyes. "Is your path the one that is definitely correct? You think that my path is wrong, but I too think that you are walking down the wrong path. Who is right and who is wrong? Be it you or me, neither of us has the right to say it. Let's look at the end results. The path we chose is the same. You will do everything it takes to resurrect all the familiar faces in your life, and I will reach Boundless Dao Realm. I will turn time back and return to the past, to the point of time before Xianzong arrived in our world. At that time, I will do whatever it takes to kill Xianzong. Even if I have to lose everything, I will give it up to kill him." Killing intent filled Old Man Extermination's eyes, and he stared at Su Ming coldly. Su Ming was silent. After a long while, he said slowly, "If you continue down that path, you will be the only person left in the entire universe." Old Man Extermination was quiet for a long time. A complicated look gradually appeared on his face, and when he looked at Su Ming, that complicated look became even more prominent. "Then, what about your path? If you continue down it, then you will be the one who will disappear from the universe." Su Ming fell silent, and Old Man Extermination also chose to be silent. The two of them stayed on the ship. One of them was standing, and the other sat meditating. The ship continued moving forward and did not stop. It did not matter whether its path forward was right or wrong. It continued moving and would never stop. Then, this will be the third battle between us. After a long time had passed, a faint smile appeared on Su Ming's face, and he looked at Old Man Extermination. This should be what made you choose to come to me, right? Old Man Extermination's eyes shone brilliantly while he spoke slowly. You've waited for me for such a long time in this place as well, didn't you? Su Ming smiled faintly. It is as you said. The brilliant sparkle in Old Man Extermination's eyes turned into fighting spirit. It did not drive him to attack with his divine abilities or attempt to kill Su Ming with his arts, however. Instead, they would engage each other in their final battle using their das and their paths. Since they did not agree to each other's paths, they would verify their own paths, which would conclude their final battle. If you lose, could you bury my Dao in your world? Because in the universe where I live, I will no longer see you. Old Man Extermination enunciated his words clearly, and his voice was firm. If I win, you owe me a promise. When Su Ming's calm voice traveled into the air, his tone was not as agitated as Old Man Extermination's and ready to fight. His words were calm, and not a single hint of emotion could be detected in his voice. He no longer stared at Old Man Extermination. Instead, he turned around and walked towards the vast space beyond the ship to disappear into the wind and sand. Old Man Extermination watched Su Ming's retreating figure, and then, his eyes sparkled while he mumbled under his breath, "There is never any right or wrong in our paths, but you insist that one of us is right and the other is wrong. The third battle, huh? I'm already indignant with my 2 defeats, and this is better." After a long while, Old Man Extermination slowly closed his eyes. He immersed himself in his meditation while sitting on his ship that traveled into the distance. Su Ming walked quietly through the sandstorm without turning his head back. There was a strange glint in his eyes, but it disappeared very soon. Su Ming walked up to the waiting Hao Hao in the sea of sand. When Hao Hao saw him, he immediately flashed him an innocent smile. "I've thought about it. What you said then was wrong. He isn't lost." "Why do you say that?" "Because there is never any path to begin with. The path is right under your feet. The places you arrive are part of your path. They can be the end of your path, but also places along your path. If you insist on whether the path you take is right or wrong, you will be treading down the wrong path. Am I right?" Hao Hao tugged Su Ming's sleeve with a smile. There was a slightly smug look on his face, as if he was very happy that he understood this logic, which Su Ming seemed to not have understood. While smiling, Su Ming patted Hao Hao's head. There was a gentle look on his face, and he nodded. "You're right. There has never been a path set for any person in the world, so it's only natural that there is no right or wrong, and we should not care about these things, or else the right and wrong paths will truly appear," Su Ming said with a smile. With Hao Hao in hand, he walked into the distance. They gradually walked further and further away, and while their voices were rather muffled, they still traveled faintly through the air. "Then why did you say that he walked down the wrong path?" "Because I hope that he will walk down the wrong path." "Oh, so you left just now to tell him that he's going the wrong way?" "There is no right or wrong for any paths, but once I mentioned it, there now exists right and wrong paths. This is the other possibility. He will continue walking down the wrong path until he owes me a promise." Their figures slowly disappeared into the sandstorm, and even their voices gradually faded away. Their words were also slowly drowned out by the wind. Chapter 1462, Hao Hao's Choice. The sandstorm's howls turned into moans by their ears, and they sounded like a song from a sun. It echoed in the air in a desolate manner in the sea of sand. It had been nearly 1,000 years since Su Ming had entered the formerly glorious world. With Hao Hao in hand, he came to a desert, a place that was formerly the sea at the center of the world. They walked on the sand that was once the bottom of the sea towards the very center of the world. Su Ming's footsteps were not quick. He walked for a long time, until he forgot about the passage of time. Then, on one day, a world appeared in the sandstorm before him and Hao Hao. That world contained an oasis, and it stood out very clearly in the sandstorm, causing all those who saw it to feel their spirits lift without their notice. This was the first time Su Ming saw green in the world. The oasis had a lake, and around it was green grass that gave off a nice scent. There seemed to be a barrier between them. The oasis could be seen, but not touched. "We're home," Hao Hao said while holding Su Ming's hand. The two of them had already walked through the sandstorm into the oasis. The pleasant scent of grass filled the air, causing people to value the only color in the colorless world. Su Ming stood quietly in the oasis while looking at the lake. "Is this your final decision?" Su Ming closed his eyes. After a long while, when he opened his eyes, he looked at the boy beside him. The boy nodded seriously. There was not a hint of hesitation or indecisiveness in him. "This is my home. I will stay here and change everything," Hao Hao said softly. His voice was rather weak, but there was a firm tone to his words, and his determination could also be heard. "Big brother, could you stay with me for a few more years? I'm afraid of being lonely." The boy held Su Ming's hand while staring up at him. The clarity in his eyes reflected the dependency he had on Su Ming as he waited for his answer. Su Ming lifted his right hand and patted Hao Hao's head. After a long while, he softly said, "Don't be afraid. I won't leave so soon." The boy smiled happily and with satisfaction. He cast Su Ming a deep glance, then slowly let go of his hand to walk to the lake. With each step he took, he would turn his head around, and when the lake reached his knees, he turned his head around again and stared at Su Ming. "Big brother, thank you for helping me. Thank you for sending me to this place. I told you before that if you help me, I will definitely help you. In the future, I will help you gain an epiphany of my world." The boy smiled happily and slowly walked into the lake. When he was completely submerged, the lake let out a bang, and a whirlpool showed up at the spot where Hao Hao had disappeared. The vortex rotated swiftly outwards and revealed Hao Hao, who had his eyes shut tightly while sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the lake. Right before Su Ming's eyes, branches grew out of the bottom of the lake around Hao Hao. In an instant, they surrounded him, and once they completely enveloped him, they formed a seed. It was the seed of the tree of Dao verification. Soon, an indescribably abundant life force came out of it at the bottom of the lake, in Hao Hao's former homeland. That life force could only cover the oasis at that moment, but Su Ming could already see that as the tree of Dao verification grew, that life force would spread through the whole world and all of the 9 continents. The desert would become a sea, and mountains as well as rivers would appear on the 9 continents again. The monochrome world would gain dashes of brilliant colors, and in time, it would return to its former glory. At that time, with the overflowing life force, lives may appear once more, and with them, human societies would be born, new worlds would appear, and people would start cultivating again. After all, if they were to get to the bottom of things, the world had not been reduced to a wasteland because all the strongest people had died or because all the lives in it had returned to dust, but because the tree of Dao verification that provided the means for the world to thrive was taken away by the emperor of ancient Zhong. It had taken away the world's roots, but right then, Hao Hao's choice to return caused everything to change once. It was Hao Hao's decision. Su Ming quietly watched the whirlpool in the lake slowly disappear. Gradually, the lake water covered the seed of the tree of Dao verification that had formed at the bottom of the lake, and in silence, Su Ming sighed softly. He respected the boy's decision and also understood his wishes. Hao Hao did not want his homeland to continue to be in the state it was. He hoped that with his return, he could change everything and perhaps a long time late. When the tree of Dao verification reached the ski, the boy would sit on the tree crown and stare at his homeland with a truly happy smile. Su Ming closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged by the lake. He had promised Hao Hao that he would keep him company for a few years, and so, he meditated nearby. He stayed for a number of years that were equivalent to the number of palm lines he had on his palm. Each line symbolized 1 year, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years passed. During that period of time, Su Ming did not open his eyes. He just sat there and did not even practice his cultivation. Instead, he immersed himself in a state of spiritual quietness. He did not do it to think or to gain an epiphany. Instead, he had become connected to the seed Hao Hao formed and was sensing its growth. The lake behind him had also experienced a change during the 100 years. A small tree had appeared at the center of it. It stood tall, and its roots filled every single corner of the lake. They stretched deep into the soil at the bottom of the lake. When Su Ming opened his eyes for the first time, he saw the small tree at the center of the lake, and he felt as if he saw Hao Hao. Su Ming did not stand up, but continued sitting in front of the lake before closing his eyes again. He continued immersing himself in the spiritual quietness. His cultivation base did not experience any sort of increase or decrease, but at some point in time, his 7th overlapping Dao Paragon gained complete form in his third eye. Su Ming might have put aside his training, but it was precisely because he had been putting it aside that his 7th overlapping Dao Paragon had gained clearer form, and then, the shadow of his 8th overlapping Dao Paragon appeared. It might just be a shadow, but once it gained complete form, it would mean that Su Ming's level of cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds, and he would become a great Dao Paragon. There were less than 30 great Dao Paragons in all of ancient Zhong, and there was a ravine that could not be described with words existing between great Dao Paragons and 9th level Dao gods. The ravine was so wide and deep that even great Dao Paragons found it hard to cross, or else it would have been impossible for there to only be 3 9th level Dao gods throughout the many years of history in ancient Zhong. Su Ming did not bother about practicing his cultivation. He only sat there and remained in the state of spiritual quietness while sensing Hao Hao's growth and the world's transformation because of it. He simply allowed time to pass by him until another 100 years went by. At first glance, his face did not change too much, but a hint of age appeared on him. His black robes pooled on the ground around him while his purple hair spilled over his shoulders. Su Ming had his head lowered while he quietly meditated. The small tree in the lake behind him had already started growing healthily. It was now a tree of 1,000 feet. Its trunk occupied half of the lake, and, even though it was not tall enough to reach the sky yet, its astonishing presence could already be felt. The oasis was still around, the wind howling in the Central Sea in the past, but the world of sand right then had already diminished greatly. Humidity could already be sensed in the world, causing a lot of greenery slowly appear in the desert. Perhaps, before long, the desert would disappear and the Central Sea would return. When another 100 years passed, Su Ming had already lived through a total of 1,200 years from the moment he woke up in the new world. The tree of Dao verification behind him already covered the entire lake and was nearly 10,000 feet tall. This height allowed the tree of Dao verification to show the beginnings of its future splendor. Even from a distance, its will to reach the sky could be seen. At that point in time, the sand and wind of the desert had already completely disappeared. A layer of faint blue seawater submerged the sand. The abundant amount of life force caused the desert that had been submerged by seawater to welcome its first rays of light after years since it lost its former glory. When the 3rd century of the 2nd millennium arrived while Su Ming continued sitting, the area around him filled with a large amount of seawater. The desert turned into an ocean. The former Central Sea, the huge ocean that completely covered the basin of sand, returned. Standing tall at the center of that sea was a tree which was 100,000 feet tall and showed a desire to reach the skies. The roots of the tree covered the entire oasis, but they automatically circumnavigated Su Ming to reveal an exit that would lead to the area outside. The seawater in the tunnel forming the exit also seemed very gentle, as if it was affected by some powerful will that did not want to bother Su Ming while he was meditating. As time passed, the seawater grew in amount until it completely covered the desert when a true ocean was formed, half of the 2nd millennium since Su Ming had arrived past. Su Ming opened his eyes for the second time then. He looked at the seawater around him, the oasis that was once surrounding him, and the majestic roots before a faint smile appeared on his lips. Su Ming knew that Hao Hao had succeeded. Perhaps he would not need much longer before the world regained its former colors, and then, the tree would show its true glory. Su Ming could sense the success. Since he was connected to the tree of Dao verification, he felt as if he could experience that success and witness everything that happened in the world. When I stand in the sky, I should be able to see a tree of Dao verification that wants to compete against the sky. Or rather, even the sky will have to bow its head before this tree, because the tree of Dao verification will have become the world, Su Ming murmured softly before closing his eyes again. Then, it will be the time for me to leave, to fulfill the promise I made 3,000 years ago to meet outside the city gate of ancient Zhang's capital. The time has also come for the battle of possession to finally end. But when I open my eyes, will the path belong to me, or will it belong to him? I am not confident, Su Ming murmured in his heart. Chapter 1463. Big Brother, Goodbye. While in that state of spiritual quietness, Su Ming did not think about anything complicated. In fact, he did not think even about ancient Zhang. In that spiritual quietness and calmness in his mind, he silently let time pass. If he did think about something, then it was about what sort of road he pursued. He immersed himself in the state of spiritual quietness, the tree of Dao verification's growth, and the transformation of the world. Those experiences were something that no cultivator had ever obtained. Be it in ancient Zhang or this world in the past, there had never been a cultivator who could sense a world's transformation like Su Ming by fusing with the tree of Dao verification's will and personally witnessing everything. The tree of Dao verification, its namesake meant to verify Daos, and right then, what Su Ming did was akin to verifying Daos as well. The seasons passed one after another. Soon, the ocean returned to its former glory. When the tree of Dao verification grew from 100,000 feet to 1,000,000 feet, its trunk occupied a small part of the ocean, and it stood tall at the center. However, the tree crown had already grown to the point where it covered the entire ocean and reached the sky. Green life gradually appeared in the 9 continents surrounding the ocean. It filled the lands, and the 9 continents slowly gained complete mountain ranges. Rivers began to flow, and more lives slowly appeared in the world. Su Ming experienced all of it personally. It was just as Hao Hao had said, if Su Ming helped him, Hao Hao would help him in return. Over the years, Hao Hao used his actions to explain what he meant by those words. To Su Ming, such a serendipity surpassed the limits of what any cultivator could ever know. The value and rarity of such an experience was never felt by anyone in the past, and Su Ming could say with certainty that in the future, it would also be difficult for anyone else to obtain it. He saw the transformation of a world and the tree of Dao verification growing to reach the skies and cover the world from a seed. Being able to witness and experience this personally was Su Ming's greatest serendipity in life. While experiencing that growth, Su Ming gradually gained his epiphany. As time went by, it slowly became clearer. When another 100 years passed, Su Ming had already been in the world for 1,700 years. In the state of spiritual quietness, his 8th overlapping Dao paragon and his 3rd eye became clear from its initial blurry form. It slowly manifested until it gained complete form. As it gained complete form, the power Hao Hao had given Su Ming before slowly merged with him. In truth, Su Ming had only been able to reach his level of cultivation because of the Phala as well as all that Hao Hao had given him. What Hao Hao gave him was all the life force in the former tree of Dao verification. The strength of it was enough to transform Su Ming's level of cultivation, and while he bore testimony to the tree of Dao verification's continuous growth from a seed to its current height, the epiphany resulted in the metamorphosis of his cultivation base. After fusing with the life force Hao Hao provided for 1,000-something years, Su Ming's 8th Dao Paragon was fully formed, but even then, Su Ming did not open his eyes. However, the 8th Dao Paragon in his third eye had already reached a certain level, and he needed to fuse it with something before he could break through Dao Immortal Realm and become one of the great Dao Paragons. However, that fusion was not simple. If any accidents occurred, then everything would end up in vain. But Su Ming did not pay any attention to it or spared any thought. He just meditated quietly. Changes happened every year in the world outside. As the mountains and rivers were restored in the 9 continents, as green filled the lands, as the final 100 years of Su Ming's second millennium passed, the 9 continents returned to their former glory. When Su Ming looked over, spiritual aura was within the land, and a hint of spirituality appeared in the seawater. Besides still having no living creatures in it, the world was completely different from before. The roots of the tree of Dao verification had already filled half of the ocean, while the tree crown had already surpassed the surface of the ocean and even covered a small part of the 9 continents. The tree was nearly 10 million feet tall. When Su Ming looked over, he could not see the sky. The only thing he saw was the endless tree of Dao verification. The spot where Su Ming sat could be considered the deep parts of the tree of Dao verification, but there was always a path laid out before him that stretched far into the world beyond. From the distance, the road was like a crack. It was the path the tree of Dao verification had left for Su Ming. When 3 centuries of the 3rd millennium went by, the sky and the world outside could no longer be seen from the ground. The only thing that could be seen was the tree of Dao verification's crown, which had replaced the sky. The sky was not blue, but green, and the green sky was the one that truly belonged to that world. The tree crown no longer just covered a small part of the 9 continents. Instead, with the Central Sea as the center, it had continuously spread out for 1,000-something years and completely covered all of the 9 continents. It did not stop there though and continued to spread to the end of the war. LD. Because of it, the 9 continents and the world looked like they were protected beneath the tree of Dao verification's crown. This scene caused Su Ming's epiphany to become clearer. A great, majestic presence appeared around him while he meditated, and when it spread out, it caused Su Ming to slowly open his eyes. However, his eyes no longer held the quiet emptiness born from spiritual quietness. It was as if when he opened his eyes, he did not see the area around him, but the world outside, and when he closed his eyes again, his epiphany was kept in his heart. Before him was the world that had amazed the Emperor of Ancient Zong when he first stepped into it once he tore through space after he reached boundless Dao realm. It was also the reason why he placed such a high value on the tree of Dao verification. It was a tree that served as the guardian of an entire world. At the start of the 3rd century in the 3rd millennium since Su Ming came to that place, the tree of Dao verification's crown replaced the sky, and lives appeared on the land. Trees appeared, living creatures appeared, and all of them created the cycle of life for a world. Su Ming watched all of it from the beginning to the end. Like that, 700 years of the 3rd millennium went by. 2,700 years had passed since Su Ming stepped into that world. To a mortal, this amount of time was perhaps enough for several dynasties to come and go, for living through several cycles of life and death. Even a cultivator would feel like it's a long time if they had to live through it. Su Ming opened his eyes at that moment. He had been silent for a long time. When he slowly stood up, it was the first time in nearly 2,000 years. Once he got up, he walked forward, down the path left for him by the tree of Dao verification. The roots behind him slowly closed up, destroying the path he walked. When Su Ming walked out of the path made from the roots of the tree of Dao verification and the ocean, he walked into the sky. He stood in the air, and when he looked over, he saw that the green sky was the tree crown, and the blue beneath him was the ocean. It surrounded the 9 continents filled with an abundance with lives. The world had been completely changed. Its former glory had returned, and whether or not brilliant flowers would bloom again would depend on the living beings who were born in the place to personally create them in the future. A smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. When he swept his gaze past the land, his third eye opened, to reveal his power of an 8th-level Great Dao Paragon. It was a white light. It filled Su Ming's third eye, causing others to be unable to see the Great Dao Paragons contained in his pupil. What they saw was only the endless white. When he used his third eye to glance at the earth, Su Ming saw Di Tian City and several figures around him. At that moment, the smile on Di Tian's face was one that Su Ming had never seen before. After watching him for a long time, Su Ming shifted his gaze away and looked at Lei Chen, Dark Mountain, the tribe under the mountain, and heard the cheers and laughter filling that tribe. It was enveloped in joy. Be it Di Tian or Lei Chen, they had chosen that place and chosen to lose their way. Yet no matter what, since they had chosen to be lost right there, they would naturally be affected by the changes in the world. However, they could not see the effects themselves, just like how Lin Dongdong could not. He was on the 6th continent at that moment. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hair was a mess. He looked like a madman, and he was still searching for Su Ming's real body. He believed that once he killed him, he could rob him of his kismet and go back to ancient Zong. After a long while, Su Ming closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he looked at the tree of Dao verification. It had provided him with a great amount of cultivation base and given him the serendipity of being able to see a world's transformation. Because of that, Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply to the tree of Dao verification. That bow immediately caused the tree of Dao verification to rumble and shake. As it shook, a gap appeared in the green tree crown serving as the sky. It grew wider, and the sunlight from the sky beyond spilled through the gap and shone on Su Ming. When he lifted his head, he saw the gap that had appeared in the green sky and knew that Hao Hao had opened a path for him to return to ancient Zong. In silence, Su Ming cast a glance around him again to remember everything about that place. Then, he turned into a long arc that charged to the gap in the sky. When he moved through it, he saw a huge vortex in the sky. The center of it was a black hole, and there was a powerful suction force coming out of it at that moment. It enveloped Su Ming, drawing him closer to it. Su Ming's expression was calm, and when he approached the black hole, he lowered his head. Then, he saw a boy of about 5 years old standing on the tree crown beneath him. He was staring at him with an innocent smile on his face and waving. "Big brother, bye-bye. Remember me, okay?" When Su Ming looked at the boy, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and he too waved at him until he disappeared into the black hole. Chapter 1464, 7 Moons Sect. After that period of time, it was dusk in ancient Zong. Far away from the country center was 7 Moon Sect. Right then, it was shrouded by snow. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky and covered the land. The white curtain connected the land to the sky, hiding most of 7 Moon Sect's splendor. The exact same amount of time Su Ming had spent keeping Hao Hao company had also passed in ancient Zong. 2,700 years had also gone by in the land before him. To any country, the period of the 2,700 years could not be considered as short. And in the world of cultivators, many people would have come and gone during the 2,700 years. 7 Moon Sect, that powerful sect among the 7 sects and 12 clans nearly 3,000 years ago in ancient Zong had entered decline. From a distance, it had a depressed air about it. Snow might not have fallen in the sky beyond the sky, but the dying air spreading out from it caused a certain figure who was staring at 7 Moon Sect while standing at the mountain in the distance to sense something ancient and weary. That figure belonged to a young man who was dressed in a simple long black robe and had a head full of purple hair. He appeared to be about 26 or 27 years old, but there was an ancient air that could not be described about him. He seemed to have lived for far too long. 5,000-something years of practicing Tao, and I walked through worlds after worlds. I met various people, and the corpses of those who died by my hands are too numerous to count. Now, I have become a great Tao paragon. While staring at 7 Moon Sect in the distance, the young man let out a long sigh. He was Su Ming, who had returned from the formerly glorious world. He stared at 7 Moon Sect, and after being quiet for a moment, he lifted his foot and walked towards 7 Moon Sect's outer sect. He saw the disciples in there, but they were no longer as numerous as he remembered. There were only hundreds of them left. Su Ming was mostly unfamiliar with them. In fact, some of the attendants of the outer sect were not part of those he remembered either. Many things had changed. Then, Su Ming walked into the first layer of sky beyond the sky, the second layer, the third layer, and when he arrived at the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky, he did not see Lan Lan, but her memorial. It was placed in the palace of the mountain that belonged to the 3rd line in the 5th layer of sky beyond the sky. It was a somber memorial worshipped by the disciples in that line, and it was placed in the memorial hall at the back of the palace. There was a middle-aged woman standing outside the memorial hall. She was dressed in a Taoist robe, and in her hands she held a broom. While dusk approached as snow fell from the sky, she sat under the eaves of the memorial hall and stared into the distance quietly. Su Ming remembered her somewhat. She was Lan Lan's head disciple in the 3rd line. However, after 2,000-something years had passed, the once young and pretty girl had already become a middle-aged woman. Su Ming walked into the courtyard outside the memorial hall. He stepped on the snow and left behind his footprints until he arrived next to the middle-aged woman. As if she had only just noticed that there was someone next to her, the middle-aged woman lifted her head swiftly, and when she looked at Su Ming, she was taken aback. "Which line do you belong to? Do you have any business here?" Su Ming's face W. As incredibly unfamiliar to the woman, but his presence prevented her from mustering any sort of hostility. In fact, for some unknown reason, she felt a hint of cordiality with him, and hence, instinctively, she said those words. Su Ming's gaze landed on the door to the memorial hall, and a hint of melancholy appeared on his face. "I came to see Sect Elder Lan Lan," he said softly. When his words reached the middle-aged woman's ears, she fell silent. She might have felt that Su Ming was unfamiliar, but at that moment, as if her heart had been affected, her expression did not change. Instead, she stared at Su Ming in a dazed manner, as if all his words and actions had fused with the world, and everything he did was part of nature's law. It was as if his arrival was also predestined. "You." The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment. "Master passed away 1,900 years ago," she then said softly. Su Ming fell silent. After a long while, he lifted his feet and walked towards the memorial hall. Once he stepped inside, the door to the memorial hall slowly fell shut. There were dozens of memorial plates on the altar. They all belonged to the people from the third line who had the right to be placed there. Once they died, the sect carved their names on memorial plates on the altar so that their descendants would not forget them. While standing there, Su Ming let his gaze land on the last memorial plate on the altar. Carved clearly on that plate were 4 words, Sect Elder Lan Lan. Su Ming stared at the 4 words in silence, then slowly closed his eyes. In the darkness that descended and the silence of the memorial hall, Su Ming felt like he had returned to the moment many years ago when he had first met Lan Lan. She gave Su Ming a feeling that she was Fong Tsenglan, and he later came to understand that she was that world's Fong Tsenglan. Su Ming had always avoided having much contact with her because he was afraid that he would lose his way in the end. Various memories rose in his mind at that moment. When the time it takes for an incense stick to burn passed, Su Ming opened his eyes, and once he turned around, he walked out of the memorial hall. "Why did she die?" he asked faintly. The middle-aged woman was silent for a moment before she sang softly, "One Dao Sect." Su Ming nodded. He did not say anything more, but simply walked out of the palace on the mountain to return to his house in the 5th layer of 7 moons Sect Sky Beyond the Sky. That place had not changed much from what he remembered, but there was now a layer of dust covering everything. Su Ming stood on the cliff and stared at his former house. After a long while, he turned his head around and saw Yi Wang meditating on the mountain belonging to the first line in the 5th sky beyond the sky. He appeared to be a middle-aged man, and his power was great. There was a resolute and level-headed look on his face. He had become a sect elder. Su Ming moved his gaze away and walked to the 6th layer of sky beyond the sky. Then, he walked to the 7 moons Sect 7th sky beyond the sky. When he arrived there, a brilliant spark slowly appeared in his eyes. It was one that had not appeared for a long time in his eyes, since he had mostly remained calm over the years. Even though he had told himself many times that ancient Zong was just the battlefield for the battle of possession between him and Xianzang, at that moment, killing intent emerged from the depths of his eyes. The 7th layer of sky beyond the sky had become a wasteland. There were only 3 continents left out of the 13. The others had all been reduced to rubble. What remained of them floated about the world like dust. Waves of mighty pressure belonging to a great Dao paragon still filled the place, though it was barely perceptible. Su Ming could guess that many years ago, a great Dao paragon had descended in a monstrous rage and nearly destroyed the place, which was why his presence still remained to that date. The remaining 3 continents were filled with a deathly silence. However, Su Ming could still sense 3 presences from the highest mountains on them. They belonged to Dao Han and 2 former great sect elders. Gutai was not among them, and neither was Su Zhongfan. The remaining 3 people's presences were very faint, since they most likely had been injured gravely. At that moment, they seemed to be resting, but they would need an endless amount of time to recover. Su Ming gradually suppressed the killing intent in his eyes. He kept it in him and made it fuse with his presence. He swept his gaze past the 3 continents, then eventually fixed his gaze on the first one. He moved forward and instantly appeared on the tallest mountain of that continent. There was a huge platform on the summit, and it had a large rune. At the center of the rune was a sunken concave the size of a fist. It was like a small pit. Su Ming stared at the pit, and as a former 7 Moon Sect disciple, he knew how 7 Moon Sect worked. If there was nothing happening, only one great sect elder would be awake in each generation. That great sect elder would be in charge of 7 Moon Sect while the other great sect elders would be asleep to train. If anyone wanted to wake up the great sect elders, they would need to gather drops of fresh blood with the 7 lives art accumulated in them. This was the only way to wake up a sleeping great sect elder, and it was what Lan Lan had done in the past. She had used that method to wake up Su Zhongfan. While standing on the rune, Su Ming was quiet for a moment. Then, he lifted his right hand and sliced his fingertip. His blood dropped into the small pit under him. When 9 drops of blood fell, Su Ming swung his right arm. No blood dropped from his finger anymore, and he stood there and waited quietly. The blood in the pit at the center of the rune instantly vanished. The next instant, blood-red light shone from the rune, and it surged straight into the sky. At the same time, a loud, thunderous roar that seemed to have come from hell rang out from within the mountain. The rune shone and started rotating. Booming sounds echoed in the air, and a huge crack spread out from the center of the rune. An ice coffin slowly rose from the mountain, then straightened itself before landing on the ground with a bang in front of Su Ming. Through the ice coffin's lid, Su Ming saw Dao Han, who was withered and had his eyes shut tightly. There was a hideous wound on his chest. It ran through his body and the heart meridian. His body was as withered as a skeleton. While Su Ming looked at him, the coffin turned blood red in color. Gradually, the withered corpse slowly started squirming, and in the span of a few dozen breaths, Dao Han returned to how he looked in Su Ming's memories. Who woke me up? With another roar, Dao Han opened his eyes in the coffin. It was the first time he opened his eyes since Seven Moon Sect suffered the disaster 2,000 years ago, and he fell into deep slumber due to severe injuries. Almost at the instant he looked up, Su Ming's figure entered his eyes. At the moment he saw him, Dao Han's pupils shrank. He could clearly sense the power of a great Dao Paragon from him. It was also at that moment that he discovered that the severed heart meridian in his chest had started showing signs of recovery. Dao Han's expression was grim. He did not relax because his injuries were recovering. Instead, his gaze became even sharper. However, there was a hint of excitement hidden in the depths of his sharp gaze. He was not unfamiliar with Su Ming's presence. Even though it belonged to a great Dao Paragon, he would never forget Su Ming's presence. However, his appearance had changed considerably. At that moment, the Su Ming who stood before him had Su Ming's real appearance from Harmonious Morris Alba. Chapter 1465, Descent upon One Dao Sect. I'm back, Su Ming said calmly. At the instant he said those words, cracks appeared on the coffin where Dao Han was. They spread out with every passing second. After a moment, the coffin shattered, and Dao Han walked out of it. His face was still pale, but there was a hint of madness and excitement in his eyes. That excitement was something incredibly rare for him. He stared at Su Ming in a daze, and after a long time had passed, he threw his head back and laughed. It's good that you're back. Dao Han, that powerful cultivator who was once rather cold to Su Ming and whom Su Ming had also treated coldly, laughed loudly. Yet once he spoke, anguish appeared in his smile. They're dead. They're all dead. Su Zhongfan passed away. The Great Sect elders died one by one. Only 2 other Great Sect elders besides me remain. Right now, there are only 3 of us left. Seven Moon Sect only has 3 Great Sect elders. My injuries might seem heavy, but they're the lightest of the 3 of us. One of them had his body destroyed, and only his nascent divinity remains, and the other had most of his nascent divinity destroyed. I don't know whether they will even wake up anymore. Dao Han took a few steps back, and in his anguish, monstrous hate appeared in his eyes. Su Ming was quiet for a while before he said slowly, One Dao Sect, huh? Yes, it's One Dao Sect. When all the dimensions where the tree of Dao verification was located shattered, many of the cultivators from the 7 sects and 12 clans died. During the century after that event, the 2 great Dao Paragons from One Dao Sect, Bai Lu and Qi Yang, descended in Seven Moon Sect and started slaughtering us. In the end, if it was not because Sect Master Gu Tai, who acted with no hesitation in choosing to give up on the possibility to become a great Dao Paragon and self-destructing so that he could summon the ancestral spirits of Seven Moon Sect to descend among us, thereby forcing Bai Lu and Qi Yang to temporarily retreat, if the Sect Master's old friends did not come to help, and if immortal Qing Han of Azura clan did not come forth to put a stop to it, then, what you would have found would only be ruins. They're all dead. Dao Han's laughter was shrill and forlorn. When his voice echoed in the air, it was as if all the innocent souls who died in the slaughter within the 7th sky beyond the sky had started howling. Third Prince, you. As Dao Han spoke, Su Ming turned around and walked away. Judging by the looks of it, he seemed to be about to leave the 7th layer of sky beyond the sky. His action filled Dao Han with anguish, and when he looked at Su Ming's back, he found that he could not say a single word. He knew that the 3rd Prince could help Seven Moon Sect, but if the enemy was One Dao Sect, then, even if he became a great Dao Paragon, he would still be slightly wary. He had just come back to take a look at them because he wanted to play his part in the relationship he had formed with Seven Moon Sect in the past. Despite his anguish, Dao Han would not make over-the-top requests. He only hoped that Seven Moon Sect would come under his protection and there would come a day when they could return to glory. It was Gu Tai's wish before he died, and it was also Su Zhongfan's wish. Right then, it had become Dao Han's wish as well. It's difficult for me to stay for long in Ancient Song, but I will make one Dao sect pay with blood for every drop they spilled. This will be my way of returning the kindness Seven Moons sect had showed me. When Su Ming was about to walk out of the seventh sky beyond the sky, his footsteps came to a halt. After he spoke, he stepped out of the seventh layer. His words echoed in the air and reached Dao Han's ears, causing him to fall silent while he watched Su Ming leave into the distance. Pay with blood for every drop they spilled, those words represented what Su Ming thought and contained within them a bloodthirsty intent. The events of the past appeared before Dao Han's eyes, and he remembered what had happened when he first met Su Ming. Su Ming left Seven Moons sect and the region where it was. He walked quietly in the sky until he came to a forest. He remembered that what he was looking for was located right next to a small mountain village. He looked at it from a distance, and a melancholic look appeared in his eyes. The village was no longer around. In fact, there was not even a ruin left behind. Everything had become part of the forest. The span of 2,000-something years could change many things. The scenery may remain the same, but the people were no longer the same. This constantly happened in every corner of the world. No signs of the mountain village remained. The constant sound of someone chopping wood had also become quiet murmurs in the passage of time. Su Ming stared at it from midair for a long, long time, until he eventually descended. Based on what he remembered, he walked past each spot where the village once was in the forest. He walked past the blacksmith shop, the vintner's house, and the old man's house while looking at the trees around him. Then, Su Ming sat down quietly at the spot where the old man's house was, just like how he had sat in the old man's courtyard to chop wood and listened to the old man's occasionally disconnected words. As he sat there quietly, the sun set and rose the next morning. Dawn arrived, then dusk dropped by. There was no longer the sound of anyone cutting wood, no white dogs followed him anymore, and the old man's constant chattering could no longer be heard. Only Su Ming remained there. He sat quietly until snow fell from the sky and landed on his body as well as his head. It snowed for an entire night. When the sun rose and morning arrived, Su Ming opened his eyes. He stood up, then turned his head around to cast a glance at the world behind him as well as around him. In silence, he then walked through the forest into the distance. His back was very desolate. There was loneliness about him as well as the air of defeat. The sun could not shine on him, and only the wind and snow remained, as if they would accompany him for the rest of his journey. However, while the snow appeared the same, in truth, once he walked into the distance, he noticed that the snowflakes by his side were no longer the same as the ones in the past. They seemed the same, but they were different. Only the wind by his side appeared to be the same for eternity. Su Ming continued walking until he walked out of the forest. Under the morning sun, he walked into the sky and continued moving forward until he reached a temple one day. That temple looked very worn down, like it would collapse if wind so much as blew against it or snow fell on its roof, but it still continued to stand tall. The ancient air around it bore testimony to how the temple had existed for countless years since it was built. There were 3 statues in the temple, and their faces could no longer be seen clearly. The only things that could be seen of them were the cracks that could be found everywhere on their bodies. They were packed densely together and covered the statues from head to toe. The temple was very quiet. The only sounds that could be heard were the moans of the wind outside. Aside from them, nothing else could be heard. Su Ming quietly walked into the temple. His gaze was cold and aloof when he cast a glance at the 3 statues. With his level of cultivation right then, it was not difficult for him to locate one Dao sect. One Dao sect. When Su Ming said those words flatly, he lifted his right hand and swung it before himself. With it, while the sky outside remained the same and the wind continued to moan, a storm rose up in the temple. It instantly swept through the entire temple with an astonishing roar, and light came out of the cracks on the 3 statues as if they wanted to create a rune that resembled a net. Su Ming's expression was calm. At the instant the net-like rune appeared, he lifted his foot and took a step forward. The net-like rune was unable to withstand the pressure of his approach and began to shatter layer by layer. In the span of a single breath, it broke apart completely, allowing Su Ming to step through it without any problems. When his foot landed, he seemed to have stepped on air. The area around him twisted as if time had distorted. When everything became clear, he appeared in a world covered in dark clouds. It was shrouded in darkness. From a distance, countless volcanoes and 3 big statues could be seen in the area. 2 of the statues were badly damaged. The moment Su Ming stepped into the world, the sky rotating swiftly, as if a huge vortex was about to be formed. Piercing shrieks echoed in the air in warning to the cultivators of the land that a powerful enemy had invaded their midst. One Dao sect. Since the people of the sect love using great Dao paragons to step into other sects and clans, suppressing them with their power, then today, I might as well try it out. When Su Ming said those words flatly, his voice spread through the entirety of One Dao sect's world. The volcanoes in the distance crumbled with a bang, unable to withstand the mighty pressure contained in Su Ming's voice. In fact, even the ground started trembling violently at that moment. Cries of surprise shot into the air, and Su Ming saw cultivators flying out of the buildings around the land. How dare you? How dare you invade Wen Dao sect? Almost at the same time the people flew out, an enraged shout rang out in the air. The owner of the voice had started shouting almost instinctively, and he regretted his decision right after he said those words, because the loud rumbles from the volcanoes in the area had already told him just what level of cultivation Su Ming possessed. Su Ming's face was one of cold aloofness. He did not even spare a glance at the people who flew out, but simply walked to one of the 3 statues in the distance. The moment he moved forward, several long arcs flew out from the area in front of him. They approached him, and the power from various divine abilities swiftly manifested. While remaining composed, Su Ming let out a cold harumph. That one cold harumph immediately caused the world to roar. With Su Ming as the center, a layer of ripples instantly spread out. The expression of the incoming cultivators changed drastically. They did not even manage to scream before their bodies contorted under the ripples and they broke down, turning into bloody rain that poured down from the sky. It's been a long time since I killed in this manner. Wen Dao sect, Su Ming said flatly, and monstrous killing intent shone in his eyes. When he lifted his right hand, he formed a seal and pushed downwards in the direction of the ground beneath him. With it, the ground immediately roared. Volcanoes collapsed, and then the entire land shattered. The great, mighty pressure from Su Ming instantly descended on the entire world, and when his third eye opened, it clearly revealed his 8 overlapping Great Dao Paragons, which were shining with endless black light. Let darkness descend upon the land. Let night replace day. Let slaughter turn into a Wen Dao sect's blood debt will require the blood of the entire sect to be cleared. Su Ming's voice rang clearly in the hearts of each and every one of Wen Dao sect's cultivators while the ground rumbled. A Great Dao Paragon. He's a Great Dao Paragon. Cries of surprise instantly rang out in the air. At that moment, a cold harumph came from the statue far away from Su Ming. When it resounded through the air, the destruction of the ground stopped. At the same time, a long arc charged at Su Ming like a shooting star. Spreading out of that long arc was the power of a Great Dao Paragon. Chapter 1466, Strongest Great Dao Paragon. It was Sun Mu. Great Dao Paragon Sun Mu had forcefully descended in Seven Moons sect and launched the first battle between Wen Dao sect and Su Ming, who was then the 3rd prince and Seven Moons sect. He had personally led the attack. Even though Wen Dao sect had withdrawn from the battle, Sun Mu's bearing had stood above all those from Seven Moons sect and had forced Gu Tai and the others to participate in a gamble. That alone was enough to see Sun Mu's arrogance. The moment his voice traveled through Wen Dao sect, he appeared in front of Su Ming. He did not use any divine abilities. Instead, with one finger containing power that seemed to be able to destroy the world, he charged at Su Ming. A loud bang shot up, and it instantly spread through the entire world. Sun Mu's expression changed then. He moved hundreds of feet backwards, and when he lifted his head, he stared up. Su Ming lowered his right hand. With a fling of his arm, the destructive power in Sun Mu's finger was neutralized. At that moment, when he lowered his right hand, he glared at Sun Mu coldly, though his expression was as calm as ever. Sir, you are an unfamiliar sight. I have never heard of any sect in ancient Song that had a new Great Dao Paragon. Since you are here, and since you say that you want to destroy Wen Dao sect, why don't you tell us who you are? Sun Mu stared at Su Ming while speaking coldly, but his heart was already trembling. In fact, he was slightly shocked, because his attack just then had not been as simple as it seemed. It was one of his strongest divine abilities. With a casual point of his finger, he could even fight against Great Dao Paragons who were as powerful as him. However, the black-robed young man before him had managed to neutralize his attack with just a fling of his arm. He had not even stepped back after that, which told him a lot. This person is powerful even among the Great Dao Paragons. Sun Mu's heart let out a thump. He knew clearly that there were distinctions between the strong and weak even among Great Dao Paragons. However, even though his heart was thumping violently against his chest, he did not feel like he was in danger, because while the distinctions between the weak and strong were clear, there had never been Great Dao Paragons who would kill each other in ancient Song. Great Dao Paragon Sun Mu, have you forgotten me? Su Ming took a step forward. When his foot landed, he lifted his right hand and formed a seal to point in the direction before him. Immediately, the air in front of him roared and shattered. Layers of space tumbled back, and the destruction instantly spread to Sun Mu. I am not one to remember faces very well. I do indeed not quite remember who you are. Just as he said those words, Sun Mu lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction below him. When he lifted his hand, a layer of ripples spread out to crash against Su Ming's incoming destructive power. Booming sounds echoed in the air, and Sin Mu's expression changed again. He staggered hundreds of feet backwards. "You will remember me," Su Ming said with a calm expression. As he spoke, he turned into a long arc that charged at Sin Mu. The two of them instantly crashed into each other. Booming sounds shook the sky, and the countless One Dao sect cultivators beneath discovered to their shock that the supreme Great Dao Paragon Sin Mu was being forced back continuously. He was retreating. With each clash, he was forced to move back as if the divine abilities from the young man in black were so strong that they contained a might he could not withstand. In fact, Sin Mu felt a presence around the young man that spoke of an indomitable will. Once Sin Mu took a step backwards, he would be forced to continue moving backwards. At that moment, it was no longer important who he was. What was important was that Sin Mu had realized that he could not seize control of the situation. While booming sounds echoed in the air, his speed as he was forced back became faster, and he was pushed by Su Ming to the statue. The shock of it was incredibly great to Sin Mu, because the times when Great Dao Paragons were unable to seize control over a fight were incredibly rare. After all, their power nearly reached the peak. All divine abilities cast by them could destroy the world, which was why if they were suppressed, then there was only one possible explanation to what was going on. This person didn't even use his full power. He's doing all of this with ease. This possibility left Sin Mu in shock, and he felt rather aggrieved, because he was in One Dao sect. He could not use divine abilities that would affect wide areas, or else, even without his enemy attacking, One Dao sect would be destroyed. When he saw that his body was about to be pushed to the statue, a sigh came from afar. "Fellow Taoist, must you do this?" Once the sigh appeared, an old man with red hair showed up on the other statue in the distance. With a wide stride, he walked towards Su Ming. With just one step, he arrived behind Su Ming. With a swing of his arm, the great power belonging to a Great Dao Paragon swept towards Su Ming while causing the world to tumble. "I am Qi Yang. Fellow Taoist, if you stop now, we will not prevent your departure, and we can treat what happened today as a misunderstanding. Fellow Taoist, what do you think of this offer?" Arriving along with the loud bangs were the red-haired old man's words. When Sin Mu saw that Qi Yang's divine ability swept up the world into a storm before approaching Su Ming, his eyes shone. He turned around and stopped retreating, then charged at Su Ming. He formed a seal with his hands, and immediately, the world before him distorted. He looked as if he had divided into hundreds of versions of himself. Each of them erupted with different divine abilities, and they all closed in on the black-robed man. Su Ming's lips curled into a cold sneer. He formed a seal with his right hand and straightened his palm to fight against Sin Mu, then lifted his left hand and formed a seal with it before he threw it at the incoming storm. At the instant his punch landed, an astonishing power erupted from his fist. A loud bang echoed in every direction. The wave of impact that stirred up instantly tumbled outwards, and all of One Dao sect was drowned out by the deafening roar. Many of the cultivators below immediately started bleeding from their eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Then, the ones with higher levels of cultivation quickly set up runes. The sect elders of One Dao sect worked together to form protective seals. There were 7 among the great sect elders of One Dao sect who were Dao Paragons. When they flew out, they sat down in the air with only one task, to protect the disciples of One Dao sect. While the world rumbled, Qi Yang was to Su Ming's left, and Sin Mu was to his right. With his own power, Su Ming withstood the 2 great Dao Paragons' attacks. He remained unmoved in the air. Sin Mu's expression changed, and he swiftly fell back as booming sounds continued without end. He moved 1,000 feet back. Blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. When he lifted his head, he looked at Su Ming with incredulity in his gaze. On Su Ming's other side, the expression of old Qi Yan also changed. He moved 1,000 feet back, and when he looked at Su Ming's grim look appeared on his face. Just like Sin Mu, he did not expect that the black-robed young man was so strong. With his strength alone, he fought against both of them. His expression did not change either. This is not just the power of a great Dao Paragon. It is a vast power that is far beyond our imagination. He is a great Dao Paragon, but his true power is far more terrifying than his realm. At the instant Qi Yang and Sin Mu moved back, an old palm appeared behind Su Ming without a single sound to push him down. That strike contained no aura, and the timing was impeccable. It was right at the moment Su Ming forced Qi Yang and Sin Mu back. Contained in the palm was an incredibly great destructive power, but it did not spread out. It was just about to touch Su Ming when Su Ming's third eye flew open. His 8 overlapping great Dao Paragons immediately shone with a black light. It instantly covered Su Ming's entire body, and the palm landed on the black light. Booming sounds echoed in the air. With his right hand, Su Ming seized the air behind him without any hesitation. With it, the air behind him distorted and crumbled. An old figure instantly appeared. It was a short old man dressed in a black robe. At that moment, his expression was extremely grim. He took a few steps back to form an encirclement together with Qi Yang and Sun Mu. "You're all finally here," Su Ming said faintly while standing in the encirclement formed by the three people. At that moment, there was a black screen of light surrounding him. When it landed in the others' eyes, their expressions changed again. They were incredulous. "This is the first time I see a great Dao Paragon whose power exceeds his current level of cultivation, instead of the same, equal development the rest of us share in this realm. Third Prince, your power is so great that if it was not because of the limits of your realm, you might be able to bring forth the power of a 9th level Dao God. But I have to ask, is Lin Dongdong all right?" Bai Lu asked slowly with a grim look that had never been seen on his face before. It was just as he said. Right then, the depths of Su Ming's power of cultivation base came from the tree of Dao verification, and it had surpassed his realm. If he was a jug, he would have enough water, but the mouth of the jug was just so big. Only a limited amount of his power could flow out. Still, he could already fight against 3 great Dao Paragons and not be at a disadvantage. Because at that moment, he was the strongest among the great Dao Paragons. You managed to bring forth a light from your 8 overlapping great Dao Paragons that is different from the other great Dao Paragons. This is a feat possible only to those who manage to sound 9 Dao spirit voices, and right now, the only person who has not become a great Dao Paragon but has sounded 9 Dao spirit voices is the third prince who went missing when the dimensions where the tree of Dao verification lies were destroyed 2,000-something years ago. Qi Yang's pupils shrank as he stared at Su Ming. Once he was able to identify him, he knew that on that day, they were bound to fight to the death. "I didn't expect that you would have become a great Dao Paragon with just 2,000-something years since we last met," Sun Mu said slowly while looking at Su Ming. There was a slightly complicated look on his face. When the three of them spoke, their voices were heard by the One Dao sect cultivators below them. Their expressions changed. There were some among them who had experienced the destruction of the 3 dimensions, and even those who did not know about it had heard of the drastic changes that had happened at the time. It was an incredibly devastating blow to all sects and clans in ancient Zong, and it also brought the end of the competition between the successors. At that moment, when the cultivators saw Su Ming again and heard the words of the 3 great Dao Paragons, the shock in their hearts immediately turned into a howling storm. Chapter 1467, Ancient Zong Rules. Su Ming's expression remained calm. When he came to One Dao sect, he did not intend to continue hiding his identity. It was nothing to him even if he was recognized. The cultivators there were already meaningless to him. Be it the 3 great Dao Paragons or the other cultivators, all of them were just pieces in his process to possess Xianzong. But that process was too real, so real that even if Su Ming understood everything, he still came to One Dao sect to kill. Even though he knew that everything did not exist, he was persistent. In truth, he could just use the epiphany he had gained from Lin Dongdong. It allowed him to seem separated from the space of the world. His existence could become something without corporeal form, so all divine abilities would seep through his body. However, Su Ming did not choose to do that. He chose to truly attack. It was all because of Seven Moon Sect. Be it Lan Lan, Gu Tai, or Su Zhongfan, who had been really kind to Su Ming, they had appeared in his life, and even if they had departed from his side, they still left behind different tracks in his life. It was just as if how destiny would determine who would walk into a person's life, but the people themselves would have to decide who would stay. Some people were bound to accompany each other for life, and some were bound to just leave a mark in another person's life. Those marks could be deep or shallow. The deep marks would be remembered for life, and the shallow ones would just be brief, unmemorable guests in a person's life. Lin Dongdong is doing well. He's living in his own world. When Su Ming said those words faintly, his eyes shone with an aloof glare. He took a step forward. He was an 8th-level Great Dao Paragon, but the depth of his cultivation base had long since surpassed what that realm pertained, which was why he was the strongest Great Dao Paragon, and also the strongest among all below 9th-level Dao gods. The only thing regrettable about the situation was that his great reputation was still unknown to many people, but he could already foresee that once he left One Dao sect and everyone heard about the things that happened in One Dao sect, his name would become the center of attention in all of ancient Zong. The moment Su Ming moved forward, Qi Yang, Sun Mu, and Bai Lu took a step forward as well. Their expressions were different, but the grave look in their eyes was the same. The more they came to understand Su Ming's power, the greater the pressure they felt. He was the strongest Great Dao Paragon. The power that he could bring forth with the might of his cultivation base was a force that stood at the peak of all others and would not disappear quickly. Su Ming could remain at the peak of his condition for a long time, and even if both sides suffered the same injuries, their effect on him would be drastically reduced, while the 3 of them could not claim the same. At the instant Su Ming's foot landed, Sun Mu lifted his right hand. White light appeared on his hand, and white snow showed up before him. It swiftly gathered into a block of ice that instantly froze the entire area. Immediately after, Qi Yang formed a seal with his hands and let out a breath that turned into a sun. It exuded incredible heat that formed a formation of ice and fire with Xin Mu's ice, which then charged at Su Ming with a force that covered the sky and earth. As for Bai Lu, he did not participate in the attack. Instead, he swung his arms outwards, and his sleeves immediately grew exponentially longer, until they covered the entire area as if he wanted to cover the sky and the moon. Two were in charge of attack, and one sealed the area and set up defenses. Each of the three great Dao paragons of one Dao sect chose the area in which they performed the best. Su Ming's expression did not change much in the face of the trio's combined attack. It was something he hoped would happen, since it would mean that he could spare the effort of killing them one by one. He could just kill them in one go. Su Ming let out a cold snort, then brought his right hand up. Without any hesitation, he pushed it down right after. With it, his four great wills erupted from his body, and the aura that he brought forth increased by leaps and bounds. It was as if his level of cultivation had increased a little. Wills always had the capability to instantly increase the power of a person's cultivation base. This did not mean that they would help them increase one level in Dao Divinity Realm, but that they were a form of stimulation and release, just like how they had helped Su Ming stand up against a Dao Paragon while he was still in Dao Spirit Realm, albeit with great difficulty. The four great wills from Harmonious Morris Alba also allowed him to kill all cultivators in the first or second level of Dao Divinity Realm in one shot. At that moment, when they spread out, Su Ming's long purple hair moved without wind. His robes fluttered, and when he pushed his right hand downwards, booming sounds immediately surged into the sky. The next instant, multiple cracks in space that seemed to be able to divide the world appeared around him. They connected together to form a ring, then spread out swiftly with loud bangs. Wherever the ring went, space would shatter. One Dao sect's land trembled while the world rumbled. Then, it sank hundreds of feet downwards. As for the protective rune the disciples of one Dao sect had formed, a part of it immediately shattered, and a gap was formed. The sect elders of one Dao sect coughed up blood, and some of the disciples screamed shrilly in pain. When the ground sank, their bodies and souls were destroyed because they could not withstand the force. When the ground trembled, the expression of Xin Mu and the other two changed drastically at the same time. When the cracks in space surrounding Su Ming swept towards them, they crashed against their divine abilities. Su Ming did not choose to dodge or retreat, but to fight against them head-on. Booming sounds instantly echoed in the air, and when they reached a deafening degree, Xin Mu's expression changed. He personally saw Su Ming being able to withstand the art he used to freeze the area while using his own divine ability to fight against his art. Then, Xin Mu had to withstand the force of that art. The moment he coughed up blood, he sensed a vast amount of power that could not be described with words crash into his body, and he could not help but move back. Qi Yang also went through the same thing. He personally saw the sun he manifested using his divine ability exude his power of a great Dao Paragon when it crashed against Su Ming's divine ability, and he too had to withstand Su Ming's divine ability. When he coughed up a mouthful of blood, he fell back, unable to control himself. The last was Bai Lu. He did not launch any direct attacks, but the seals and protection he set up showed faint signs of intending to suppress the ripples of Su Ming's power, and at that moment, all of them crumbled to pieces. As they fell back, the three great Dao paragons of one Dao sect all looked at Su Ming in shock, because he could be said to have completely withstood their divine abilities, but not a single change in emotion could be detected on his face. Strongest Great Dao. O Paragon, the fourth strongest in ancient Zong. As expected, he isn't someone we can handle. When Bai Lu moved back, a dispirited look appeared on his face. He stared at Su Ming, and there was a weary tone in his voice. We aren't your opponents, but even if you came for Seven Moon Sect and can suppress the three of us with just your power alone, you can't kill us. This is a rule set by the Emperor of Ancient Zong. Deaths will not occur in fights among great Dao paragons. All those who are yet to become Dao gods cannot break this rule. Bai Lu's weary voice sounded calm while Xin Mu and Qi Yang did not say a single word. At that moment, when they moved back, while their gazes when they looked at Su Ming were grim, they did not hold any sort of great fear due to the threat of death. Seven Moons Sect went seeking their own trouble, and we were merciful by not destroying all of them. Third Prince, you have a great level of cultivation, so you can go on ahead and kill all the disciples in one Dao sect. It doesn't matter to us even if you kill them all. With the three of us still here, one Dao sect will remain for all eternity. IT has inherited the Emperor of Ancient Zhang's Kismet, and before long, it will prosper even greater than before, Qi Yang said slowly, completely aloof to the cultivators below survival. The Emperor of Ancient Zhang's rule, huh? Su Ming lowered his head and looked at his right hand. When he lifted his head, a freezing glare shone in his eyes, and he instantly moved in front of Qi Yang. Well then, I insist on testing whether this rule can be broken. As he spoke, Su Ming clenched his right fist while in front of Qi Yang. The four great wills swiftly gathered on him, and he threw a punch. Qi Yang's pupils shrank, but a cold sneer appeared on his face. When he lifted his right hand, a sun showed up on his palm. 8 more suns manifested alongside it and charged at Su Ming. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth, but Su Ming did not dodge. He simply let the 9 suns approach him. When they landed on his body, his right fist crashed into Qi Yang's chest. When his punch landed, blood trickled down the corners of Qi Yang's mouth. He was forced backwards. Su Ming's expression was as calm as ever, but his killing intent grew stronger. He instantly charged after Qi Yang. All along the way, booming sounds rose continuously. While Qi Yang was forced back nonstop, Bai Lu and Xin Mu chased after them in silence. Just as they were about to attack, Qi Yang's laughter echoed in one Dao sect. Did you sense the rule? As long as you haven't become a 9th level Dao god, you cannot kill great Dao paragons. While Qi Yang was forced back, his robes were drenched in blood, but his life force was still as abundant as ever and did not show any signs of being extinguished. After seeing that, Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He had indeed sensed a restrictive power descend from the world and weaken his divine abilities. And arts to a point that they could not kill Qi Yang when they landed on him. The killing intent in Su Ming's eyes remained the same. The moment he spoke, his body let out a bang and instantly grew. His aura grew stronger, gathering together the power of his god of Berserker's transformation and his 4 great wills, then fusing with his cultivation base and his 8 great Dao paragons. All that power was then channeled to Su Ming's right index finger, and with a power that shook the sky and earth while intending to destroy all manner of being, it charged at the laughing Qi Yang. Qi Yang did not even bother to dodge. He just looked at Su Ming with a fixed gaze. The strength of that one finger caused him to feel apprehensive. In fact, he could even feel the shadow of death looming over him, but his expression instantly turned ferocious, and contempt appeared on his face. He was mocking Su Ming's act of wanting to kill him and laughing at him because it was only a joke. So what if Su Ming's strongest force was contained in that finger? With the rule around, Qi Yang was bound to not die. Piercing howls echoed in his ears when Su Ming's right index finger tore through space. At the instant it closed in on the center of Qi Yang's brow, an endless net appeared in front of it. That net was practically invisible, and it was between Su Ming's finger and Qi Yang, serving as a block. Chapter 1468, Kill Great Dao Paragons. The nearly invisible net was shining with a piercing dark light at that moment. It was flashing rapidly while acting like a wall between Su Ming and Qi Yang. Every single time it shone, it weakened the power contained in Su Ming's finger. In just a few breaths, the semi-transparent net took away nearly 8/10 of the power contained in Su Ming's finger, and derision showed up on Qi Yang's face. Right then, there were only a few inches between him and Su Ming, but that distance might as well have been the one separating the sky and the earth. Bai Lu and Xin Mu did not approach them, but just watched Su Ming coldly. In their eyes, the third prince did possess a strength they had never had before and was indeed the strongest among all great Dao paragons. In ancient Zong, only the 9th level Dao gods were above him. But, in ancient Zong, the emperor's rule existed. It did not allow great Dao paragons to kill each other, which was why, in truth, the threat of death did not exist for great Dao paragons. With the emperor of ancient Zhang's rule around, you won't be able to kill me, Qi Yang said flatly while not moving an inch. Su Ming's eyes sparkled brilliantly. Is that so? The moment Su Ming said those words, he lifted his left hand, formed a seal, then pushed down with his right hand. His third eye opened at the center of his brow, and the 8 great Dao paragons in it instantly let out a powerful black light. It swiftly surrounded Su Ming's body. When it spread out, his 8 overlapping great Dao paragons showed their forms in his third eye. They fused with him, and when they spread out in every direction, they seemed to do so by treating the semi-transparent barrier as the center, and then, the world around Su Ming turned dark. It looked like darkness and light had been very clearly divided. The moment the division formed, Su Ming's power erupted from his body once again. It surpassed the power contained in his finger just then, and his right index finger seemed about to phase through the semi-transparent net. When he touched it, a bulge appeared in the net as if Su Ming he was about to touch Qi Yang. This change immediately caused Xin Mu and Bai Lu's expressions to change. It was the same for Qi Yang, but despite his pupils shrinking, he still did not move back. He would not allow himself to take even half a step back, because he believed firmly that with the Emperor of Ancient Zhang's rule around, the third prince before him would not have the right to kill him, no matter what. If he moved back, then he, who practiced the art of Kismet, would show that he did not believe in the Emperor of Ancient Zhang's rule, and, even if it was an instinctive action, it would have some effect on his power. If he knew this, then Xin Mu and Bai Lu would naturally understand it as well, which was why even though their expressions had changed, they did not close in. That fight, might have seemed between them and Su Ming, but in truth, it was Su Ming fighting against the Emperor of Ancient Zhang's rule. The black light shining from the 8 overlapping Great Dao Paragons caused Xin Mu and Bai Lu to feel slightly oppressed, for some unknown reason. Bai Lu's pupils shrank and Dhe stared at Su Ming's black world before he suddenly spoke. This black light. After all those who sounded 9 Dao spirit voices become Great Dao Paragons, they shine in different colors. This is something that is completely different from us, who became Great Dao Paragons even though we never managed to sound 9 Dao spirit voices. We've overlooked the third prince's Great Dao Paragon light just now. Xin Mu, have you ever seen a Great Dao Paragon shine with black light? A grave look had long since appeared in Xin Mu's eyes. The black light around Su Ming had also puzzled him slightly. His bewilderment had not been strong before, but right then, he was rather uneasy. Black light. I've indeed never seen it before. I remember that Great Dao Paragon Fengshan's light is white. Why would black light appear around the third prince's Great Dao Paragons? The moment Xin Mu spoke, an astonishing bang shot up from the spot where the fight was happening. As that sound spread out, Qi Yang's scornful laughter rang out. How are you going to destroy me? There was a provocative tone in Qi Yang's voice, along with derision as well as great confidence. It is indeed rather troublesome. When the bulging semi-transparent net was only 1 inch away from the center Qi Yang's brow, Su Ming spoke from his dark world. But it's just a minor trouble. It's not hard for me to kill you, Su Ming said flatly and lifted his right foot to step on the air under him. With it, the world immediately roared, and an illusory shadow appeared under his feet. At first glance, no one could really tell what that illusory shadow was. It was like a tree trunk, and it went charging to the ground under Su Ming with loud booms. Once it landed, the ground cracked as if the trunk wanted to take root. The tree trunk rose upwards over Su Ming, and in an instant, a huge tree appeared in the black world. When the existence bearing the appearance of a big tree rose tall in the world, the pupils of Xin Mu and Bai Lu shrank again. Their expressions changed drastically. The incredulity in their eyes surpassed the shock they felt when they noticed Su Ming's level of cultivation. To them, the appearance of the big tree was even more incredible and unimaginable than Su Ming becoming a Great Dao Paragon. The ancient tree of Dao verification. This is the tree of Dao verification, how could this be? The 3 layers of that dimension were destroyed, and the tree of Dao verification died. Ancient Zhang's palace had notified the entire country about it, so how could the third prince bring it out? His level of cultivation, his power. Damn it, his power is different from the other Great Dao Paragons because he obtained the tree of Dao verification's power. Xin Mu and Bai Lu sucked in sharp breaths because the huge tree that appeared around Su Ming was the tree of Dao verification. When it manifested around Su Ming, it stood tall in the world. Its roots spread to the depths as if it had long since penetrated far into the ground. Its tree crown lifted the sky as if it wanted to replace it. Moments later, an indescribable presence descended on all of One Dao Sect's world. That presence was very strong, and it had a desolate air about it. There was also an ancient air filling the entire area. Qi Yang stared at the huge tree of Dao verification that had suddenly appeared before him in a daze. At that moment, his mind was blank, and the shock of what had happened threw all of his thoughts into a mess. No matter what, he did not expect himself to be able to see the astonishing tree of Dao verification in One Dao Sect's world. The cultivation base in Su Ming's body had been a serendipity granted to him by Hao Hao. It had existed in him in the body of a tree, and if he hadn't had the chance to gain an epiphany of the power of the tree of Dao verification changing the world while it grew for 2,000 years, Su Ming would not have been able to make the tree of Dao verification manifest. After all, he only had the body of the tree, while the epiphany allowed him to make its form come into being. When he had both form and the tree's body, the appearance of the second tree of Dao verification was no longer something surprising. It was Su Ming's killing move. It was also why he had chosen to come to One Dao Sect and destroy the sect's very foundation. The instant the tree of Dao verification appeared in Su Ming's black world, and its desolate presence spread in every direction, power gathered on Su Ming's right index finger again. Right before Xin Mu and Bai Lu's eyes, the tree of Dao verification started contorting as if the power that surpassed that of all cultivators in the tree of Dao verification was fusing into Su Ming's right index finger. Su Ming's finger then touched the semi-transparent net. The protrusion on the net reached its breaking point. When the dark light flashed again, the world roared. Right before Qi Yang's face, the net turned into a blurry mess, and an aloof face appeared on it. That face belonged to the Emperor of Ancient Zhang, and it was the one Su Ming had seen on the imperishable wall in the dimension where the tree of Dao verification was. The battle to the death then turned into a clash between the tree of Dao verification and the Emperor of Ancient Zhang. If the Emperor of Ancient Zhang gained the upper hand, the rule would remain unchanged. Su Ming would remain unable to kill the other Great Dao Paragons while he was a Great Dao Paragon in Ancient Zhang as well. However, if Su Ming's tree of Dao verification gained the upper hand, he would break the rule, and then, from that moment onwards, he would become someone who could ignore the rule in ancient Zong. He would be able to kill great Dao paragons. Red appeared in Qi Yang's eyes as he stared fixedly at Su Ming. As a great Dao paragon, he believed firmly in his Dao of Kismet and in the Emperor of Ancient Zhang's rule. At that moment, he lifted his hands and pushed forward swiftly while he let out a low growl. The instant the Emperor of Ancient Zhang's face crashed against the tree of Dao verification, Su Ming manifested and mighty pressure swirled around. The world rumbled. All the mountains in one Dao sect collapsed, and countless cultivators were reduced to ashes because they could not withstand the pressure. The rumbles became louder, and endless ripples appeared on the Emperor of Ancient Zhang's face, but Su Ming's tree of Dao verification was also reduced to an illusion. At the moment the clash reached its most intense state, a brilliant spark shone in Su Ming's eyes. His right hand instantly shot through the face of the Emperor of Ancient Zong formed by the rule and landed directly at the center of Qi Yang's brow. It was just a slight tap, but when Su Ming pulled his right hand back, the rumbles in the world reached their loudest. The rule shattered. The Emperor of Ancient Zhang's face contorted and fell apart. While booming sounds shot up, disbelief appeared in Qi Yang's eyes. A hole was between his eyebrows. No blood flowed out, but veins popped up on his face. They squirmed about as if countless branches were in them, occupying them. Then, his eyes gradually lost focus. As if he had lost all his vitality, he plunged to the ground. The swift change made Sin Mu and Bai Lu's hearts roar, and a huge storm they had never experienced before rose up in their souls. The rule shattered before him. Black light. Black light has never appeared before among great Dao paragons. It symbolizes destruction and that he will be able to ignore Ancient Zhang's rule from now on. Chapter 1469. The God of Berserkers rises in Ancient Zong. There was no longer any light in Qi Yang's eyes. As a great Dao paragon of one Dao sect, a powerful warrior who had inherited the Dao of Kismet, and someone who could be said to stand among the most powerful of Ancient Zong, he had never thought there would come a day when he would die. He had inherited the art of Kismet, and with how great one Dao sect's Kismet was, the omen of death should have never appeared in his destiny, which was why while Qi Yang did pay attention to Su Ming's appearance, he did not feel any sort of threat to his own life. He believed in Kismet and destiny. He also believed that Kismet and the Emperor of Ancient Zhang's rule was something no one could break. He thus did not believe that he was in danger of dying. His confidence ended the moment Su Ming used his right index finger to break the Emperor of Ancient Zhang's rule, tore the semi-transparent net, and tapped the center of Qi Yang's brow. His finger had torn space in the end and ignored the rule as if it moved through the passage of time to press down between Qi Yang's eyebrows. At that moment, the branches of the tree of Dao verification burrowed deep into his body through Su Ming's finger before instantly spreading out. When Su Ming lifted his right index finger, while Qi Yang's body remained the same as it did before, in truth, his insides had been replaced by countless branches and his soul vanished. One great Dao paragon died, and his body plunged to the ground. His eyes were lusterless, but his indignation seemed to be buried deep in his lifeless pupils. There was also great disbelief there too. He was in shock because since ancient times, he was the first great Dao paragon who did not die by the hands of a 9th-level Dao god. His death broke the rules in Ancient Zong, and in Sin Mu as well as Bai Lu's eyes, Su Ming had even affected Ancient Zhang's Kismet. Sin Mu and Bai Lu's hearts roared, and their expressions changed when they saw Qi Yang fall. Their pupils shrank, and they looked at Su Ming with an even graver expressions than before. Su Ming remained calm. When he turned around, his cold and biting gaze landed on Bai Lu. When he said those words, Bai Lu's heart let out a thump. A feeling of death he had never experienced before instantly rose in his heart. Bai Lu moved back without hesitation. He lifted his right hand, swung it before him, and a huge war drum appeared before him. That war drum was purplish-black. The moment it appeared, it exuded an ancient and astonishing presence. An oppressive force that seemed to press down on the world immediately filled one Dao sect's world. With a nervous tint to his voice, Bai Lu instantly called out to Sin Mu. Sin Mu, if we don't attack at full force, then disaster will fall upon us today. Right at the moment his voice appeared, Bai Lu lifted his right hand and punched the huge war drum without any hesitation. Booming sounds instantly spread out with loud rumbles while shaking the sky and the earth. Patches of red instantly appeared on the faces of the living One Dao sect disciples underneath, and they sat down simultaneously. No matter what level of cultivation they possessed, blood-red threads appeared at the top of their skulls. That was Bai Lu's true divine ability. His art could go through various changes, but the quintessence of it was still Kismet. When he cast it, he could use the origin Kismet within all of the cultivators in One Dao sect. The red threads were akin to their fates. At that moment, they filled the air, and when Bai Lu formed seals with his hands before pointing at them, they gathered together to turn into a blood-red figure. Waves of terrifying power spread out of that figure, and it was like Bai Lu's clone, one that he could control at will. At that moment, the figure lifted its head swiftly. Blood-red light shone far and wide from its body, and it turned into a blood-red long arc that charged at Su Ming. At the same time, a resolute look appeared in Sin Mu's eyes. A feeling of danger had already risen in his heart when he saw Qi Yang perish, and it could be said that he was faced with a life-and-death situation at that moment. If he and Bai Lu could not fend against Su Ming, then on that day, both of them would surely end up the same way as Qi Yang. The power they had accumulated for many years would simply disappear. Their might as great Dao paragons would no longer exist. Their lives would also fade away, and they would no longer be present in the world. That sort of thing was something Sin Mu could not accept. The moment the blood-red figure charged at Su Ming, Sin Mu sucked in a deep breath, lifted his right hand, and slapped his palm against his forehead. The power I accumulated in the dozens of eons I practiced cultivation, I will turn it into 100 cycles of life and death. Open. The power of 30 cycles. When Sin Mu's voice resounded through the air, a loud bang rang out in his body, and 29 illusory figures appeared around him. Among them were men and women. Their faces might have been different, but cultivators who had become almighties would be able to tell that their souls were the same. All of them were Sin Mu. Over the countless years Sin Mu practiced cultivation, he had managed to create his own path based on his unique Tao of Kismet. It was the path of reincarnation. The 100 cycles of life and death were all suppressed by his hand and turned into seals that bound his power. At that moment, he released 3/10 of the seals. He could not instantly release all of the seals, or else he would face a catastrophic risk of becoming deranged. He could only gradually release them to stay himself. Right then, releasing 3/10 of the seals at once was his limit. Along with the original one, there were 30 bodies occupying the sky and earth, and their monstrous presence shook the world at that moment. When Sin Mu moved, it was as if 30 people moved together. They instantly charged at Su Ming and surrounded him as if they were forming a rune. You will have 30 cycles of life and death reversed upon you, and you will return to the past. End of all ancientness. When Sin Mu spoke, it was as if there were 30 people speaking at the same time. Their voices gathered together, but not only did they not form a wave of sound, they even sounded like a murmur. The words formed a rune that looked like a vortex leading people into the cycles of life and death. Within that rune was Su Ming along with the blood-red figure that charged towards him. There was also another blood-red figure formed using the Kismet of 3-1 Dao sect disciples. It appeared swiftly while seemingly able to shift through space. Su Ming watched all of that while remaining composed. His gaze was indifferent. When the reincarnation rune rotated and the blood-red figures closed in on him, he closed his eyes. The next moment, the Berserker's land rose in Su Ming's heart, along with his god of Berserker song. When he opened his eyes, Su Ming opened his mouth and let out his god of Berserker's roar. Roar! No words could describe that roar. An astonishing presence filled Su Ming, and waves of ripples spread out from him. Once his roar reached its peak, the dimensions started crumbling. An illusory version of the Berserker's land appeared behind Su Ming. Chapter 1470, Bai Lu dies. God of Berserker's roar. The god of Berserkers walked on the Berserker's land. With a roar, the god of Berserkers could make the whole land tremble, and the one that tumbled out of Su Ming's mouth was the strongest in existence. After all, Su Ming was not just the fourth god of Berserkers, but also the strongest among all of them. When the ripples spread out, the Berserker's world appeared behind Su Ming. That world might be a mere illusion, but it exuded thick waves of aura belonging to Berserkers. For an instant, it was as if the world of Berserkers had descended on ancient Zong. Its aura spread outwards in waves, and when Su Ming roared, it magnified the explosive sound. The blood-red figures formed by Bai Lu's divine ability were the first to be affected. The moment they closed in on Su Ming, they were attacked by Su Ming's god of Berserker's roar. Loud booms shook the sky and the earth. Su Ming's god of Berserker's roar had not just brought forth an illusory version of the Berserker's land, but also seemed to have called upon countless Berserker souls on that indistinct Berserker's land. They roared together with their god of Berserkers. One Dao sect's land crumbled. One of the 3 big statues in the distance cracked even more. In the blink of an eye, it shattered while the world roared, which left only 2 of the 3 statues that had stood tall in one Dao sect for countless years. When the statue shattered, the destruction on the ground had already spread out endlessly. Cracks also appeared in the air. It was as if the apocalypse had descended on one Dao sect's world. While the world continued roaring, the blood-red figures fell apart before Su Ming as if a violent gust of wind had swept past them. Then, the reincarnation rune Sin Mu formed using 30 cycles of life and death disintegrated under the destruction brought forth by Su Ming's roar. From the distance, the space where Su Ming stood looked as if it had turned into a huge black hole. However, it was not a suction force that came out of that black hole, but a roar filled with an explosive might. The moment it swept into every direction, Su Ming took a swift step forward. When his foot landed, he had already walked out of the roaring black hole. When he took his second step, he appeared right in front of Bai Lu, who was in the distance. At the instant Su Ming showed up in front of him, Bai Lu's expression changed. He lifted his right hand without any hesitation, then pushed his palm against the huge war drum. Booming sounds echoed in the air, and more blood threads instantly grew out of the top of the skulls of the One Dao sect disciples below them. All Kismet Dao. Bai Lu's growl seemed to contain some form of law. The moment his voice traveled into the air, the blood threads below him rose into the air and instantly appeared around Su Ming. They swam about and swiftly connected together. From a distance, they looked like a chain. Su Ming's expression remained the same. He took 3 steps forward and directly touched the blood threads. When booming sounds rose into the air again, the blood threads crumbled, unable to hold Su Ming in the slightest. When he took his third step, he appeared less than 100 feet away from the war drum where Bai Lu stood. With just 3 steps, it was as if Su Ming had stepped through the entire stretch of heaven, and he was so fast that Sun Mu did not even have the time to draw close to him. The presence that appeared around Su Ming right then also seemed to have replaced the might of heaven, allowing him to become the world's will and master. As he rose, his presence amazed the world. Su Ming did not say anything. The moment he arrived 100 feet away from the war drum where Bai Lu was, he lifted his right hand and pointed forward. With it, Su Ming's 4 great wills, the entirety of his cultivation base, as well as the endless pool of power from the tree of Dao verification gathered on his finger. It was the same action as when he had killed Qi Yang. At that moment, when he launched his attack, Bai Lu's heart immediately roared. His pupils shrank, and the feeling that death was about to fall on his head instantly rose in his heart. Singular Kismet Dao. When Bai Lu's pupils shrank, his hair moved without wind. He formed seals with his hands, then pushed them swiftly on the war drum. It immediately rotated in midair, then positioned itself vertically. Booming sounds rang out in the air. Ripples were formed and immediately gained a blood-red hue, as if the entire world had turned into a sea of blood. At the same time, Bai Lu's voice echoed in the world again. All lives have sinned, and they should sink into the sea of blood. Those who cannot wash away the sin of murder should be buried in the sea of blood for all eternity, to be immersed in suffering and never to escape. A strange light shone in Bai Lu's eyes. After speaking, he clenched his right hand and punched the war drum. Numerous blood capillaries appeared in his eyes as if he had descended into madness. The moment he said that one word, the war drum let out a bang, then shattered. As it crumbled to pieces, a drastic change immediately appeared in the sky. It turned blood red, and the ground vanished, turning into a sea of blood. The sea of blood was boundless. As it tumbled about, it looked as if it wanted to devour the sky. The blood-red sky and sea instantly replaced the world and trapped Su Ming within it like a seal. The sea of blood roared, bloody waves surged to the sky, and bloody rain poured down. Besides the color of the sky, the world seemed to be void of all other colors. A whirlpool appeared on the surface of the sea as it roared. As it rotated rapidly, the entire sea rose rapidly, as if a large amount of mass was being added to it at that moment, causing the sea to slowly approach the sky. A vast power filled the world, and it fused into the whirlpool, the sky, and the sea of blood. During that moment, all of them seemed to want to gather together to charge at Su Ming and press down on him. During that instant, not only did a whirlpool appear on the surface of the sea, a vortex had also appeared in the blood-red sky. Once the 2 vortices appeared, the sea and the sky were connected in a manner of a dragon sucking water from the sky. A typhoon was formed. It roared, and as it rotated, it sucked up the sea of blood and countless drops of bloody rain. It replaced the sky and the sea of blood in the span of a few breaths and became a majestic sight. After that, it rushed to Su Ming with a momentum that could destroy all lives in loud booms. Su Ming saw the typhoon that replaced the blood-red sky and connected the sea of blood beneath him to the sky, but his expression remained the same. He did not move back, but instead took a step forward and lifted his right hand to point at the sky. He then brought down his left hand to push down in the direction of the ground. His eyes fell shut slightly as his long hair moved without wind. At that moment, endless blood was stirred up by the typhoon while it drew infinitesimally close to Su Ming with loud bangs. From a distance, the typhoon was so big that it looked like a giant of ancient times, and before it, Su Ming was as insignificant as an ant. But the moment the typhoon struck Su Ming to devour him, Su Ming's eyes flew open. He brought his right hand down and his left hand shot up. Both hands entered the huge typhoon that was right in front of Su Ming. A brilliant spark shone in his eyes, and he tore through the typhoon as if he was tearing apart the world, space, and destiny. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth, and the huge typhoon connecting the sea and the sky was completely ripped apart once Su Ming yanked at it. When the typhoon was torn, the sky crumbled and the sea of blood also fell apart. The entire world broke down at the instant Su Ming tore through the typhoon. When the world was destroyed and the color of blood faded away, Su Ming was still in Wen Dao sect. Near him were the torn fragments of the war drum as well as Bai Lu, who was coughing up blood while retreating. A dark look shone in his eyes. The divine ability forming the bloody world had come into being when the war drum shattered. Once the divine ability was destroyed, Su Ming took a step forward again without hesitation. His desire to kill Bai Lu had not diminished in the slightest. His body instantly moved through the area filled with the shattered war drum's fragments, and when he appeared in front of Bai Lu, his right index finger charged to the center of the pale Bai Lu's brow. Wen Dao sect Kismet, come to me. Bai Lu moved back swiftly and let out a shrill scream. He was in a life and death situation, and besides his own safety, he could really care less about anyone else's life. At the instant he said those words, Sin Mu, who was rushing to them, came to an abrupt halt. Grief appeared in his eyes, and he looked to the ground below him. He saw nearly 3/10 of the Wen Dao sect disciples on the ground, tens of thousands of people jolt. Their bodies immediately withered, and even thicker blood threads rose from the top of their skulls. When the disciples died, a huge blood-red statue formed in front of Bai Lu. It stood between him and Su Ming as if it was a wall attempting to block the finger. Break! Su Ming's expression was calm when he spoke. At the instant his right index finger touched the blood-red statue, it crumbled, but the next moment, another 3/10 of Wen Dao sect's disciples below withered. When they let out shrill screams of pain, a large amount of blood threads rose from them to form the second statue before Su Ming. Bai Lu, what are you doing? A blood-red glint shone in Sin Mu's eyes, and he looked at Bai Lu swiftly. If I am here, then Wen Dao sect will continue to exist. Dying for me is their destiny. Madness was on Bai Lu's face. When his voice echoed in the air, no matter what levels of cultivation they possessed, the remaining Wen Dao sect's disciples on the ground all withered together. Their screams of pain shook the sky, and the third statue formed in front of Su Ming. At the same time, with his hair a mess, Bai Lu roared. With the two statues serving as a barrier protecting him, he turned into fog as if he had no corporeal form and charged at Su Ming. You want to kill me? Then today, if you don't die, I will perish. At the moment Bai Lu's voice resounded through the air, his power erupted from him. The entire world looked as if it had become still at that moment, with only the booming sounds still remaining. When his voice faded away and the world was no longer still, Su Ming's right hand touched the second statue. Once it crumbled, his finger shot through the third statue and touched air. Fog gradually appeared at the spot where Su Ming touched. Naturally, it was Bai Lu. There was an unwillingness to admit defeat in his eyes, but at the center of his brow was Su Ming's finger. It had already pierced him. Chapter 1471, The End of Wen Dao sect's Good Fortune. Bai Lu died. Just like Qi Yang's, his cultivation base and his spirit scattered. From then on, he would no longer walk the face of the earth. When Bai Lu's eyes lost their luster, another of the statues in Wen Dao sect shattered with a bang, and the entire world shook. Most of Wen Dao sect disciples below crumbled while the ground trembled and the mountains shook. The disciples' souls and kismet had been extracted by Bai Lu. Right then, the only thing left of them was their body, but when the world shuddered, they were reduced to ashes. Only Sin Mu remained in all of Wen Dao sect. He stood in midair while watching everything around him in silence. Grief showed up on his face, along with an air of resignation and helplessness that came from the bottom of his heart. Su Ming was so strong that he had killed Qi Yang and Bai Lu in succession, and it set his status as the strongest below the 9th level of Dao Gods in Stone. His strength was such that he could even ignore the Emperor's rule. His act of killing great Dao paragons, who were in the same realm as him, filled Sin Mu with anguish. With such a disaster falling on Wen Dao sect, this is the end of our good fortune. If that's the case, then what is the point for me to remain alive? When Sin Mu looked at Su Ming in midair, he laughed forlornly, then lifted his right hand to form a seal before he pushed his palm at the center of his brow. His body immediately let out a bang, and when the air around him distorted, nearly 100 figures of men and women appeared. They were his 100 reincarnations. All 100 of them were released at once. When they surrounded him, they were just like his clones, but when Su Ming looked at them, he saw that all of the reincarnations had different expressions. They became clear from their initial blurry states while they were around. Sun Mu. Then, they turned vivid and alive, and great sorrow appeared in Sin Mu's eyes. He turned into a long arc that charged at Su Ming. The 100 figures beside him also turned into long arcs and charged at Su Ming. There was desire for death about Sin Mu. He was Wen Dao sect's great Dao paragon. If Wen Dao sect was reduced to such a state, then there was no point to continue living for him, and he had said that out loud. He did not want to live alone, and he also knew that Su Ming would not let him live. If that was the case, he would rather die with his sect. Even if his body would be destroyed, his cultivation base scattered, and his soul disintegrated, he wanted to stay by his sect's side in the underworld. With a desire for death, the Long Arc, which was Sen Mu, as well as 100 incarnations, charged at Su Ming with a howl. When they closed in, with a calm expression, Su Ming slowly lifted his right hand. Waves of black light spread out of his third eye and gathered on his right hand, which then was sheathed in piercing dark light. It had the terrifying power that broke the Emperor's rule. Su Ming saw Sen Mu's desire to die. Since he chose it, then Su Ming would just grant him his wish. There were very few things that could change his desire to destroy Wen Dao sect, but the moment he lifted his right hand, his gaze landed on one of the 100 reincarnations around Sen Mu, and his eyes focused on that figure. It was a man, which was like a flower. He was handsome, but there was a determined, resolute look on his face. He was Su Ming's second senior brother. There were few things that could change Su Ming's desire to destroy Wen Dao sect, but his second senior brother was one of them. The moment Su Ming saw him among Sen Mu's 100 reincarnations, memories of the past rose in his heart. All his memories regarding his second senior brother flashed in Su Ming's mind, and he fell silent while staring at his second senior brother. In the end, his gaze landed on Sen Mu, and when he looked at him, Sen Mu and his second senior brother's figures gradually seemed to fuse into one before Su Ming's eyes. He sighed softly, then the piercing dark light in his right hand faded away. Once it was gone, Su Ming lowered his hand, cancelled his divine ability, turned around, and walked into the distance. A loud bang shot up. The 100 reincarnations and the long arc formed by Sen Mu landed at the spot where Su Ming had been, making the air shudder. The dimension trembled, causing ripples to spread out. Sen Mu lifted his head and looking into the distance, where Su Ming was gradually walking further away. Why? He cried out swiftly in a forlorn voice. He could not think of a reason as to why Su Ming would not attack him. When he arrived, he had said that he would destroy Wen Dao sect, and as one of the 3 great Dao paragons of Wen Dao sect, it was clear that Sen Mu had to be killed. Moments earlier, Su Ming had even lifted his right hand and gathered his divine ability on his palm, but for some unknown reason, when Su Ming looked at him, he sighed and chose to give up on attacking. Instead, he turned around to leave, and Sen Mu could not understand it. Why? Sen Mu's voice rang out in the air again. This time, he was not the only one who spoke. All his 100 reincarnations bellowed the question at the same time. The wave of sound formed by their voices spread in all directions and fell in Su Ming's ears. Su Ming could make himself not care about Sen Mu's voice, pretending as if he did not even hear it, but right then, second senior brother's voice was part of the wave of sound that reached his ears. When it resounded in his head, Su Ming paused in his footsteps. Because you're a past I am not willing to cut off. When Su Ming's voice echoed in the air, it held a hint of melancholy and weariness. When it spread in every direction, he slowly left into the distance until he disappeared from Wen Dao sect's world. Sen Mu stood still in a daze. Su Ming's voice seemed to still be echoing in his ears, but the meaning contained in it left him dazed. He should have not understood it, but once he heard Su Ming's words, he had come to understand something. However, when he mulled over Su Ming's words in detail, he discovered nothing. It caused him to fall silent. In the silent world belonging to Wen Dao sect, he slowly sat down cross-legged on the only remaining statue's head and closed his eyes. When Su Ming left Wen Dao sect, his figure appeared in the broken temple. He did not turn his head around to cast a glance at the statue behind him. Fully composed, he calmly walked forward. When he walked out of the temple, a loud bang shot up, and the temple behind him collapsed into ashes and disappeared, as if it had instantly lived through millions of years. The one point connecting Wen Dao sect and ancient Zong disappeared at that moment. The reason for its disappearance was that Wen Dao sect no longer had enough kismet to maintain the existence of the temple. The instant Wen Dao sect's temple vanished, all the cultivators who were great Dao paragons in ancient Zong sensed it in their hearts. A few days later, when a great Dao paragon who sensed its collapse personally arrived near there and saw that the temple was no longer around, the news of Wen Dao sect's destruction immediately spread throughout the country. The matter had a great impact on all the sects and clans in ancient Zong, because Wen Dao sect was practically the strongest among one of the 7 sects and 12 clans. If Dao god Tianxiu Luo was not part of Azura clan, then even they would not have been able to stand against Wen Dao sect, but even with Tianxiu Luo around, Wen Dao sect still lived up to the reputation of being the strongest sect. After all, Tianxiu Luo's existence only served as an intimidation. As a Dao god, he was an existence that transcended the instances of all other people, causing no one to dare provoke Azura clan, but if people of ancient Zong were to speak of a sect which acted arrogantly and in an overbearing fashion, then it would be Wen Dao sect. Yet someone had destroyed Wen Dao sect's kismet. No one might know what happened in the sect itself, but the disintegration of the Kismet proved the fact that One Dao sect had experienced a major catastrophe. Just who had destroyed One Dao sect's Kismet? And what was the situation of One Dao sect right then? Those questions appeared in the hearts of the powerful in each sect and clan when news of One Dao sect's Kismet being destroyed traveled through ancient Zong. To every single person, the only people who could do this were the 3 9th-level Dao gods, but all the sects and clans knew that the 3 9th-level Dao gods had been sitting in ancient Zhang's royal capital for 2,000 years. Very seldom did they gather together at the same time. They meditated in the royal capital for 2,000 years and never took even half a step out. Because of it, it was clear that the 3 9th-level Dao gods were not the ones who destroyed One Dao sect. Then, who is it who did it? That question rang prominently in people's minds, and the 14 great Dao paragons from the other sects and clans gathered together near the spot where One Dao sect's temple disappeared and cast a divine ability known as Inquiring the Abyss. More than 10 great Dao paragons were required to cast that divine ability for it to take effect. They intended to ask those who died in One Dao sect about what had transpired. They wanted to ask the souls that had disappeared about just who had destroyed One Dao sect's Kismet. The casting of that art meant that all the sects and clans in ancient Zong placed incredible importance on the matter. Only 7 Moons sect's Dao Han immediately knew that all of that was related to Su Ming once he heard what had happened to One Dao sect. Under the attention of many sects and clans, the 14 great Dao paragons cast the art, and several days later, in the area where One Dao sect's temple had been reduced to ash, they summoned the first deceased soul, and it was Qi Yang. Qi Yang's appearance immediately shocked the 14 great Dao paragons. They might have guessed that One Dao sect's Kismet had disintegrated, but they had never expected that a great Dao paragon of One Dao sect would have also died. To them, the possibility of Qi Yang and the others being sealed was higher. When Qi Yang's soul appeared, the 14 great Dao paragons instantly felt their hearts let out a thump. It's the third prince. He broke the emperor's rule and killed us, great Dao paragons. Qi Yang's soul let out a shrill roar as his soul gradually faded away before he disappeared from the people's eyes. The area fell into silence. The mention of the third prince immediately caused all the sects and clans to remember everything that had happened 2,000-something years ago, and they realized that he had returned. He had become a great Dao paragon and had the power to kill great Dao paragons who were at the same level of cultivation as him. It was clear that he could break the emperor's rule because Qi Yang had died. When all the sects and clans were in an uproar because of the third prince, Su Ming, dressed in a black robe and with his purple hair fluttering in the wind, walked on the main road to ancient Zhang's royal capital, heading for the city. 3,000 years are over. He still remembered his master, who looked exactly like Tian Xiazi, telling him that he would wait at the city gate 3,000 years later to give him his final lesson. Chapter 1472, Now I shall turn back to the world, but I will not be an immortal. On that day, when the sun set and the last remaining rays of sunlight shone on the ground, snow flowed down from the sky. Snowflakes fell and covered the land. They hid the world from Su Ming's eyes, but could not cover the royal capital. Neither could they hide the figure in a straw cape and hat standing at the gate. That person held a wooden staff in his hand while standing outside the city quietly, as if he had been waiting for thousands of years. Su Ming stared at that person from a distance, and he felt as if he had returned to 3,000 years ago, to the time he saw Tian Xiazi upon waking up for the first time. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had gone by. Su Ming's level of cultivation was much different from back then, and an even greater ancient air could be found about him. The memories of when he had traveled with Tian Xiazi were no longer clear, but had become rather muddled. Just like how snow and wind could make a person's vision unclear and prevent them from seeing far into the distance, time could do the same. But there were certain times when being unable to see things ahead was a form of blessing. If someone saw too far ahead, they might think that their happiness was too far away, or they might not be able to see it at all. Su Ming walked through the snow and wind with the snowflakes falling on him. When he arrived outside the city gate, he walked to the man in the straw hat and cape. "You're here." The man slowly lifted his head to reveal the face Su Ming was familiar with under the straw hat. It belonged to Tian Xiazi. There was tender affection on his face, like how a senior of the older generation would look at someone of the younger generation. It was a show of loving care and support that came from the soul. Even if Su Ming had grown so much that his power could allow him to reach the skies, to him, the youth was still a child which he wanted to protect even if he no longer needed his protection. "Master," Su Ming said in a hoarse voice. He looked at Tian Xiazi, then wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply. His master had accompanied him since he joined the 9th summit in the land of berserkers, and then he kept him company in ancient Zong too. 3,000 years ago, I told you that I will wait for you here and give you your final lesson. Have you thought of what you want to know yet? Tian Xiazi said slowly, and a profound look appeared in his eyes, as if there was an indescribable wisdom in them. Su Ming fell silent. 3,000 years ago, he wanted his final lesson to be about understanding the world they were in, whether it was the world in Xianzang's body or the manifestation of Xianzang's memories while he was possessing Xianzang. But that question had gradually changed as Su Ming walked the earth. It turned into a desire to know how he could leave. Yet as time passed, Su Ming's question changed again, and it became a desire to know whether there was truly no connection between the familiar faces he saw and the people in his memories. Those questions had appeared one by one in Su Ming's heart during the 3,000 years, and a new one rose in his mind when he was in Hao Hao's world. It turned into a desire to know what his Tao was. He did not know what his Tao was, so he wanted to obtain the answer from Tian Xiazi. But when Tian Xiazi spoke and Su Ming truly thought about his question, he suddenly realized that it was not the question he wanted answered, because he did not know what his final question was. He could only be silent. While standing outside the city gate in a straw cape, Tian Xiazi stared at Su Ming in the snow and wind. There was a hint of anguish on his face, as if Su Ming's expression right then caused him to feel slightly sad. He asked softly, "You don't remember?" Su Ming stayed quiet. He stared at the snow and wind, and after a long while, he sighed softly. "I am indeed unable to remember it. Perhaps I have too many questions, but if we're talking about the final question, I can't find it anymore. I've lost it in the passage of time. I want to find it, but space stands between us. I can't touch it, and I can't see it clearly either," Su Ming mumbled. Tian Xiazi was silent for a while before he said slowly, "Since you can't find it, then you don't have to look for it. Not having your final question is also a blessing." Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the snow in the sky. He stared at the city gate behind Tian Xiazi, and after a long while, he spoke softly. "Master, please help me choose one." "You're determined?" Tian Xiazi looked at Su Ming, and his expression became even more profound. "That is a way that is bound to be filled with trials and desolation. Since I am already walking on that road, why should I not be determined to finish it?" Su Ming said softly. Tian Xia fell silent. The master and disciple remained silent for a long while in the snow and wind. They stood there until the sun set and snow completely covered the land. When a thick layer of it gathered on the ground and their hair was filled with white, as if they had turned gray, the ancient air about them grew stronger, and the feeling of time became even heavier. "Stop. Don't continue down that road. Stop here. When you turn your head around, you will see all the faces that exist in your memories. They will appear behind you, waiting for you. Turn back and live, become carefree. Don't bother about what is real or fake. Don't insist on walking down this path. Sometimes, the happiness of not choosing might be true happiness." After a long while, Tian Xiazi's voice echoed in the air and traveled into Su Ming's ears. He slowly turned his head around as if to return to the normal world, to look behind him. When he turned his head around, he saw Bai Ling in the snow. She was dressed in a mink fur coat, and with her wild beauty, she watched him with a smile. Beside her was Yu Xian. She was smiling beautifully, just like usual. Her resolute gaze could melt Su Ming's heart, and as he stared at her, he felt as if he could hear her calling him big brother, just like she did in his memories. There was also Canglan. The elegant and gentle woman seemed to have waited for Su Ming for countless years. Even if she did not know how much longer she would have to wait, she would still continue waiting, and as she waited, she gradually became the only one in Su Ming's heart. Su Hui was the same as usual. The elder had a smile on his old face, and there was also a kindness in his expression, as if he was waiting for Su Ming to make his choice. Once he chose to turn his head back, he would speak. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, Hu Zi, all their faces were there. All of their images were reflected in Su Ming's eyes when he turned his head back, but the bald crane was not there. If you continue walking down your path, they might still not be resurrected, but if you don't continue, if you turn your head and walk back and put down all your burdens, they will be with you. Su Ming, you're my disciple. I don't want you to be so tired. This is the best choice for you, Tian Xiazi said hoarsely. When he saw Su Ming's back when he turned his head around, Tian Xiazi's heart ached for him, and it was reflected on his face. It was just as he said. Su Ming's path was filled with hardships, trials, and desolation. He did not want Su Ming to continue down that path, where no matter how many cycles of life and death everyone experienced, there would always be one person missing. If you cowed out even once during those 3,000 years, you would have bidden farewell to your past. You can now turn your head around and walk back. Why do you insist on continuing? Why do you still want to seek the truth? Look at Di Tian and Lei Qin. Don't make it so that in the end, no matter how many cycles of life and death the world goes through, you will always be missing. Tian Xiazi sighed softly. His sigh held anguish as well as pity born out of his love for Su Ming, which was Xie. Using his heart to ache for him. He saw Su Ming's entire life, and it was filled with hardships and desolation, just like how it should be when someone pursued the truth. Su Ming was silent. When he turned his head around, Everything was filled with warmth. The faces in his memories caused an urge to rise in him. He wanted to nod, to stop walking down his path. He wanted to stay there and become carefree, to stop bothering about what was real or fake, but seek his happiness in, even though he knew it was just an illusion. There are plenty of people here, and many of them are familiar to me, but the bald crane isn't here. The familiar faces here bear the same look as they did in my memories. They live in my memories, but are they still themselves? They will no longer have any thoughts regarding the future, because all of their thoughts will be provided based on my memories. In this state, they have no soul, Su Ming mumbled. Tears slowly fell from his eyes. The faces before him caused his heart to hurt. He gradually turned his head around, and the instant he completely turned away, the snow and the wind became black. The world behind him turned dark. Even the city and the world before his eyes fell black in an instant. The descent of night seemed to signify Su Ming's decision, which had become a darkness not even night could dye black. Just like his path. When he turned his head back and looked at the world, he did not choose to become a carefree immortal. The path under his feet, perhaps it would be accurate to not call it a path. It was not Su Ming's doubt either. It was an attitude that destined him to be cold and resolute. He would live for himself, for the truth, and also for others. For that path, for the faces in his memories to possess souls again, for the cycles of life and death to have the bald crane, for all those faces to not just smile but have the spark of life in them, to be able to control lives, fate, and death. Su Ming chose to turn his head back and look at the world, to not become a carefree person, but to turn around and continue down his path. Even if it meant that no matter how many cycles of life and death there would be in the future, there would always be one person missing. However, on that path filled with hardships and desolation, he would continue pursuing the truth. Pursuing something was itself a manner of living. It was bound to be filled with hardships and desolation. Seeking the truth, even if it meant becoming the devil, was also an attitude. He was bound to be cold and resolute as he treaded down that path. Pursuing the truth meant that he would find his life in darkness, and that he was bound to become the devil due to his attitude on that path. In the darkness, Su Ming stared at Tian Xiazi, and in silence, he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply to Tian Xiazi. When he straightened his back, he did not speak. He walked past Tian Xiazi and moved resolutely to the city. Tian Xiazi looked at Su Ming's back, then muttered softly, "Whoever comes into your life is determined by destiny, but you're the one who decides who will stay in your life. Since you can't forget them, then don't forget them. If everything has become empty, then all the things from the past are worth having. Su Ming, my disciple, is this your choice? To not turn around and return to the world, all for the sake of the faces you remember, all your memories, and what constitutes as the truth, all so that you can master fate, lives, and death." Chapter 1473, How many cycles of life and death will end with boundless Tao? Who could enter a person's life was determined by destiny, but destiny could not determine who stayed in a person's life. The only one who could decide that was the person himself. Since Su Ming could not forget them, then it was fine for him to not forget them, even if everything was reduced to emptiness, and even if everything turned into the lingering rays of dusk that vanished without a trace as darkness descended, until not even a shadow could be found. Su Ming walked past Tian Xiazi, just like how he moved through his life, going from winter to either spring or the other seasons. When he reached the city gate, there was no longer any snow or wind behind him. When he walked into the city, Tian Xiazi's faint sigh could be heard behind him. It had compassion, complicated emotions, and pride. His compassion was due to Su Ming's entire life. His complicated emotions were due to Su Ming's choice, but he was also proud of Su Ming. The sigh gradually faded into the distance, slowly drifting further and further away from Su Ming. When he walked through the city gate and stepped into the royal capital of ancient Zong, the sigh behind him seemed to be separated from him by countless years. Then it disappeared without a trace. Su Ming did not turn his head back. He walked into the royal capital, then continued onwards without ever looking back. He did not need to know where to go, because the moment he stepped through the city gate, he already saw it. There were 3 towers standing tall in the distance, and sitting on top of them were 3 people. The person sitting at the top of the tower at the center was dressed in an emperor's robe, and there was a thick wave of kismet on him, as if the entire world, the changes in the seas and lands, and all of ancient Zong was centered around him. It was as if, where that person was, ancient Zong would be there, and if he was not around, then ancient Zong would not be known as ancient Zong. He was the ruler of ancient Zong, the sovereign of ancient Zong who had all of ancient Zhang's kismet gathered on him. Next to him was the 3rd tower. Sitting on top of it was a middle-aged man. He looked incredibly beautiful, and he had a strange, enchanting air about him. That air was incredibly strong, and it became a presence that surrounded him, making him feel like an existence he had did not fit into the world. It was as if not even kismet could merge with him. He was not one with the world, did not fuse with the heavens, and neither was he part of all lives in the land. Be it the sky, the earth, the heavens, or all manner of living, there was no state of being that could surpass his existence. It was as if he were the only creator in the world. He could create the world, which was why there was no way for him to fuse with it. He could create the universe, but there was no way for him to personally descend upon the land he created to become one with it. He could create and change all manner of being, but there was no way for him to become part with it. If he had to fuse with them, then the world, the universe, and all manner of being should be the ones who tried to become one with him. He was Tianqiu Luo, and the path he created was so incredibly domineering that it stood unparalleled. Of the three towers, the one in the center was taken by the sovereign, the one on the right belonged to Tianqiu Luo, and last one had a man watching Su Ming. There was an ancient air about that person, and the feeling of time passing could be detected upon him. It was as if he had been sitting there for a long time and waiting for Su Ming. That person did not have ancient Zhang's kismet gathered on him, like the sovereign, and neither did he have the domineering air about him like Tianqiu Luo, which screamed that he was the creator of the world. However, he had a presence that seemed to be able to determine what was the truth and what was fake. It felt as if he could see through all illusions and even time itself. That presence seemed to be the epitome of wisdom. It was the end of what all lives could understand. It was also a Tao that seemed to be able to understand kismet, domineeringness, and everything about all manner of lives. On that road, the person would never see illusions. They could see the truth they wanted to see. That man was Gu Hong. He was one of the 3 9th-level Tao gods in ancient Zhang, or rather, at that moment, those 3 people were no longer 9th-level Tao gods. Perhaps they had already severed their Taos and completely formed their boundless Tao. Tianqiu Luo had already severed his Tao and reached boundless Tao realm. Gu Di had also clearly severed his kismet during the 2,000 years to reach boundless Tao realm. And Gu Hong. The fact that he was sitting on the tower told Su Ming that he had severed his choice too. That word, sever, should not be taken literally. Instead, it was a form of resolution, a choice. Once Gu Hong made his choice, he could not turn back. If he was right, then he was right, and if he was wrong, then he was wrong. There were 2 paths. Perhaps one was right, and the other was wrong. Once he chose one of them, it would accompany him for life. Su Ming's footsteps paused for a brief moment. He stood on a street in ancient Zhang's royal cap. There were people who rushed past him, but Su Ming did not look at them, because he knew that even if he looked at them, he would not be able to remember their faces. If that was the case, then he might as well not look at them. The only person he watched was Gu Hong, who was on the first tower. The old man was also staring at Su Ming. His lips slowly curled into a faint smile. "You brat, I've been waiting for you for 2,000 years. There was laughter in the old man's voice, and when his words swiftly traveled out from the tower, they echoed through the entire royal capital. Su Ming could feel the warmth contained in those simple words, and his heart warmed up. That loving care was real, so real, that Su Ming would remember it for life. Su Ming, greet my master." Su Ming looked at the man sitting on the tower in the distance, then slowly wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply. Gu Hong's laughter was filled with an ancient air, but the sound of happiness was even more prominent. When his laughter rose into the air again, the old man on the tower had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Su Ming. His appearance was the same as before, but the strange air about him had weakened, replaced by age. When he looked at Su Ming, there was joy in his eyes. Once he cast a few close glances at him, his laughter became even more exuberant than before. "Very good. You didn't make me wait in vain for 2,000 years. I promised you in the past that I would let you personally witness the fight between me and those 2 stubborn idiots who just refused to die. That was my promise, and since I made it, I definitely had to fulfill it. Forget just 2,000 years, even if I had to wait for 20,000 years, 200,000 years, or 20,000 years, I would continue waiting." There was originally a lot of wrinkles on the old man's face, but when he laughed, they seemed to vanish. "Let's go." As the old man laughed happily, he took Su Ming's right hand, and with one move, they appeared on his tower. There was originally only 1 seat at the top of the tower, because Su Ming could clearly see that there was only 1 seat available for 1 person to meditate on the 2nd and 3rd towers. However, there were 2 seats on the 1st tower. The other spot was formed by the old man during the 2,000 years. This action was very simple for him, and it looked very ordinary, but that normal seal caused Su Ming's heart to tremble the moment he saw it. Contained in the seat was the old man's affection for Su Ming as well as all the tender love he had for Su Ming as his disciple. The old man did not hope for Su Ming to do anything in return, but just to witness his Tao. It was like the thread of fate that bound them together, like how their Taos were a similar path. "Hey, you 2 old coots, we can fight now. My disciple has come back, haha." The old man stood on the tower and laughed loudly. There was a tone Su Ming found familiar in his voice. It was that unreliable air he knew all too well. The moment the old man spoke, Tian Xiao Luo's eyes flew open to reveal a merciless glare. His appearance also changed. His presence was no longer the same as it was in the past. The merciless glare in his eyes caused him to no longer seem like a cultivator. You would rather use a seal to avoid fighting for 2,000 years, all for the sake of a cultivator. Gu Hong, your Dao is still as abhorring as it was in the past. The old man rolled his eyes and let out a cold harumph before he immediately started cursing. Shut up. My disciple is mine, not yours. Of course I have to give a damn about him. If I don't, then who will? Was I supposed to rely on that idiot who plays around with arts of Kismet? As he spoke, the figure sitting on the tower at the center, the sovereign of ancient Zong, slowly opened his eyes. When he looked at Su Ming, there were not many changes on his face. Only a sigh came from him, and it resounded through the air. Xian air. Su Ming looked at the sovereign of ancient Zong, then was quiet for a while before he said slowly, "My name is Su Ming." The sovereign of ancient Zong fell silent. After some time, his deep voice traveled languidly through the world as if it was echoing in the air. Do you still remember the story of the wanderer who left home? Su Ming's gaze focused. He cast a few scrutinizing glances at the emperor, then he remembered the old man he saw in a noodle stall 3,000 years ago. Why do you insist on being lost? I am not surprised that Gu Hong chose you as his disciple, because your Dao has always been similar to his. But now, Gu Hong has already severed his choice, but you still don't want to wake up? Wake up, my dear Xian heir. When you wake up, you will be the sovereign of ancient Zong. When you wake up, all the Kismet in ancient Zong will gather on you, and you will be the only heir to my Kismet and Gu Hong's Dao, and you will be the only true person who reaches boundless Dao realm. The sovereign of ancient Zong stood up slowly on his tower. When he looked at Su Ming, his voice was like the voice of the world. It echoed in the air, and all the lives in the royal capital felt their hearts shudder. The people immediately fell to their knees in worship. They were not the only ones. All the cultivators and all the sects and clans within ancient Zong also prostrated themselves on the ground in the direction of the royal capital to worship ancient Zhang's Kismet. The world became muddled. Fog rose from the ground, as if it had turned into the vast universe Su Ming saw outside Harmonious Morris Alba. Everything seemed to be centered around the sovereign of ancient Zong. Su Ming watched the changes in the world while standing beside the old man, then he said these words languidly, "That is his boundless Dao realm, not mine. All lives have an end and if a person learn of what it means to reach boundlessness, then how many cycles of life and death they lead would end with them being in boundless Dao realm. Lands would eventually come to an end, but there was no end to the sky. How many lives would lead to thoughts never having an end?" Chapter 1474, 33 Skies of Ancient Zong. We've postponed this for 2,000 years. Gu Hong, since your disciple is here, we will start now. At the instant the presence of the sovereign of ancient Zong reached a monstrous degree and all of ancient Zong worshipped him, Tian Xiao Luo brought out a power that seemed to be able to seep through the world and crush all the cloudiness brought by the sovereign of ancient Zong. He stood on the third tower and seemed like an existence that was at the same level with the sovereign of ancient Zong. We don't need to attack to verify our boundless Dao realms. If we attack, then ancient Zong will no longer exist. We don't need to talk about our Daos either. We are all incredibly confident in our Daos, so no matter how much we argue about it, there is no use to it. It's just like how we have been arguing about our Daos during these past 2,000 years. Gu Hong's gaze was calm when he looked at the other two people who stood at the peak with him. Tian Xiao Luo wants to prove that his Dao is the real boundless Dao. Gu Di doesn't need to take a direct approach to prove that his Dao is boundless Dao, because his inheritance itself is the legacy of the Emperor of Ancient Zhang's Dao. And there is no need for us to discuss whether the Emperor of Ancient Zhang's boundless Dao was real or fake. As for me, I do indeed want to know whether the Dao I have practiced all my life and whether the realm I have reached is just a moon in the lake, or the real, shining moon in the sky. When the old man's words echoed in the air, Su Ming stood by his side with a calm expression. He watched everything while knowing that it was a very rare chance for him to bear witness to such a fight. The chance to witness the battle was equivalent to a serendipity for Su Ming. Tian Xiao Luo was silent for a moment before a cold sneer appeared at the corners of his lips. There was no emotion in his voice when he spoke languidly. How are you going to prove it? The old man was silent for a moment before he spoke with a firm look on his face. Before, you could make a choice, but you intentionally ignored it. Instead, you chose to win against me and the sovereign to prove that yours is the real boundless Dao realm. Tian Xiao Luo, there is no need for you to ask when you already know the answer. Right after he spoke, the sovereign of ancient Zhang lifted his head. He looked at the old man for a moment before he suddenly laughed. Are you talking about ancient Zong skies? Ancient Zong skies. Dark light shone in Xiao Luo's eyes. After being silent for a moment, he swung his arm. Very well then. Out of the 33 skies of Ancient Zong, the Emperor of Ancient Zong managed to cross 32 before reaching boundless Dao realm. It is said that the final sky cannot be reached unless someone has power surpassing that of boundless Dao realm. All those without the power of boundless Dao realm cannot step above 30 skies. Ancient Zhang skies, since the both of you have already made your choice, I will step into that place with you. As Tian Xiaoluo's voice echoed in the air, his determination and resolution became extremely firm. He had indeed intentionally ignored the existence of Ancient Zhang skies because he wanted to win against Gu Di and Gu Hong to become the strongest in Ancient Zong and prove that his Dao was correct, but right then, he still chose to take the path that could not be tread upon unless a person had truly reached boundless Dao realm. That was not his first choice because he cared about losing, but right then, it was the only path available. The old man lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the sky. With it, the sky rumbled. As clouds tumbled about, they looked as if they had become raging waves. They instantly covered the expanse of the sky above Ancient Zong. Then I will use my own power to open up the sky. When the old man's words echoed in the air, the sky roared, and it looked as if it was about to shatter among the tumbling clouds. As cracks filled it, it looked like it had been connected to an ancient world. At the same time, Tian Xiaoluo's voice also echoed in the air. Then I will open up the ground leading to the underworld. Tian Xiaoluo pushed down on the ground with his right hand. With it, the ground of Ancient Zong roared at once. Fog instantly rose, seeping out of the ground from every single part of the land. Contained in it were the thick waves of aura of death. It was the resentment that had gathered from the dead over countless years. During that moment, that resentment tumbled back and charged to the city, then to Tian Xiaoluo's right hand. The sovereign sighed softly while on the tower at the center. He lifted his hands in a manner as if he was pushing up the sky, then murmured. The origin of Ancient Zong has always been beyond the 33 skies. With Ancient Zhang's kismet and my status as the sovereign of Ancient Zong, I will now open the path to Ancient Zhang's heavens. When he said those words, he tore at the sky, and with it, the world rumbled. The loud, rumbling sounds traveled in every direction and shook the sky and earth. At the instant the sky was torn, a huge vortex formed in the middle of the sky, and it began rotating. The clouds and fog that had appeared in the sky above the old man due to his doing instantly turned white and were swept into the vortex. At the same time, the resentment on the ground charged into the sky as well. It immediately fused into the vortex and made it turn black. During that moment, only black and white seemed to remain in the entire world. There was no sky, no earth, only the huge vortex that could not be described with words above the three of them and Su Ming, and it could be seen clearly when they lifted their heads. Half of the vortex was black, and the other half was white. When it rotated, it turned into something that resembled a huge rune, but it was not a rune. It was Ancient Zhang's sky. Booming sounds spread out continuously into every direction. Tian Xiaoluo threw his head back and let out a shrill roar, then with one step, charged to the black and white vortex above him. I will be the first to step into Ancient Zhang's sky to verify my boundless Dao realm. While his words were still echoing in the air, he turned into a long arc that approached the sky in the black and white vortex. During that moment, be it the sovereign, the old man, or Su Ming, they were all staring fixedly at the black and white vortex as well as Tian Xiaoluo, who was within it. First layer. When Tian Xiaoluo's voice rang out, he moved through the vortex and charged out of it. When loud, booming sounds shook the sky and reverberated through the air, Su Ming saw 33 layers of skies behind the black and white vortex, just like what its name suggested, or more accurately speaking, there were 33 vortices in the sky. Ninth layer. Tian Xiaoluo moved through the vortices like he was splitting apart bamboo with one swift stroke of a blade. As booming sounds continued echoing in the air, he moved through the vortices. 20th layer. His voice seemed to have come from the distance. In Su Ming's eyes, his figure was already blurry, but he saw that Tian Xiaoluo's speed had not diminished, but he had become even faster. There was determination about him, along with madness born from the desire and firm belief in his boundless Dao realm. The madness urged him forward to prove that his boundless Dao realm was correct. 23rd layer. When Tian Xiaoluo's voice reached Su Ming's ear again, a loud boom accompanied his words. It was formed when he shot through another vortex. Every single time that sound echoed in the air, it caused the world to shudder. It could be said that in all of Ancient Zong, only the three of them had the right to step into Ancient Zong's sky. The other people did not even have the right to witness it. After all, at that moment, Ancient Zong was clouded. If it were not for the old man, it would have been difficult even for Su Ming to see Ancient Zong's sky. The booming sounds became even louder, and Tian Xiaoluo's voice reached them once again. 26th layer. It was already difficult for Su Ming to see Tian Xiaoluo's figure. All he could see before his eyes was just a muddled haze, but he did not give up. He sucked in a deep breath and circulated his cultivation base, then made it gather in his eyes. When his third eye opened, his 8 overlapping Great Dao Paragons were all activated, but even so, he could only see a shadow. However, as he kept his focus on the huge vortex, a surprised glint slowly appeared in Su Ming's eyes. His breathing quickened slightly, and he slowly narrowed his eyes. Why is this? Why is this vortex giving me a hint of familiarity? This familiarity is a presence. Su Ming's breathing became quicker. He formed a vague answer in his heart, but he was a little uncertain about it. 29th layer. Gu Hong, Gu Di, watch carefully and see whether I can step into the 30th layer. When Tianxiu Luo's voice came out from the vortex, the old man and the sovereign of ancient Zong trained their gazes on the sky, with a level of attention that they had never paid to anything before. Su Ming could not see much, only a shadow, but that shadow was enough for him to tell whether Tianxiu Luo would succeed. Booming sounds rang out madly at that moment. They appeared again, and each sound surged into the sky. It stirred up the vortex, throwing space into chaos. As the booming sounds continued, they grew to a deafening degree, but the old man sighed softly. The sovereign of ancient Zong also moved his gaze away, but a resolute look appeared in his eyes. Impossible. I've already reached the peak of my Dao and the limit of my cultivation. I've come to the end of my road, so why can't I step into the 30th sky? A shrill roar rang out from the vortex. It was Tianxiu Luo's voice, and it had an unwillingness to give in as well as madness. The booming sounds became even louder as he continuously tried to step into the 30th sky. The loud noise lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Tianxiu Luo did not once stop trying to step into the 30th sky. His shrill voice would occasionally carry a forlorn laughter filled with the unwillingness to give in, and Su Ming heard it very clearly. On the 8th day, the booming sounds stopped. Tianxiu Luo slowly descended from the huge black and white vortex. When he landed, his appearance was very different. A feeling of age filled his body, and his face was pale. When he appeared from the vortex in anguish, he looked at the old man. I have never been able to step into Boundless Dao Realm. Boundless Dao Realm, just what exactly is it? The old man was silent for a while before he said softly, all lives have an end, and if a person learns of what it means to reach boundlessness, then how many cycles of life and death they lead would end with them being in Boundless Dao Realm? When the old man spoke and Tianxiu Luo descended, the sovereign of ancient Zhang lifted his head. Since ancient Zong sky has already been activated, I will also try challenging it. His voice was calm. At the instant it traveled outwards, he lifted his right arm and swung it, then flew into the sky. When he did so, all the kismet of ancient Zong flew up and surrounded him to make the area around him indistinct. Then, he charged to the black and white vortex. Chapter 1475, Gu Hong. B. Iat the sovereign, who was rushing to the vortex at that moment, the anguished Tianxiu Luo, or even the old man, none of them noticed that a huge storm had begun raging in the depths of Su Ming's heart while he stared at the vortex and his expression changed. This familiar presence belongs to the bald crane. While Su Ming thought of that in his heart, his breathing quickened. The presence was very faint, but no matter how faint it was, Su Ming could never miss it. Aside from the bald crane's presence in the vortex, there was another powerful presence in the vortex. When placed side by side, the two presences were like a comparison, causing Su Ming to not only sense the bald crane, but also the owner of the powerful and vast presence. It was Xianzong. It belonged to Xianzong, the man who sat cross-legged on the feng shui compass in the vast universe. The 33 skies of ancient Zong. To them, it is a path to reach and complete their boundless Dao realms, but to me, it is the path to leave this world, return to the universe, and open my eyes. If I walk into the 33rd sky and take a step out of it, I will be able to wake up, and this possession will end. Su Ming's heart trembled. At that moment, his epiphany rose in his heart, and gradually, it became a thought etched deeply in his mind, like a brand. This is my path, resolve gradually appeared in Su Ming's eyes. At that moment, the sovereign of ancient Zong had already disappeared into the vortex. As booming sounds accompanied him, he charged upwards and instantly stepped into the 20th sky. He did not declare his location as Tianxiu Luo had done. Instead, he did not say a single thing. He just continued moving upwards, and soon, he reached the 22nd sky, the 23rd sky, the 24th sky. When he reached the 29th sky, he stopped. Tianxiu Luo kept his gaze firmly fixed on the vortex. His heart was filled with incredibly complicated emotions. From a personal view, he did not want Gu Di to succeed, but he wanted to know what Boundless Dao Realm truly meant as well. Only when someone reached that realm could his question be answered. The old man's expression never changed since the start. Be it regret or expectation, none of them were too prominently reflected on his face. Even at that moment, he only lifted his head to see what would happen. The sovereign of ancient Zhong only stopped for the span of a few breaths before he charged to the 30th sky without hesitation. Once he stepped into the 30th sky, he could prove that he had reached boundless Dao realm. Boom, boom. The booming sounds continued without stop and spread out in a manner that shook the sky and earth. It was the same sound that appeared when Tianxiu Luo collided against the vortex and tried to reach the 30th sky. That sound was a loud bang formed when they were denied entry. That sound only lasted for the span of half an incense stick. Before it vanished. The sovereign of ancient Zhong was different from Tianxiu Luo, who attempted to reach the 30th sky for 7 days and nights due to an unwillingness to give up. He only tried 9 times. He tried 9 times and used the span of time required for half an incense stick to burn to do so. When he did not manage to step into the 30th sky, he chose to give up and slowly descended. When he walked out of the black and white vortex, there was no anguish in his expression nor was his face pale. There was only some pity in his gaze, but that emotion was unavoidable. I have yet to reach boundless Dao realm. It seems like I have not completely severed my kismet either, the sovereign of ancient Zhong said softly when he landed on the tower. He might have felt some semblance of pity for failing, but he seemed to be free of his burden. Perhaps the more determined a person was, the more pressure they would feel when they failed, while people like the sovereign of ancient Dawn, who did not truly care about reaching boundless Dao realm, could put away that burden as easily as they picked it up in the first place. As for Tianxiu Luo, from the moment he failed, he lost his heart, as if he had lost his path. In the process of searching for his Dao, he had walked an extremely long distance, and when he turned his head around, he no longer knew the way back. The both of you have already tried, and now I will try as well. I will see whether the Dao I severed is real or fake. The old man was quiet for a moment before he turned his head around and looked at Su Ming. Su Ming was also looking at the old man. I will help you scout the road ahead. If my path is real, then stay here, but if I am wrong, then I will not change what I have promised you all those years ago. The old man cast a deep glance at Su Ming, and a smile full of tender affection appeared on his face. When he looked away, he turned into a long arc that charged to the huge black and white vortex in the sky. Su Ming stared at the old man's back. The words the old man had said before he left made him remember the scene when the old man had opened the door to his house and waited for Su Ming to acknowledge him as his master while Su Ming was in his courtyard. He also remembered what the old man said all those years ago. I will help you verify your Dao. If you are wrong, then you will inherit my legacy, and if I am wrong, I will help you leave this place. His words seemed to still be echoing in the air when the sky rumbled. The old man rushed into the vortex like a long arc, and when he charged forward, the layers were continuously shattered. The sovereign of ancient Zhong lifted his head and looked at the vortex. In silence, Tianxiu Luo also looked at the vortex. To the both of them, Gu Hong was a little different, because Gu Hong's Dao was not as limitless as Kismet, and neither was it as domineering as Tianxiu Luo's. It was a determination to search for the truth in the world. It was a Dao they did not understand in the past, and, even then, they still did not spend any effort in understanding it on a deeper level. His Dao was a pursuit of what was real and what was fake. All that was true would remain true, and what was fake would still exist as an illusion. During that moment, when the old man rushed into the vortex, the verification of his Dao started. With booming sounds echoing in the air, the old man rushed up to the 20th sky. He then reached the 23rd sky, the 26th sky, and then the 29th. When he reached that place, he did not stop, but instead, charged straight up the vortex leading to the 30th sky. At that moment, be it the sovereign or Tianxiu Luo, both of them trained their gazes on Gu Hong. Su Ming also narrowed his eyes and focused his attention on the old man. A loud bang shook the sky and earth, and it was one that had never appeared since the black and white vortex showed up. It spread out swiftly and echoed in every direction, in every corner of the world, and every bit of space. 30th day. Tianxiu Luo staggered. When he took a few steps back, he suddenly laughed loudly. However, his voice was full of anguish rather than joy. It also held a great unwillingness to admit defeat. The old man had stepped into the 30th sky in the vortex. Once he stepped into the 30th sky, it meant that he had reached boundless Dao realm. At that moment, not only was Tianxiu Luo filled with anguish, even the sovereign of ancient Zhang's expression changed. As he stared at the vortex, his breathing quickened. A loud bang immediately roared in Su Ming's mind. He sucked in a deep breath while staring at the old man in the vortex. He could somewhat see that the old man had stopped at the 30th sky while thinking about something. Time trickled by slowly, and in the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Then, the old man took a step forward from the 30th sky and booming sounds shook the sky and earth again. He reached the 31st sky. Lands will eventually come to an end, but there is no end to the sky. How many lives would lead to thoughts never having an end? So that's how it is, that's how it is. At that moment, the old man's voice came from the 31st sky. He spoke in a murmur, and there was no joy in him when he verified his Tao. Instead, anguish could be heard in his voice, as well as a sigh. When his words echoed in the air, Tianxiu Luo was filled with puzzlement, and uncertainty appeared on the sovereign's face. So, this is the truth of all things. When the old man's laughter echoed even louder in the air, his anguish turned to what resembled madness. He seemed to have seen and understood something, but the anguish and madness in his laughter also gave them a sense of sadness for some unknown reason. Gu Hong, what did you see? Tianxiu Luo asked, and his voice traveled into the vortex. I saw a world you cannot possibly imagine. Su Ming, you are right. Your Tao is right. I was wrong, because this Tao of mine, to me, has no correctness to even speak of. What is the world? What is the void? What is true and what is false? What are the cycles of reincarnation? What is wrong and what is right? So that's how it is. The old man's laughter became even crazier. In a bout of madness, he seemed to have lowered his head. His gaze seeped through the 31 skies to stare at Su Ming. Su Ming could sense that gaze. He could sense the sadness in it, along with an air of parting. It was a feeling that they were about to be separated by death, the feeling that they were about to be eternally kept apart. Master! Su Ming's heart shuddered, and he instinctively cried out. You're right, but I still hope that there will come a day in the future when you will remember that you had a master in this illusory world that appeared because of your battle of possession. When the old man spoke right then, there was no longer anguish in his voice. Instead, there was a sigh contained in his speech. It was lamentation for the world and for his own life. There are no bounds to Tao, and there is no end to thoughts, but if I don't search for boundlessness and don't break the lines that draw the end and let everything turn in reverse and return to the start, then it will be as if I am going against my own Tao. Su Ming, I will make you become a 9th-level Tao God, and with it, I will help you break through the illusory 33 skies so you can win this battle of possession. I will help you. Go home. As he spoke, with madness in his laughter, the old man shone with endless light. It illuminated all 33 skies, then instantly gathered into one single long arc and charged downwards, shooting through the vortices and going straight into the center of Su Ming's brow. Master! Su Ming instinctively wanted to dodge. He knew what was going to happen next, but before he could dodge, the long arc seeped through space and appeared right in front of him, then landed straight into his third eye. Because you are my disciple, my only disciple. Since I am wrong, I will definitely make my disciple continue to be right. I hope that with this method, I can make my Tao last for eternity. Su Ming's mind roared. At the instant the long arc landed at the center of his brow, Gu Hong's voice, ancient and filled with tender affection, echoed in Su Ming's mind. Tears fell down from Su Ming's eyes. Gu Hong had reversed his own Tao and made all of his power of boundless Tao realm scatter, because he was willing to become his disciple's 9th overlapping Tao God. That was Gu Hong. Gu Hong, his name meant a lonely feather, and he lived his whole life like a lonely goose feather. In the end, however, for that one vow Su Ming gave him all those years ago, he became a master who would give up every ing for his disciple. Chapter 1476, My 30 Skies. Tears fell from Su Ming's eyes as the 9th overlapping Tao God appeared within his third eye. Once they merged together, they made him reach the 9th level of Tao Divinity Realm. The 9th overlapping Tao God had Su Ming's appearance, and he was also weeping. The voice echoing in Su Ming's head was still around, but the owner of that voice could no longer be seen with the naked eye. However, in Su Ming's heart, his master would always be around, and he would eternally exist among his Tao divinities. Gu Hong was Su Ming's 9th Tao divinity. Gu Hong's choice shocked Tianxiu Luo, and the sovereign of ancient Zheng's heart trembled. Disbelief appeared on their faces. They had not expected that once Gu Hong stepped into the 31st sky, he would make such a choice while laughing madly. Perhaps, with this method, he could gather his legacy on his disciple so that he could continue down his Tao as well. Gu Hong. I have never respected anyone in my life. You are now the only person I will ever respect, Tianxiu Luo muttered in his heart. He stared at Su Ming as if he could still see Gu Hong in him, his friend with whom he had thought his entire life. As he watched him, understanding gradually appeared in Tianxiu Luo's eyes. Go. Your master has chosen to reverse his Tao and become your 9th Tao divinity so that you could have the right to step into ancient Tao skies. Su Ming, don't disappoint your master. No matter what your Tao is, you must persevere down your path. Tianxiu Luo said calmly, but his voice echoed in the area. At that moment, he did not have any other thoughts in his mind, but only a hint of sadness, which caused him to sigh with a myriad of emotions towards the sky, Gu Hong sigh, and his blessings for Su Ming. Su Ming was silent. His 9 Tao divinities at the center of his brow were swiftly merging into one, and his cultivation base was erupting madly. He was growing stronger, and his cultivation base changed continuously. His level of cultivation climbed up rapidly. It was a key stage for an 8th-level Great Dao Paragon to become a 9th-level Dao God. That step was incredibly difficult for all Great Dao Paragons, and it was a great serendipity that they could only dream of having but not actively seek. Yet at that moment, while Su Ming had obtained that serendipity, he felt no joy in his heart. This is what Dao means. A sigh tumbled out of the sovereign of ancient Zhang's lips, and his voice echoed in the world. It simply means that Dao would last for an eternity. The person who understood it would not care about their physical body, their own survival, nor even whether they could continue with their life. They would only care about Dao and whether it could last for eternity. That was Gu Hong, and it is also the reason why he could surpass us and step into the 31st sky. Dao is boundless and there is no end to thoughts. So that's what it means. When the sovereign of ancient Zhang sigh echoed in the air, he looked at Su Ming. There was no longer a complicated look in his eyes, but an encouraging gaze. Whether you are Xian heir or not, no matter who you are, continue down your path so that your Dao and Gu Hong's Dao will continue. Don't let yourself feel any regret. Don't disappoint Gu Hong. Su Ming was silent for a time. Then, he slowly lifted his head and looked at the black and white vortex in the sky. He stared at the path to leave and an end to the battle of possession. Once the 9 Dao divinities in Su Ming's third eye completely fused with Dao Hong, they shone with light. That light was not white, but neither was it black. It was purple. Su Ming's robes were purple, his hair was purple, and his eyes were purple. At that moment, his whole world was purple. That purple hue existed in daylight and was not the darkness of night. However, when the purple hue shone during the night, it was a darkness that not even night could dye black. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath and took a step forward. The moment his foot landed, his body let out a bang, and he turned into a long arc that charged into the sky. He was so fast that he instantly appeared under the black and white vortex. In fact, half of his body had already appeared in the vortex, and with just another half a step, he could completely step into ancient Zhang Sky's vortex. It was not that he could not take that half a step, but he had stopped for a moment based on his will. He turned his head around and cast a glance at ancient Zhang's world. It was perhaps his last time looking at ancient Zhang, because right then, Su Ming would definitely succeed. It was what he told himself. Su Ming saw a vast piece of land. He saw 7 moons land, the rising and falling mountain ranges, all the places that granted him experience during the 3,000 years he lived in the land. In fact, he could even vaguely see how. With that one glance, he also saw all the people he met in ancient Zhang. After a long while, a look saying that he was about to bid farewell to that world appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He turned around, and with his Dao as well as Gu Hong's Dao, he took the half a step into ancient Zhang skies. When his foot landed, Su Ming entered the vortex completely. He stepped into ancient Zhang, and what waited for him was the road of the 33 skies. Once Su Ming reached its end, he would walk out of the 33 skies and the world formed for the battle of possession, and then, he would open his eyes. The world rumbled. Clouds and fog surrounded Su Ming. It was foggy all around him, and that fogginess gave him the feeling of seeing the endless universe beyond when he left harmonious Morris Alba all those years ago. Su Ming did not pay any attention to his surroundings and did not think too much. He only kept his mind on questioning his own Dao as he used all of his power to earn into a long arc and charge up with an indomitable will. A loud bang echoed in the air. Su Ming felt that he seemed to have rushed past a barrier, and at the instant he did, he went through the first sky. Su Ming knew that it was ancient Zhang's first sky. Before him were 32 more skies. The path of questioning his Dao and the journey to verify it was right under his feet. He could not turn his head back, and he would not turn his head around. Resolution appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Not only did his speed not slow down, he even became faster, and throughout his charge, booming sounds accompanied him. The second sky, third sky, fourth sky. Every single time Su Ming cleared another layer, booming sounds shook the sky and reverberated through the air. When he stepped into the 9th sky, Su Ming looked down, but he only saw fog below. However, he could still sense the gazes of the sovereign of ancient Zhang and Tianxiu Luo. They held great hope and were clear and expectant, not bearing any personal grudges. It was a form of respect towards Dao, or rather, they respected Gu Hong's choice to help Su Ming complete his Dao. They wanted to know whether Gu Hong's choice would succeed. There was no longer any tears in Su Ming's eyes, but Gu Hong's figure had now become an eternal existence in his heart. His tears of grief could not provide him more power to charge forward. He could only use the truth to prove that his Dao was right. He had to rush out of the 33 skies, for only then would he make Gu Hong smile. Su Ming's gaze became even more resolute. His speed increased swiftly, and as he charged forth in a long arc, he touched the 10th sky. Booming sounds shook the sky again. Su Ming's speed did not change, and he continued to charge to the 11th sky. Just like that, Su Ming had all his cultivation base erupt from him, and with his power of a 9th-level Dao God, he broke through the 13th sky, crashed past the 16th sky, tore through the 19th sky, and stomped his way into the 22nd sky. A burst of madness spread out of Su Ming's body, and he had no intention of holding any of it back. His eyes were bloodshot, and his mind had already descended into a state of madness which prevented him from being affected by any secondary thoughts. It became an obsessive craze, and it formed his determination to rush out of the 33rd sky. I will step into the 33rd sky. Su Ming threw his head back and shouted. His speed increased exponentially because he was no longer using only his cultivation base, but his 4 great wills as well. As they exploded in power, Su Ming felt as if his resolve was burning and bringing his body, entirely purple and surrounded by a crazed presence, to crash into the 24th sky. Even if he ended up in a badly battered state because of it, he would crush the 26th sky. With booming sounds echoing in the air, Su Ming stepped into the 20th sky. Once he was there, Su Ming lifted his head and stared at the 29th sky. He could vaguely see the 30th sky right behind it. The 30th sky was inaccessible to all those who were not in Boundless Dao Realm. After becoming a 9th-level Dao God, what comes next is Boundless Dao Realm. Boundless Dao Realm is just like how thoughts have no end. It needs to be severed. Once I sever my Dao, I can make my Dao become boundless and my thoughts will have no end to them. When Su Ming said those words softly, the flames of determination burned in his bloodshot eyes. He sucked in a deep breath while he was in the 20th sky. He did not let out that breath, but instead kept it in his body. He turned into a long arc that charged to the 29th sky. His speed became faster along the way, and at the end, he practically became a shooting star that rose from the ground and traveled in reverse, back to the sky. The next instant, Su Ming crashed against the barrier in the sky leading to the 29th sky. The sound echoed through the heavens and spread through all of ancient Zong when the barrier before Su Ming shattered. He immediately stepped into the 29th sky. At that moment, before him was the 30th sky that the sovereign of ancient Zong could not step into and Tian Xiao Luo found difficult to enter. 30th sky. The flames of determination in Su Ming's eyes spread to his entire body. They spread into his mind and heart. His cultivation base erupted at full force, and his third eye shone with an eye-catching light. Within it, the eyes of the 9 overlapping Dao divinities shone brilliantly. The 4 great wills also erupted at full force from Su Ming's body at that moment. Once they fused with his determination, they turned into his madness. He did not let out any sound, but like a volcano that was about to erupt, he delivered the madness of letting out all of his power to the 30th sky. He instantly flew up, and from a distance, he looked like a moth while the 30th sky was like a fire. He instantly drew close to it. My Dao is my determination. It's all the faces I can never forget no matter how many cycles of life and death I have to go through. It is my promise to them in harmonious Morris Alba. I will resurrect them. I will take back all that I have lost. This is my Dao, and what I need to sever is not this Dao, but that there will be no truths or lies, no dreams, no illusions, no possessions, no talents, no destiny. What I will sever is my life of walking from midwinter to spring. I will sever the one figure that will be missing for all eternity. Su Ming's body looked as if he had been lit on fire when he crashed against the barrier leading to the 30th sky. Booming sounds lifted the sky and earth and shook every corner of the world. Chapter 1477, Beyond Ancient Zong Skies. To Su Ming, the 30th sky had long since ceased to be a sky, but was a blade that was placed horizontally in the sky. The gleaming blade was as bright as the sky, which was why it morphed into 30 skies, becoming a ravine that blocked off all those who were not in Boundless Dao Realm. It was not impossible to cross the ravine, but if anyone wanted to do it, they would require the resolve to sever their Dao. It did not matter whether the Dao they severed was right or wrong, what was important was their resolve. Tian Xiao Luo thought he had that resolve. He thought he severed his Dao, but when he saw Gu Hong reversing his own Dao in the end and giving up on everything to help Su Ming complete his Dao, he knew that in terms of resolve, he could not compare. The sovereign of ancient Zong also understood that. The two of them had already come to know why they could not step into the 30th sky. It had nothing to do with whether the Dao they severed was right or wrong, but that their resolve was simply not enough. They had too many things holding them back. With those shackles, it would forever be difficult for them to completely sever their Dao. Be it their kismet or the ability to create all manner of living, if they did not have complete resolve and dedication to it, they could not enter Boundless Dao Realm. When Su Ming touched the 30th sky, booming sounds shook the sky and earth. As they reverberated through the air, the world trembled. The sovereign of ancient Zhang's eyes gathered on him, and Tian Xiao Luo's eyes shone brightly. As they focused their entire attention on Su Ming, they saw him, charging like a moth into the flames. When the loud booms echoed in the air, it was as if a gleaming blade came charging down to cut Su Ming. He did not dodge or evade it. With resolve and determination, he took an unwavering step to the blade slicing down at him. The blade went through Su Ming's body as if it had phased through him. It sliced through him, but it did not draw blood nor cause any wounds. It only severed Su Ming's destiny. It sounded abstract, but what the blade severed was Su Ming's choice, because the concept of severing one's Tao was in truth a choice. A person could choose the past or the future. If Su Ming chose to sever the past, then he would have a glorious future ahead of him. If he chose to sever his future, then he could keep the past with him eternally. No one other than Su Ming knew of his precise choice. Be it the sovereign of ancient Zhong or Tianqiu Luo, both of them could only see that Su Ming had severed his Tao, but if he did not describe in detail what he had severed, no one would know about it. When the blade swung down, loud booms resounded through the air, and the blade shattered. When it fell apart, it turned into the fragments of the sky, allowing Su Ming to move past the 29th sky and step into the 30th sky. At the instant he stepped there, Su Ming lowered his head, but he did not look at the land nor the area around him. Instead, he was quietly experiencing something. Under the vortex, the sovereign of ancient Zhong and Tianqiu Luo felt their hearts tremble. They stared Su Ming, who was currently standing in the 30th layer in the vortex, in a daze. They did not say a single word, only watched quietly. After a long time had passed, Su Ming lifted his head slowly. His third eye could no longer be seen at the center of his brow, and neither could his 9 overlapping Tao divinities be seen. His entire person seemed to have become different at that moment, but that difference could not be described with words. He sighed softly, and when he lifted his head, his gaze landed on the 31st sky. That place was a world the sovereign of ancient Zhong and Tianqiu Luo could not see from the ground. When Su Ming saw the 31st sky clearly, he understood why Gu Hong had fallen silent when he stood at that place. There was a huge person before them. It sat in space, and beneath him was a feng shui compass. Around his wrist was a string of pearls, and he was dressed in a black long robe. It was Xianzong. Or rather, he was the emperor of ancient Zhong, who disappeared from ancient Zhang's royal palace and was believed to be dead. He had clearly not died completely, but instead drifted about in space in search for a miracle that could resurrect him. Su Ming stared at the illusory figure quietly. It was a scene that Gu Hong had seen when he stood in that place earlier, and it had made him understand what Su Ming had told him a long time ago. Su Ming was silent for a long time before he took a step forward and began walking into the sky. When he arrived at the barrier leading to the 31st sky, he crossed it with one step. When he arrived at the 31st sky and looked above him, Xianzang's figure became even clearer, and Su Ming was able to sense the bald crane's presence spreading out of Xianzang's clenched fist. That presence caused Su Ming to remember the feather he had grabbed. That feather had flown out when the bald crane was swept into the void. However, Su Ming could not see the Emperor of Ancient Zhang's face clearly. It was rather blurry, but even if it was blurry and Su Ming could not see it clearly, he could still somewhat sense that his face was the exact same as his. When Master stood here and chose to reverse his Tao, he must have also had a sense of what that figure's face looked like. Just like I do, Su Ming murmured under his breath while sighing softly. While his sigh still echoed in the air, Su Ming took another step forward. With it, the 31st sky crumbled before him, and the 32nd sky's barrier was also torn to pieces the moment Su Ming walked forward. When he stood in the 32nd sky, he could already see the face of the person sitting on the huge feng shui compass in space. It was Su Ming's own. Tianqiu Luo was quiet for a while before he spoke from beyond the black and white V. Vortex under Su Ming. What did you see? Tianqiu Luo had asked Gu Hong about it, and he seemed to have somewhat understand Gu Hong's answer. However, when he asked Su Ming about it, Su Ming did not provide him with a similar answer. I saw myself, Su Ming said softly. His voice echoed through the 32 skies and spread to every corner of the world. Su Ming stared at the figure on the feng shui compass, then took that a step into the 33rd sky. With that step, the 33rd sky vanished before him as if it no longer existed, allowing Su Ming to arrive before the huge figure sitting on the feng shui compass. He was only one final step away from the center of the figure's brow. When he stood there, Su Ming stared at the huge figure for a long time. In silence, thousands of thoughts were born in his head. He thought of many people and many things, and then he sighed softly, channeling all his thoughts into that sigh. It would echo for eternity and never fade away. Then, he took his final step. When Su Ming put his foot down, purple light shone from his body. It shot through the 33 skies and descended on the ground. It sent all the fog scattering and chased away all emptiness, causing ancient Zhong to turn purple. Su Ming lowered his head then and cast a glance at the world below him. He saw the person dressed in the straw cape standing outside the city gate of the royal capital. It was Tian Xiaozi. He was staring up at Su Ming, and a smile was on his face. It held a reluctance to part, a farewell and a blessing. Su Ming saw that Dao Han was no longer in isolation in Seven Moon Sect, but was instead standing on a coffin while staring at the sky. There was a complicated look on his face, and he was staring at the sky quietly with respect that came from the bottom of his heart. And in the dimension belonging to one Dao sect that seemed to be isolated from the world and had shattered, Great Dao Paragon Sinmu was also staring at the sky in a daze. It was no longer night before him. The sun shone bright, and a ray of sunlight shone on the side of his face, causing the shadow behind him to be that of Su Ming's second senior brother, who seemed to be standing among the flowers in the ninth summit with a gentle smile on his face. There was a woman who had just dragged her exhausted body out of a cave abode in the mountains. Needless to say, it was Su Hui. Her face was slightly pale, and when she stared at the sky, a look of attention appeared on her face, as if there was a soft sigh in her heart that could not be voiced. There were others. Others. Like Hao Hao. In his world, he sat on the tree crown that replaced the sky. The boy was quiet, and he seemed to be able to see Su Ming too. While smiling happily on the tree, he lifted his hand and waved at Su Ming. I've already returned home. Big brother, you're about to go home too. Like the headless figure sitting on the city in the world. Under the tree crown. At that moment, he seemed to have moved slightly, and he too became a part of the farewell in the form of laughter that was coming from the palace set in the bustling city. Di Tian's joyful laughter and the happiness among the people from his sect sitting around him lingered in the air for a long time, refusing to leave. Di Tian had a wine cup in his hand, and when no one was paying attention, he lifted his head slightly to take a sip of wine, but in truth, he was staring at the sky. There was a blessing in his gaze. Like Lei Chen, who was sitting under the lamps lit in Dark Mountain Tribe. No matter how the wind blew, it could not extinguish the fire. The sky was covered by the branches that prevented all those on the ground from seeing beyond them, but there was a melancholic air about the tribe that would disappear even without wind blowing against it. That melancholy came from Lei Chen as he stood with his head lifted. He stared at the sky and laughed. He laughed and laughed until tears trickled down his cheeks. Like the old man extermination on the lone ship in the sea. When he lifted his head to look at the sky, anguish appeared on his face, and then it morphed into a sigh. Su Ming moved his gaze away. His expression was very calm at that moment, and there was no longer any red in his eyes. Instead, his gaze was clear. He had seen through all the prosperity in life and lived through many springs, summers, autumns, and winters. He turned around and his foot also landed. When he took his final step, he disappeared into the center of the black-robed man's brow, for all time. One winter, one life, a world called Ancient Zong, a sigh that departed. When he woke up to unfamiliarity. When he left, he only brought with him loneliness. Only his Tao was like the purple light in the sky. Even if his destiny faded away, the purple light would last forever. Chapter 1478. Opened Eyes. The universe had a color. It was gray that was nearly white, but perhaps the description was not too appropriate as well, because when others looked at it, they would feel as if something was pressing heavily against their hearts, and it was a feeling that was near desolation. It was a color, but also desolation. And boundlessness meant that something was indistinct and could not be seen clearly. It meant a size that was endlessly big. Once this word was combined with space, it would turn into a vast universe that had no end. In the vast universe, just how many worlds existed? How many planets were there? And how many people parted in grief or met in happiness? How many of those meetings and partings flowed in the river of time that had so many years contained in it that no one would know whether they could be counted? No one knew the answer. There was one thing in the universe which had not changed since an eternity ago. It was a man sitting on a huge feng shui compass. He was dressed in a long black robe, and his long hair fell over his shoulders. He had his head lowered, and thick aura of death seeped out of his body. It was Xianzong. He sat meditating with the aura of death surrounding him. There was also an ancient air about him, as if he had already forgotten how many years had passed since he sat down, as if he had already forgotten the Tao of his previous life. At that moment, a sigh tumbled out of Xianzang's mouth. When it echoed in the vast universe, he slowly lifted his head. His eyes had been closed since forever ago, but right then, slowly but surely, he opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, loud, endless booming sounds reverberated through the vast universe. When those booms tumbled about, it was as if the entire universe was shocked by Xianzang's act of opening his eyes. The presence that spread out from high when he opened his eyes caused the universe to stir. Fog tumbled about, and it spread out swiftly from around Xianzong to form a vortex. It swept up the vast universe, and as the vortex rotated with loud booming sounds, Xianzong completely opened his eyes. A brilliant spark that could cause the vast universe to shake appeared in his gaze. That brilliant spark disappeared after an instant and calm returned. But those were not Xianzang's eyes. They belonged to Su Ming. The moment Su Ming stepped into the 33rd sky and the center of Xianzang's brow, he succeeded in his possession. I made it. Once Su Ming possessed Xianzang's body and opened his eyes, he looked at the familiar universe, then at the vortex before him. When his murmurs echoed in space, he lowered his head and looked at the black feather on his open palm. The bald crane's presence was spreading out of that feather weakly, and it filled Su Ming's heart. I am Su Ming. He closed his eyes and went to gain a sense of the body as well as the ancient world contained within it. Just like how a world existed in harmonious Morris Alba's wings, Su Ming also saw a world in the body he had successfully possessed. Xianzang didn't fail either. When Su Ming looked at the world in his body, the sigh he breathed out held an ancient tone. It echoed in space as well as the world in his body. It was a world that had died for an unknown number of years. Su Ming saw ancient Zhang, the Sexan clans, but they had already been reduced to ruin. They had become debris, and not a single living being could be found. Everything seemed to have withered away when Xianzang closed his eyes in the past and the aura of death filled his body. The 3,000 years I lived through were a possession. The world during those 3,000 years could be the Emperor of Ancient Zhang's memories, or it could also have been Xianzang's memories. Either way, that world was the recollection of the world before it died. In that recollection, I became him. Based on this, I succeeded, but from his point of view, his goal was to be revived. He was ready to do anything to be revived, and right now, he has indeed been revived. He was resurrected with my will, Su Ming said softly, murmuring to himself while he stared at the dead world in his body. Su Ming slowly fell silent. When he stopped mumbling to himself, time continued passing in the vast universe. Each time his thoughts changed, 1,000 years seemed to change. When Su Ming lifted his head and put away the feather on his palm, he slowly stood up on the feng shui compass. At the instant he stood up, the booming sounds from the vortex in the vast universe reached a monstrous degree. The vortex's rotations caused the vast universe to look as if it had turned into a boundless raging sea, and while Su Ming stood on the feng shui compass, he seemed like the master of the raging sea. This is what it means to reach boundless Tao realm, Su Ming mumbled under his breath. However, there was a bleak tone to his voice as well as loneliness. It was a loneliness only he possessed in the entire vast universe. It is like how a person becomes a god, and then from a god, the master who stands supreme to all. Su Ming stood on the feng shui compass for a long, long time before he sat down again, and, while alone in the vast universe, he closed his eyes. I've already reached the limit of my Tao. With his eyes shut, Su Ming sighed in his heart before he sucked in a deep breath. The moment he did so, the rotating vortex charged at Su Ming and entered him through every part of his body. Eventually, all of it was within Su Ming's body. While the vortex in Su Ming's body tumbled about, it crashed against the dead world in him. Gradually, the endless vortex from the vast universe gathered in one spot in Ancient Zhang's royal capital, which was the heart of the dead world. That spot was like a seed, and at that moment, it was buried deep in the world. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 years went by. In that time, a tree grew in the originally dead world, and it was the tree of Tao verification. The tree's roots spread through the earth, using the vast universe as its nutrients. It grew up slowly, just like how had done in the past, since Su Ming was using the same method to change the world in his body. He had an endless amount of time and unimaginable patience to complete all the steps necessary to change the world. Thousands of years passed, and the tree of Tao verification reached the sky. When it covered the world, Su Ming could no longer see any wastelands in his world, and neither was there any wreckage. Everything returned to the beginning. Mountain ranges, rivers, and everything Su Ming could remember about ancient Zhang from the 3,000 years he lived in it returned to how they looked then. Perhaps there was some form of power that caused Su Ming to live 3,000 years in ancient Zhang during the process of him possessing Xianzang, because it allowed him to return it to how it looked like before. Perhaps that vague power belonged to Xianzang. But no matter what, all of that was no longer important. When the tree of Tao verification's crown replaced the sky in Su Ming's body, he opened his eyes while still seated. There is midwinter in my life matrix, and hence, there is winter in this world, just like the autumn sun, summer rain, and an abundance of life like spring. This is life, and it is also my world, Su Ming murmured softly, and the 4 seasons appeared in the world within his body. During the thousands of years the tree grew, the feng shui compass beneath Su Ming kept moving forward, allowing Su Ming to continuously absorb the power from the vast universe to nourish the world in him and change all that which had died. Even if the world had already taken form and had the 4 seasons, Su Ming still continued moving forward and did not stop. As time passed, the passage of time also became part of the world in Su Ming's body. That world seemed to have become a complete entity, but it was still lacking true life. I will search for them in the cycles of life and death as well as in the vast universe until I find them, and then it will be time for me to open the Abyss Gate. It will be the first time I open the Abyss Gate in my life, and it will also be my last. While Su Ming sat on the feng shui compass, he stared at the vast universe in the distance and mulled over the loneliness he felt during the past thousands of years. He pondered over the isolation he felt by being the only person there and how it would stay with him for life. His isolation would never come to an end. This is what it means to be in boundless Dao realm, Su Ming said softly. He took off the string of pearls from his right wrist, and after staring at them for a moment, he flung them into the vast universe with his left hand. The universe immediately tumbled about, and an endless amount of power swiftly gathered in the pearls. Once they were filled, Su Ming retained the seventh while throwing away the rest. 6 of the pearls contained lives. They turned into butterflies and flew into the distance until all of them vanished from sight. Only the 7th remained in Su Ming's palm, and he held it tight. From now on, there will be 8 butterflies which will possess life in the vast universe, and they will be the hope for me to find their tracks, Su Ming mumbled. The harmonious Morris albas in the vast universe were born on the tree of Dao verification. All of them had the same name, the same life, and in fact, it could be said that they were originally one. When the tree of Dao verification had crumbled, they could only flutter and fly about in the vast expanse, becoming wanderers who could not find their home, but because their origin essence was the same. Su Ming firmly believed that since his eldest senior brother, second senior brother, Hu Zi, Yu Xian, Songlan, Su Hui, and the others could be Bo RN in the 7th harmonious Morris alba's wings, then he could definitely find their traces in the other butterfly's wings. He would gather all their traces together, and then he would form the key to activate his Abyss Gate. However, those were just his assumptions. Perhaps he would succeed, but it could also just be wishful thinking. Yet no matter what, Su Ming had to try. Even if he could not succeed, he would absolutely not give up. He would continue searching for other methods. That was his Dao. With the 7th pearl, Su Ming slowly closed his eyes. The pearl on his palm could not turn into a butterfly because the bald crane's reverse spirit was not contained in it. Time passed as the feng shui compass on which Su Ming AST continued moving forward through the vast universe. The feeling of loneliness and isolation was something Su Ming was already accustomed to, and he had no choice but to get used to it. He was alone for 1,000 years, for 10,000 years, and then 30,000 years. A huge butterfly appeared before Su Ming in the vast universe. It was a harmonious Morris alba, but not one of those that Su Ming had bestowed life upon 30,000 years ago. It was a butterfly which Xianzong had not killed. The aura of death was not heavy about that butterfly, and there were countless lives on the 4 wings. Perhaps there were also people who learned that the world they lived in was actually harmonious Morris alba's wings there as well, and perhaps there were also people like Arid Triad who tried to struggle against the fate of being wiped off, but there was no doubt that they still lived a blessed life. After all, the person they met was not Xianzong, but Su Ming. While sitting on the feng shui compass, he looked quietly at the harmonious Morris alba in the distance. When he drew close, the butterfly shuddered visibly, and an air of fear leaked out of its body. I will not wipe you off. I only want to take away some marks of certain people from you. Chapter 1479, To Not Wait for the Heavens to Fall Silent. Su Ming stared at the harmonious Morris alba letting out a panicking and terrified air before speaking faintly. Then, he shut his eyes, and his will, so great now that it could no longer be described with words, instantly left his body and charged to the harmonious Morris alba. If his will was to be compared with harmonious Morris alba's will, it would be the same as comparing a brilliant moon to a firefly. It made the harmonious Morris alba unable to struggle and fight back. It could only allow Su Ming's will to completely cover its body, then fuse into all 4 of its wings from every angle. During that moment, the 4 expanse cosmoses contained in the harmonious Morris alba's 4 wings shuddered. The galaxies instantly froze. While they kept still, Su Ming's will swept past each life like a violent storm, but he did not harm them. He only searched for the traces and the marks he needed. Several breaths passed, all 4 expanse cosmoses in the harmonious Morris alba returned to normal, and Su Ming's will faded away. But only the harmonious Morris alba knew that the existence which terrified it and which it found somewhat familiar in the depths of its mind did not remove its will, but instead broke it down into several portions and gathered them within the 4 expanse cosmoses. The harmonious Morris alba was uneasy and anxious because it did not know what mark Su Ming was searching for. It could only hope that he would leave as soon as possible. His terrifying might and strength caused it to be unable to fight back even in the slightest. It knew that if he wanted to kill it, he would only need to point a finger at it. Time trickled as Su Ming sat on the feng shui compass and levitated before the harmonious Morris alba. He had been broken down his will into several parts, and each of them were by the side of the people who had the marks he wanted. He did not take those marks away immediately, but instead stayed beside them. As time passed and a long period of time went by, the Harmonious Morris Alba's wings started overlapping, and then, the 4 expanse cosmoses started to be destroyed. When destruction was over and new lives were born, Su-Ming left with the marks he needed. He had accompanied them for an aeon. His will left the anxious and uneasy Harmonious Morris Alba and returned to his body on the feng shui compass. Then, Su-Ming opened his eyes. He lifted his right hand, and there were several feeble souls on his palm. Among them were his eldest senior brother, second senior brother, Hu Zi, Song Lan, Yu Xian, Su Hui, his elder, and all the other people from Su-Ming's memories. Those souls only had a trace of the marks that signified who they were in his memories, and they were not the versions of the people Su-Ming wanted. When the Harmonious Morris Alba spread its wings again, Su-Ming left into the distance on his feng shui compass. He continued moving forward, alone and isolated in the vast universe for another 10,000 years. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 30,000 years. Time passed, but there seemed to be no traces of it in the vast universe. When 200,000 years passed, Su-Ming opened his eyes again, because right before him was the 9th Harmonious Morris Alba, which was fortunate enough to have never run into Xianzong. It drifted about in the vast universe with an abundant amount of life flowing in it, and countless lives had been born in the expanse cosmoses within its 4 wings. When it noticed Su-Ming's arrival, that Harmonious Morris Alba even showed hostility, perhaps because it had been alive for so long that it had forgotten its instincts. However, the will that spread out from Su-Ming immediately crushed that hostility. The butterfly shuddered, and panic and shock instantly rose within it. Su-Ming did not care about Harmonious Morris Alba's feelings. His will enveloped the butterfly's 4 wings and spread into them. When he swept past the wings, he found the marks, then split up his will and placed it next to them. Despite the Harmonious Morris Alba being wrecked by nerves, Su-Ming did not choose to immediately retrieve the marks, just like before, because if he took them directly, it would mean that he would be personally killing them. He could not do it, nor did he want to do it. He could wait for the expanse cosmoses in this Harmonious Morris Alba to be destroyed, and then he would take away those marks. Time passed, and the Harmonious Morris Alba lived in nervousness for an aeon. When it ended, Su-Ming did not stay. He brought with him the marks he found and left the Harmonious Morris Alba, which had spread its wings to give birth to 4 new expanse cosmoses. While the Harmonious Morris Alba was still nervous and anxious, Su-Ming left into the distance. 100 years later, Su-Ming met a Harmonious Morris Alba which was born from a pearl after he bestowed life to it, and he began searching for the marks again. He searched through the butterflies one by one, and it seemed to take an eternity. 10 eons passed. Su-Ming searched through all the butterflies and found the marks he wanted in all the Harmonious Morris Albas. However, when he had all the marks in his hand, he only let out a melancholic sigh while sitting on the feng shui compass and surrounded by an ancient air. Each of those marks were independent entities. If he forcefully fused them together, the brands of life which would be formed would still be missing the familiarity from Su-Ming's memories. He could open the Abyss Gate and resurrect them, but once they were resurrected, they would no longer remember each other. In Su-Ming's heart, they would become his most familiar strangers. Su-Ming did not want to do this sort of thing nor see it happening. He longed for the people in his memories to be resurrected, and he yearned for the people who would be resurrected to still be themselves. He wanted them to have their memories, not just their faces. He hoped that their souls would still be the same, just that they would be separated by unfamiliarity. The cycles of life and death are like the sea. Only by living through them can I find the marks they left behind when they disappeared in the beginning. Only then will I be able to make the marks fuse together and turn into the brands marking their lives. Su-Ming stared at his palm. After a long time had passed, he clenched his palm. Once he placed the marks in his palm into his heart, he unfurled his palm and pushed down gently at the feng shui compass beneath him. With it, the feng shui compass jolted, then started rotating on its own. The entire universe seemed to have been drawn in by its movements, and it started rotating as well. As time passed, the boundless universe became a huge vortex which spun with loud bangs until it became a circle. Every single time the universe spun a circle, a cycle of life and death was completed. As the universe tumbled about in a vortex, the sediments of time contained in it were dragged to the front of Su-Ming's eyes. The dust that had fallen to the depths of the universe flew before him, and Su-Ming left the feng shui compass to walk into the vortex. It did not matter how much time would pass and how many cycles of life and death he would have to live through, for he would continue walking forward firmly and resolutely. He would search for the marks everyone left behind when they disappeared in the passage of time. In the cycles of life and death were the things and the people he had never forgotten and the promises he never failed to recall. He kept those people in his mind because he yearned for them, to meet them, and to get to know them again. When his harmonious Morris Alba was destroyed and Xianzang's palm fell, causing all the souls to vanish that night, he already knew that if he was not determined, he would not meet them again in their next life. It was just like how a person would wait for the heavens to fall silent for thousands of years while they stood in the palace in the sky. How many times would they feel lost, and how many times would they cherish others right down to the core of their soul? And from then on, there would no longer be moments in their life when they would find life to be as beautiful as it seemed at first sight. Chapter 1480. Persist with determination. Also they could meet again. 100,000 years. 200,000 years. 300,000 years. 1,000,000 years passed as Su Ming continued on quietly in the vast space that was the cycle of life and death formed by the vortex. He used all his cultivation base and turned it into his divine sense so he did not miss even a single corner. He searched through every spot carefully for everyone's marks in their cycles of life and death. Gradually, in his loneliness and isolation, Su Ming forgot how to speak or how to even produce sound. Deep exhaustion filled him, but it was not his body that was tired, because when he reached boundless Dao realm, it was difficult for his body to feel weakened. He was tired, in his heart. He searched for everyone nonstop and was continuously disappointed, but he never gave up, because he knew that once he let go, there would no longer be any hope. He could only search and search. Even if the universe died and its life was extinguished, he still had to continue searching. That was his determination, his path. During the first 1,000,000 years, Su Ming walked through the vast universe in search of the marks. During the second 1,000,000 years, he still continued searching. He walked past harmonious Morris Albas and past multiple vortices that symbolized the cycles of life and death. When the fifth 1,000,000 years passed, the exhaustion in his heart turned into depression. When the sadness fused into the depths of his soul, AF. After searching for 5,000,000 years, he suddenly came to a stop in the vast universe. It was the first time he stopped during the 5,000,000 years. When he did so, he turned his head around and looked at the fog tumbling to the side. Within it, he saw a fragment. It was broken, and it drifted about in the fog for an unknown number of years. When Su Ming noticed the fragment, a brilliant sparkle suddenly appeared in his eyes. He brought his right hand up and did a seizing motion in the direction of the fog. With it, the tumbling fog was enveloped by a will that was greater than the universe. The fog instantly became still, as if it no longer dared to even move. The fragment inside swayed a little and charged to Su Ming before it gently landed on his palm. As he stared at the fragment on his palm, a smile slowly made its way onto Su Ming's lips, and it was full of joy. It was the first time he smiled in the 5,000,000 years of continuous searching. Ma. Fei. Su Ming's voice was hoarse. He had been silent for 5,000,000 years, and he felt as if he had forgotten how to speak, so his voice was hoarse and indistinct, like the murmurs of an old man who was in his twilight years. Most of the fragment was made of stone. It was formed by a large amount of dust in the vast universe, which was why it could continue to exist in the vortex / it was part of the dust. However, among the great amount of dust in that fragment was a speck that contained a mark Su Ming was familiar with. It belonged to a girl called Ma Fei, whom Su Ming had met in Morning Dao sect and who had served as his guide while he posed as Dao Kong. The mark in the fragment belonged to her. That girl might not be the person he wanted to meet the most, but the appearance of her fragment gave an unimaginable boost of confidence to Su Ming, and it strengthened his resolve. He was finally sure that his path of searching for the others was correct, so no matter how much time passed and even if he had to search for countless millions of years, he would still resolutely continue on. He would persist with determination so that they could meet again. After gently holding the fragment in his palm for some time, Su Ming unfurled his fist, and the fragment disintegrated. The dust impurities were reduced to ash, and only Ma Fei's mark floated above Su Ming's palm like a broken soul fragment. Su Ming put it away like it was a precious treasure. After a long while, Su Ming lifted his head, and a clear sparkle shone in his eyes, making them appear even more clear, just like how a child's eyes would look like. He took a step forward and with resolve continued onward. Time passed, and another 1,000,000 years went by. Su Ming searched year by year, never holding back on turning all his cultivation base into divine sense to walk through the cycles of life and death in the vast universe. Su Ming did not know what he was looking for, and perhaps he would have to do it for an eternity. Yet with the long span of life a cultivator in boundless Dao realm had, he simply continued searching, just like Xianzang had sat for countless years on the feng shui compass. When 50,000,000 years passed, Su Ming had practically become numb, and aura of death began appearing around him. That aura of death had not come because his life was about to come to an end, but because the loneliness and isolation he felt in the vast universe caused a deathly stillness to appear in his heart as he continued searching despite his fatigue. But even if his heart had become still, it could not stop him from searching. Even if he no longer used his legs to move forward, but sat on the feng shui compass, he could still not bury the hope to meet his loved ones again. He searched, and continued searching. When 80 million years went by, Su Ming found Yu Wang's mark. Just like Yu Wang, his mark shone with a piercing light, and it was slightly blinding to the eyes. He was in the horn at the head of a ferocious beast in the vast universe. That ferocious beast was lying sprawled before Su Ming while trembling. It had only sensed a hint of Su Ming's presence, but it had nearly terrified it to death. Su Ming stared at the horn on the creature's head, then he lifted his right hand and pointed forward. When he pulled his finger back, Yu Wang's soul fragment appeared on his palm. He put away the soul fragment very carefully before closing his eyes to continue searching. Time flowed as Su Ming continued searching. No one knew how many eons had passed or how many times the 8 butterflies in the vast universe had overlapped their wing. When around 250 million years passed, Su Ming shuddered while in the vast universe. His eyes flew open, and the brightest sparkle over the course of countless years since he began searching appeared in his eyes. That light was so strong that it instantly caused the vast universe to tremble and rumble. The 8 butterflies shivered and did not dare to move even an inch. An excitement that had never appeared on Su Ming's face showed up. He slowly stood up, and when he took a step forward, his legs trembled. His eyes were fixed on a ball of fog, which had a white flower. That fog was like rain, and when inside it, the small white flower looked to be in the rain. It looked weak, but it had its own determination. It seemed like it was waiting for someone. The flower had waited for 250 million something years. It waited for the ferryman who protected it from the rain when they were at the River of Forgetfulness all those years ago, and who eventually carried it to his boat. Tears fell from Su Ming's eyes, but a happy smile was on his face. He slowly approached the small white flower in the fog and gazed at it deeply. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Because he had already forgotten how to speak. It was of no great concern to him, however, and he laughed happily. While his laughter was silent, the appearance of his smile seemed to have caused ripples to appear in the vast universe. When they spread out, Su Ming lifted his hand and tenderly raised the small white flower from the fog, cradling it in his hand. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes and slid down his cheeks. One of them fell on the small white flower like a dewdrop, causing it to seem to extend its leaves. It seemed to be smiling sweetly, so sweetly that Su Ming was caught in a daze. One of the leaves touched Su Ming's palm, and that gentle touch was just as beautiful as it was in his memories. He stared at the small white flower on his palm, and his happy smile dyed the cycles of life and death in the vast universe and its color. He had found Yu Xian. He gently put the small white flower into his world, then turned his feelings of cherishing her into something precious so that that feeling could stay with him, just like how the flower had quietly accompanied him all those years ago beside the River of Forgetfulness. It had stayed under the eaves beside a lonely figure in a straw cape while rain pouring around them. The small white flower in the rain was a daylily, but there was no sadness about her. To Su Ming, she was part of his determination and what he cared for. She brought sunlight to his life, so he could collect mark after mark in the cycles of life and death in the vast universe. Even though those marks did not contain the faces that had brought about Su Ming's determination, the bits and pieces of their existences in his memories marked their roles in his life. Some of them had appeared in his life as guests and had then left into the distance. They might once have been his enemies, or strangers who moved past him after they brushed their shoulders against his, but Su Ming took their marks with him, treating them as valuable treasures. At that moment, he no longer held any hostility to any of those people. He found Su Shen Yi, Morning Dao Sex De Shun, all the people from the land of Berserkers, Divine Essence Star Ocean, his old friends from Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, and the people who drove him to madness in Dark Dawn and Saint Defire. As he continued on with the cycles of life and death in the vast universe, he found change but what caused Su Ming's gaze to linger was the mark of an unfamiliar woman beside him. The woman leaning against his mark was his wife, who had passed away many years ago. As Su Ming watched her, he discovered that she had always been by his side. He had just never discovered her presence while he was alive. Su Ming found more marks in time. As he walked through the cycles of life and death and the passage of time, he found his eldest senior brother. His mark was not a speck of dust, but a fighting spirit. It was a vision, and it existed among a pride of beasts in the fog within the vast universe. It was the reason their fighting spirit was always at its peak. To fight for eternity. With the marks he found, with hope and determination, Su Ming walked through the fog, and when he left the area, the fog surrounded him. It seemed to be unwilling to let him leave. There was a murmur in the fog, as if it was trying to say something. Su Ming stopped. He lowered his head and looked at the fog beside him. After a long while, his gaze focused, and deep love appeared in his eyes. He found Fong Tsanglan. She was the fog, or rather, she found him through it. He took the fog, which was Feng Sanglan, away with him. The hope in his heart grew stronger, but even with that hope, Su Ming knew since the start that, when he brought the world back into existence, when he turned all the marks into brands of life and made them return on that day, he would only be able to watch everyone quietly from the side. It was not a destiny that had been set in stone since his birth, but the price for his Tao. It was the path he chose, and it was different from that of Old Man Extermination. Chapter 1481, Finale. How many cycles of life and death will there be in which one person was missing, and how many cycles of life and death will there be until they return to the mortal world? Su Ming brought the fog with him. He did not care about the passing of time nor about how many cycles of life and death had passed in the vast universe. He only continued searching for the marks belonging to the faces in his memories. In time, he found his second senior brother. He was in a flower formed by fog, and his state of being had already changed. He was a life form similar to a phantom. Hu Zi was around too. He seemed to have never been separated from his second senior brother. When second senior brother turned into a phantom and became a different life form, Hu Zi became the endless wind in the vast universe around him. Later, he saw Su Hui and Flame Fiend's progenitor as well as the marks of other people. As many years passed and the cycles of life and death in the vortex within the vast universe continued rotating, Su Ming found each and every one. He found Bai Ling, Zirua, and his elder. In the end, Su Ming also found a tree in the vast universe. It was not a king, but an incredibly ordinary tree. Under it, Su Ming saw Arid Triad. Once he found everyone, Su Ming left the cycles of life and death in the vast universe. In the deepest parts of the vortex was his feng shui compass. When he reached it, he chose to sit down and meditate again before casting one final glance at the world. Are you lonely? Su Ming was silent for a long time before he slowly sent out that thought. He did not open his mouth to speak, but only sent his divine thought to echo in the air. It lingered in the vast universe, refusing to disappear for a long time. Only one person could hear it. How many years has it been? Are you ever lonely being alone in the universe? When Su Ming sent another divine thought, oh, UT, it echoed in the universe, and a cold harumph traveled out of the vortex before him. Soon after, an ancient ship appeared out of nowhere, seemingly tearing apart space and bringing with it countless bolts of lightning. Old Man Extermination sat on top of that ship. When he appeared, he opened his eyes slowly, and when he looked at Su Ming lifted his head and looked at him. Old Man Extermination was silent for a moment before he answered in a hoarse voice. Our daos are different. This is the path I chose. For this path, I can live alone for countless years, and I can sacrifice everything to complete my Tao. Is that path lonely? Su Ming asked with his divine thought. Old Man Extermination fell silent again. Only after a long time had passed did his voice travel into the vast universe with a firm tone. Saying any more is useless. From the moment you successfully possessed Xianzong, I lost half the battle. On this day, after countless years have passed, you will tell me your request, and I will do everything in my power to fulfill it. Help me find the bald crane. It's in a world that might or might not exist. You have to help me find it, then bring it back. No matter what it is doing in that world, no matter what form of life it has turned into, please help me bring it back. Bring it back home, Su Ming said softly. He then lifted his head to look at the vast universe in the distance. Fond remembrance and yearning appeared in his eyes, and melancholy as well as regret showed up as well. He had found everyone, but not the bald crane. Because the bald crane was not there. Su Ming lifted his right hand, and a pearl appeared on his palm. It was the 7th pearl from Xianzang's string of pearls. The bald crane's shadow was originally contained in it, but it had long since disappeared. If even you can't find it, why should I be able to do it? Why won't you search for it yourself? Old Man Extermination scowled at him. You will be able to find the bald crane through its tracks. I can no longer find it myself. When Su Ming said those words softly, Old Man Extermination fell silent. He cast Su Ming a scrutinizing glance, then a complicated look gradually showed up in his eyes. Is it worth it? He asked softly. When he looked at Su Ming, he could already see that Su Ming's body was slowly becoming rigid. His life force was dwindling. He had poured all of his life force into the world in his body to make sure that there would be life born in that world. It was to ensure that the lives he found could wake up from within his abyss gate. This is my Tao. I no longer want to continue being alone. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face. He did not answer Old Man Extermination's question, but his words could be considered to have given his answer. Once he said them, Su Ming unfurled his right hand. The pearl on his palm turned into a long arc, but it did not fly towards Old Man Extermination. Instead, it left into the distant space as if it wanted to break through the world containing the vast universe and charge to the world where the bald crane was, even if no one knew how far it was located or whether it even existed. At the same time, the feng shui compass under Su Ming's body stopped rotating abruptly. It turned into a long arc that charged after the pearl, then gradually shrank. When it caught up to the pearl, it fused with it. Perhaps in that world, there will be one person who will hold onto a white piece in his life, Su Ming said softly. At the instant he shut his eyes, the pearl, which had fused with the feng shui compass, turned white. Old Man Extermination fell silent. After a long while, he sighed softly. He swung his arm, and the lone ship beneath him swiftly flew in the direction of the feng shui compass pearl. They rushed out of the universe together. When their forms disappeared from the vast universe, they left for the world which may or may not exist. They disappeared from Su Ming's vast universe. I will bring it back. This is the debt I owe you, Old Man Extermination had said before leaving. Su Ming had already shut his eyes, and it was the last time he did so in his life. His body had turned completely rigid. The life force in his body had been completely turned inward. The only thing that spread out of his body right then was an aura of death that was becoming thicker with each passing moment. His life force fused into the world in his body, into each brand of life formed by the marks. Only by doing so could he make those brands of life open their eyes in his world. When Su Ming's life force fused into the brands of life, ripples of emotion rose in his heart towards Yu Xian, Zhang Lan, and Su Hui. I've never been able to give all of you anything. Right now, I can only give you a child born of my life so that our story can continue. His soft voice fused into Yu Xian, Zhang Lan, and Su Hui's brands of life, and in them was not just his life force, but also the conglomeration of his life. There was no longer any feng shui compass under Su Ming's body while he was in the vast universe. He gradually sank into the cycles of life and death in the vast universe as he sat in place. Slowly, the vortex submerged his body, and then he slowly sank into the cycles of life and death, and no one could find him ever again. A sigh echoed in the vast universe then, and Tian Xiaozi's figure slowly gained corporeal form from its initial illusory form. He walked out of space at the spot where Su Ming had disappeared into the vortex, and grief appeared on his face. Then, I will keep you company. As he mumbled softly, Tian Xiaozi walked towards the vortex in which Su Ming had vanished into and disappeared as well. When Su Ming closed his eyes, the world in his body became abundant with life. The sky was blue, the ground was filled with green, and in the distance was a vast ocean. Mountain ranges rose and fell, and there was a mountain among them called the Ninth Summit. Then, a door appeared in the sky. It was a purple door, and when it slowly opened, the entire world turned purple. The purple light shone for a very long time. When it vanished, the door vanished without a trace as if it had never existed in the first place. Huzi was the first to open his eyes when he landed in the Ninth Summit. He stared at the sky in a daze, then shook his head violently. He lifted his right hand and instinctively patted the spot by his side, but he did not manage to find any wine pots. Darn it all, why does it feel like I've slept for a very long time? Huzi scratched his head in astonishment. He looked into the distance, where his second senior brother had just opened his eyes from his meditation and quickly went to him. His second senior brother quietly stared at the ground in the distance with a slightly dazed look in his eyes, but soon, he seemed to have thought of something and lifted his head to look at the sky. As he stared at it, his eyes grew moist. The sound of footsteps reached his ears when eldest senior brother walked towards them. He had a head and a strong body, but when he arrived behind second senior brother and Huzi, he shuddered as if he had been weakened. Where's youngest junior brother? He murmured in a slightly hoarse voice, but no one answered him. Where's youngest junior brother? Second senior brother stared at the sky. After a moment, he bit down on his lip, and anguish appeared on his face. Huzi's eyes went wide, and he quickly stood up and started shouting. Stop hiding, youngest junior brother, you're making me worried. Hurry up and come out. His echoes resounded through the air. Haha, I get it now. Youngest junior brother, you're definitely hiding in your cave abode. Haha, I'll definitely be able to find you. Huzi's voice seemed to have come from a distance. It resounded through the Ninth Summit and lingered in the air, refusing to leave. At the foot of the mountain, Ziche stared at the woman beside him in a daze. It was Ziyan, his older sister. In the distance, Bai Changzai stared in front of himself in a daze. He mumbled under his breath, but he seemed as if he could no longer remember exactly what had happened. Even further into the distance, Chang He woke up on a meadow. He opened his eyes and felt that he seemed to be holding onto a person with his hand. He instinctively turned his head around, and then, a loud rumble shot up in his head. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes as he stared at his wife, who had also woken up at that moment. Su Ming's elder sat quietly at the foot of Dark Mountain and stared at the sun setting in the distance. By his side was Bai Ling, Chen Xian, and everyone from Dark Mountain tribe. Not a single one of them was missing, except Su Ming and Lei Chen. However, they were all staring around themselves in a daze, as if they did not know where they were. In the unfamiliar yet familiar world, Su Shenyi sat quietly beside a lake. He stared at its surface and murmured under his breath, his words unintelligible to everyone else. His expression was occasionally full of complicated emotions, then dejected, and at other times full of madness. In the distance was Snow and Bai Ling, walking gradually into the distance through the snowy plains. The only sound there was the shrill cry of an ape. It seemed to be echoing in the snow and wind, and it came from a red flash in Dark Mountain. Standing on a beach was Fong Tsanglan, who watched the waves rise and fall on the sea. She sat down, quietly grabbed a handful of sand, then furled her fingers around it softly, but she could not stop the fine sand from slipping out through her fingers. She simply could not hold on to too much of it. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. They slid down her cheeks and fell on the sand. Perhaps when the next tide came, the tears that had fused with the sand would be taken away by the seawater to become part of the sea. All sorts of lives and all sorts of events happened at the same time in that world. Yu Xian hugged her legs while sitting on a cliff. Her head was buried in her knees, and her long hair covered her face, but it could not cover the crystal drops that showed from the slits between her hair. It was already dusk. Evening rays shone on her, elongating her shadow, until it became very long. Su Hui's robes danced in the wind as she stood on top of a mountain. That spot was the closest place to the sky. While standing there, Su Hui stared into the distance. When dusk faded away, she turned around and left. Her long hair fluttered, and a teardrop left her cheeks, but no one knew where it flew. If you continue down that path, you will be the only person left in the entire universe in the end. Then, what about your path? If you continue down with it, you will be the only one who will disappear from the entire universe. The words exchanged between Su Ming and Old Man Extermination seemed to echo in the world at that moment. They resounded in the ears of all the people who remembered Su Ming. There was one person missing from the cycles of life and death, and he would never return to them. That person was Su Ming. While he was in the 33rd sky, he did not choose to sever his past like Old Man Extermination. Instead, he chose to sever his future and keep the beautiful moments in the past with him. It was just like his path. He walked down the path of pursuit, which was full of hardships and desolation. It was just like his pursuit for Tao throughout his life, which was lonely but full of determination. Or rather, it was what it meant to become the devil, for it was the path to pursue the truth. He stood before the devil in antiquity and watched Harmonious Morris Alba transform into the world. He sighed and pursued the truth for tens of thousands of years, and after many cycles of life in death, he returned to ancient Zangside. Time passed, and aside from the lives Su Ming resurrected, gradually other lives also appeared on the land. They were lives that belonged to that world. Cities were built. Sects and clans were formed. Cycles of life and death came and went as if they could bury all the stories of the past in emptiness. Only, a sect called Ninth Summit would eternally have a legend that circulated in the world. The legend said that the world was formed by Ninth Summit's progenitor, Su Ming. Whenever night fell, he would watch over the sect and all manner of living. There was also a similar legend in Dark Mountain. The only thing different about it was that in that legend, the world had daylight because the Su Ming spoken about in the legend could not forget the night, and it had nighttime because when the stars shone, his eyes would sparkle, and he would be able to see his home. There was also a continent that belonged to the berserkers in that world, and the legend of the god of berserkers circulated among them. That legend changed gradually, and slowly, the world became known as the god of berserkers' world. Wind fluttered and snow drifted about. In a dream, no one knew they would grow old. In a foggy land, who would climb to the top? In indistinct darkness, smoke curled skywards. Truth and lies lay on a bridge. Cycles of life and death came and went, but one person was missing. Many years later, during an evening when it rained, a woman held an oil paper umbrella in her hand while she stood within a pavilion. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, but only her beautiful back could be seen. Her face was not visible. Standing by her side was a child of about 6 or 7 years of age. It was a girl with her hair tied up in 2 pigtails. With one hand, she held the woman's hand, and with the other, she held a doll. She had rosy cheeks, but she seemed to not be very happy at that moment. Ma. I dreamt of Pa yesterday. Pippi also dreamed of him. Just where is Pa? This time, you have to tell me. The woman lowered her head and gave the girl a tender, loving smile. She patted the girl's hair, and her gentle voice echoed in the evening rain. If you close your eyes, you will find that he is by your side, Tong Tong. You will sense that he is forever by your side. While speaking, the woman smiled into the distance. The girl seemed to not have understood her words. As she listened to her mother speak, she slowly closed her eyes. When the remaining rays of dusk shone on the ground through the rain, the figure of a man seemed to have appeared to the girl's right. It gradually became clearer, revealing that he was someone who stood straight. His hair was purple, and there was an air of cordiality about him. When he lowered his head, he looked at the girl with a gentle smile on his lips. From a distance, the scene in the pavilion made it seem as if they were a family of three and filled with warmth and happiness. Ma, I sensed him. The little girl immediately opened her eyes, and with surprised delight, she looked to her right. Big brother Su Ming, you have to come back. Once you're back, I'll tell you the secret. Big brother Su Ming, this is an amazing secret. Yesterday, I had a dream. Many years later, you became my pa. Epilogue, Renegade Immortal. Wan Air, there is no end to the path of cultivation. There is definitely the 5th step, the 6th step, and even the 7th step. Then, I will stay by your side. Even if we cannot reach the end of our Tao, we can enter the cycles of life and death together. On Celestial Immortal Continent, Wang Lin stared at Li Muin gently. He held her hand and walked to the distant galaxy, leaving further and further away. Then, in the endless galaxy, he saw an ancient ship. Sitting on that ship was an old man, and he was smiling while looking at him. Wang Lin was also looking at him. That old man was the person who had played a game of chess with him in the past. Meeting you in this world has allowed me to no longer have any regrets. You've surpassed me, but in the end, my Tao was not a complete failure. Wang Lin, you still have a long way ahead of you. Continue down your path. Wang Lin smiled faintly at the old man on the ship. He did not speak, but held Li Muin's hand while walking into the distance. After a long time, the old man on the ship moved his gaze away and looked at the celestial immortal continent. I've searched for you for countless years, and you've finally woken up. Bald Crane, I am Old Man Extermination, and I owe Su Ming a promise, to bring you home. My home. Morning Tao. An absent-minded murmur resounded from the air in celestial immortal continent, and a black crane flew out. Excitement appeared in its eyes, and finally, after it had been lost in countless cycles of life and death, a figure of a person it would never forget no matter how many years had passed and no matter how its appearance changed appeared in its eyes. It was a man with a smile on his face while he extended his hand to it. His name was Su Ming. I'll go home, Finn. The end.